Chapter 1001, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 19. Sonny realized that he would not be able to do a lot in this fight, but then again, he did not have to. Right now, his role was to support Saint and let his shadows do all the heavy lifting. Maybe that was how he was supposed to fight every battle, really. But sadly, fate rarely gave him such opportunities. In any case, there was one thing that he could do. Dismissing the sin of solace and the dying wish to get back a bit of essence, he summoned the shadow lantern instead. As soon as it manifested, Sonny tossed the lantern in the direction where the towering gate guardian, a monstrous arachnid, wielding 6 weapons carved of bone, advanced on Saint. He did not have enough essence to sustain the divine memory's enchantment for long, but he did have enough to open its gate, unleashing a swarm of shadows onto the battlefield. The darkness enveloping it grew even deeper than it had been before. In the next moment, Sonny and Nightmare slammed into the crowd of the abominations. Crap! The rest of the battle was a hazy mayhem of violence. Sonny struggled to remain atop his black steed, lamenting that there had not been enough time to saddle it. At some point, he simply slid to the ground, using Nightmare's body to shield himself from the enemies. Not trusting himself to wield a weapon that demanded strength in his weakened state, Sonny summoned the Moonlight Shard instead. A beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his other hand. Submerging the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto into the black liquid, he used it to strike at the cracks in the enemy armor and finish off those abominations that Nightmare had wounded with his fangs, horns, and steel hooves. At some point, other soldiers and Awakened joined the fight. More nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, and more humans threw themselves into the meat grinder to stop the enemy from reaching the streets of the city. Their resistance was desperate and haphazard, but for now, at least, they held the tide of abominations back. Beyond the wall, obscured by the hideous rift of the Nightmare Gate, the sky was painted white by lightning. Sonny knew that they were going to win when the spell whispered into his ear, its voice drowning out the sounds of the battle. You have slain a corrupted devil, Silkway Archon. Your shadow grows stronger. Staggering back, he let out a relieved sigh and glanced in the direction where Saint had been fighting the gate guardian. The creature lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs severed and its massive body cleaved apart. His shadow was standing above it, her black blade already seeking another target. Saint's armor was battered, and there were thin streams of fine ruby dust flowing from the breaches. However, wreathed in darkness, her body seemed to be healing already. Without ever slowing down, she shook the dark blood off her sword and dashed forward to face a new enemy. With the gate guardian slain, the scales of battle slowly started to tip in favor of humans. Sonny was not of much use, but with Saint and Nightmare rampaging amidst the abominations, dealing with them was not an insurmountable task. And then, almost abruptly, the battle was over. Sonny leaned tiredly on a piece of rubble, observing the scene of utter slaughter. His armor was bloodied, but his body was nearly devoid of wounds. Most had been healed by the dying wish, and the rest were repaired by the living stone. Having a magical shell reinforcing his skin was very handy. He still felt terrible, though. Around him, awakened and mundane soldiers were busy building improvised barricades around the gate. The first wave of abominations might have been destroyed, but more could emerge from the rift at any moment. A few of them suddenly froze, staring at a menacing black figure that had emerged from the darkness into the dim light. Saint's eyes burned with demonic crimson light, and her onyx armor was glistening, awash in the blood of the arachnid warriors. She looked both graceful and terrifying. One of the soldiers raised his rifle with trembling hands, but the other suddenly shouted, his eyes wide. "Mongrel, it's Lord Mongrel." A hum of voices soon rose above the barricade. "Mongrel is in Falcon Scott. He killed the gate guardian, it was him." "It's clearly a she, you idiot." "Thank you, Lady Mongrel. We're saved." Ignoring them, Saint passed between the invigorated soldiers indifferently, the broken oath long dismissed. She approached Sonny and froze, looming above him like a beautiful monument of darkness. Her ruby eyes stared at him intently. Unaccustomed to craning his neck to look at Saint, Sonny awkwardly cleared his throat. Great job out there. You really saved my skin." She lingered for a few moments, slowly raised her hand. and poked him in the cheek with a finger. Then, Saint tilted her head slightly, as if studying him. Her ruby eyes betrayed a hint of some unknown emotion, making Sunny blink. "What is happening?" Without saying anything. "Of course." The taciturn shadow then took a step back and turned away, looking at the gate. However, she seemed strangely pleased. Sunny blinked a few more times, then rubbed his cheek. "Huh, all right? Was it because of the marble shell?" He shook his head, knowing that there was no time to waste pondering the weird occurrence. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. "Anyway, I have to go. Stay here in case more nightmare creatures emerge, and don't let any of them escape into the city." "I'll leave Nightmare with you." Sunny had to find out if the battle against the devouring cloud was over, whether there were more gates that had opened within the city, how his men were doing. Most importantly, he had to find Master Jet. Leaving the gloomy shadow with Saint, he wrapped the other three around his body, grimaced, and started walking. Despite the fact that there were no physical wounds on his body, Sunny still felt hurt. Every step was a struggle. But what else was new? Whispering quiet curses, he summoned the cruel sight to use as a walking stick and headed deeper into the staging area. Chapter 1002, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 20. Sunny did not have to wander the stretch of the staging area that had been ruined by the destruction of the wall for long. It was a mess, with broken prefab buildings laying shattered and broken, buried under piles of alloy debris. Finding anyone here would have been a challenge. Before he allowed himself to drown in dark thoughts, however, a familiar black beard appeared from above and landed on a bent steel beam protruding from the ground nearby. The crow waved its wings, clearly agitated and cawed. "Jet, Jet." Sunny let out a shaky breath, feeling a lot of relief. If the echo was still here, Soul Reaper couldn't be dead. He took a step toward the bird and asked, "Where is she?" Instead of answering, the crow flew away, landed on a communication relay a dozen meters away, and looked back expectantly. In this way, the echo led Sunny to Master Jet. After finding her, Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Then, he coughed. "Well, that was not what I expected to see." Jet was hanging upside down, her body caught in the jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them was piercing her abdomen like a hook, and her arm was caught between two others. Despite the ghastly situation, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. "Yeah, well, care to help me get down? I can do it myself, of course, but I would prefer for my insides to remain on the inside for a little bit longer." She could probably free herself. Simple alloy would not have held back a master for long. But with how thoroughly trapped Jet was, ripping herself off the hook would have probably exacerbated her wounds by a lot. Not everyone had the lineage of a tenacious demon to help them recover and skin as hard as enchanted marble. Sunny studied the tangled mess of alloy beams, then floated up with the help of the dark wing and carefully pulled Master Jet off the jagged hook. With a quiet hiss, she slid off the bloodied alloy and fell down, landing softly on her feet. "Arg, damn it." Jet clutched her abdomen with a grimace and then slowly straightened. Sunny landed nearby and looked at her with concern. Are you going to be all right?" Instead of answering, Soul Reaper spat a mouthful of blood, then looked at him with a dark smile. Her teeth were all painted red, so the smile was not very reassuring. "Don't worry about it. I am a very sturdy girl." "Woman, whatever. The point is, it will be as good as new in a couple of days, even without a healer." Sunny scratched the back of his head, then hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, "I was afraid that you died." Master Jet laughed, then winced and clutched her wound tighter. "Died? That's the last thing you should be afraid of. Believe me, Sunny, I won't die on this godforsaken continent. It's impossible." He shook his head at her bravado, then sighed. "All right. Do you want me to tell you how the battle went?" Soul Reaper waved her hand. "Crow saw it. Good job handling the gate. I am a bit embarrassed that I wasn't there to help. There are several others that opened either near or within the city. All of them were contained, it's just this particular one that was an unpleasant surprise. The devouring cloud also seems to have retreated, for now." She frowned. "You observed it too, right?" Sunny nodded with a dark expression. A new tyrant must have risen from within the swarm. The damned leeches were acting too purposefully. Master Jet used his shoulder for support and pulled him forward. They slowly walked through the ruins of the staging area, looking like two cripples. Yeah, that is why the devouring cloud pulled away before being destroyed. It will probably be back later. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Gods, there are so many priority targets converging on the city. I hoped that we would destroy at least one today. He glanced at Jet, his eyes tired. So what do we do now? She simply shrugged. Go find our people, rest, recover, prepare to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. Indeed, what else was there to do? Life was a constant struggle. Since the wall was broken now, they had to find an elevator that would take them to the proper side of the breach. Even worse, the pulse of the gate had destroyed a lot of fine machinery, so finding a working platform was not easy. Eventually, however, they made it to the top of the defensive barrier and returned to the position of the irregulars. The first one they saw was Winter, who sat tiredly on the alloy surface of the battlement, her eyes hidden once again behind the sunglasses. A thin crack ran through one of the lenses. Hearing their steps, she turned her head slightly. A pale smile appeared on her face. The hero's return, you too, look like crap. Master Jet scoffed, which caused her to wince once again. Thanks for the compliment. Sunny helped her sit down, then looked around, searching for his cohort. Noticing the towering figure of Dorn a dozen or so meters away, he breathed out heavily with relief and asked, his voice almost devoid of tension. So, how did it go? Do we have any casualties? Winter did not respond, prompting him to look down. Her face was uncharacteristically somber. Sunny felt something cold brush against his heart. What? The ascended archer sighed, then looked down. About that. I'm sorry, Sunny. Things were a bit chaotic back there. He remained motionless for a while, then turned away and silently headed toward where he had seen Dorn. As Sunny approached, he mentally counted. Dorn, Bell, Luster, Kim, Samara. When he reached the cohort, they turned to him, their faces pale and grim. Kim's eyes were glistening, and she avoided looking directly at him. Luster was the first one to speak, his tone subdued. Captain, Sunny cut him off. Show me. They stepped aside, revealing the figure of Quentin, who was laying on the cold alloy with his eyes closed. Sunny discovered himself taking a few steps forward and kneeling beside the gallant healer. His face was calm, and his body seemed untouched except for a shallow wound on the side of his head. His chest was rising and falling, which meant that Quentin was still alive. He had not been killed. He had just lost consciousness. However, it did not matter. Sunny closed his eyes. Quentin had lost consciousness near an active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. He had been thrown into an unexplored, dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that words could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way to a seed, challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. For all intents and purposes, Quentin was already dead. A few hours later, Sunny discovered himself alone in the Rhino. The area surrounding the military barracks was quiet, and the interior of the APC was dark. He sat on his bed, unmoving, his eyes like two pools of darkness. He was cold. It is what it is. War was like that. People died all the time. Sunny had sent many to their deaths himself. He was not new to losing soldiers, and yet he was weak. His body and soul were both in pain because of the brush with the nightmare gate, but somehow his heart hurt much worse. There was a lot for him to do. Feeding Saint, continuing his attempts to weave a memory from the devil's needle. However, Sunny felt unwilling to move, or maybe incapable. He just sat silently and stared into the darkness. After some time, his communicator lit up. He gazed at it, then slowly brought the screen to his face. There was a new message from Rain. Rain, hey, Sunny. It is really hard to imagine that it is winter in Antarctica and that the night there lasts for many months. And that aurora thing you described. I gazed it up on the network and wow, it's so pretty. There's nothing like that in NQSC. Well, we can hardly even see stars here because of the light pollution and the air being full of dust. However, the weather is warm and the nights are short, so I won't complain. You stay warm too. Nothing really interesting happened to me. Did anything interesting happen to you? How are you doing? I hope everything is all right. Sunny remained motionless for a while, staring at the screen. Then he closed his eye for a moment, took a deep breath, and started writing a response. Sunny, hey, Rain. Lots of interesting things happen to me, of course. I am one of the most interesting people in two whole worlds, after all. Didn't you know? I am doing great, too. I mean, all things considered. Since I am such a dashing and heroic figure, people go around giving me sandwiches, medals, and the like. So, Sunny paused for a few seconds, then briefly wiped his eyes and continued. Life is pretty sweet. Chapter 1003. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 21. Hold, you wretches. A mass of nightmare creatures was advancing through a city street, mere meters away from slamming into a makeshift barricade formed by the hulking frames of firing MWPs. The surface of the road was broken and melted, and the ruins of the surrounding buildings were enveloped in flames. Leaping off a slowly collapsing roof, Sunny plummeted down and landed between the abominations. The emerald blade of the Sin of Solace moved, sending fountains of blood into the air. He dashed sideways, dodging a stream of bullets, and groaned. It was already the second week of the siege, but the damage done to his body and soul by the Nightmare Gate was slow to heal. Sunny shrugged off the pain and called upon the shadows, erecting a black wall of them to block off the street. Flamethrowers. The pilots of the MWPs did not stop firing their mass drivers, but long streams of orange-red fire shot from their wrists over the wall. Sunny danced between the flames, circulating his energy to activate the underworld armament. The effect of the memory of fire was enhanced, elevating his elemental resistance even higher. The nightmare creatures were not that lucky. While he dealt with the head of the swarm, Bell and Dorn attacked its tail from the flanks. A sharp sword and a heavy sledgehammer made short work of the frenzied abominations, and at the same time, charged tungsten rounds flashed from a nearby dormitory tower, slaying the most dangerous targets without fail. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the swarm swiftly melted. The last one to die was a hideous creature with hardy scales covering its reptilian body. Sunny simply struck the abomination with the edge of his palm, turning it as heavy as a boulder and as hard as stone. The reptile's skull shattered, disintegrating into a disgusting rain of blood and bone. Even before the heavy body touched the ground, the spell was already whispering, "You have slain an awakened monster, scaled prowler. You have received a memory." His eyes glinted. Another memory. Wiping his hand with a revolted expression, Sunny looked around. Luster and Kim appeared on a nearby roof, signaling that none of the creatures escaped. He let out a sigh of relief. The situation was under control. After the ill-fated battle with the devouring cloud, the pressure on the defenders of Falcon Scott had steadily increased. The fact that there was a giant breach in the wall did not help things one bit. Eventually, the defensive barrier had been broken through in 2 more places, forcing the First Army to evacuate civilians deeper into the city and create a secondary ring of defense on the empty streets. The topography of the siege was not simple anymore. Humans still held the wall, deflecting most of the nightmare creatures from its height, but now various sections of the Great Barrier were separated, almost turning into independent fortresses. A detachment of soldiers was tasked with defending the breaches from the ground. They mostly managed to prevent the nightmare creatures from breaking through the barricades into the city, even if the rate of casualties among the ground crews was much higher. However, some monstrosities still reached the streets from time to time. Sunny had just dealt with one of these invading swarms. That's the 4th one today, not a good sign. He bent in a painful hacking fit, feeling a sickening weakness permeate his body once again. After a while, the coughing subsided, and Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, breathed hoarsely and waiting for the weakness to subside. Soon, it was gone, and all that remained was a gnawing pain in his chest. Damnation. He straightened and glanced at his people, who were making their way through the burning carnage of the destroyed city street. Once they reached him, everyone except Samara, who was still in her sniper nest on top of the empty dormitory tower, Sunny glanced at Kim and asked, "Any updates from Soul Reaper?" She nodded. "Yes, sir. Master Dale pushed the enemy back, reclaiming control over Breach C. We are ordered to stand down and rest. Our next shift starts in 16 hours. Sunny tiredly rubbed his face. 16 hours, huh? Either Army Command is feeling generous or they expect real trouble tomorrow. Well, all the more reason to make sure that we're fresh and full of essence. Signal Sam to come down and retreat to the barracks. He studied his soldiers for a moment, making sure that none of them was wounded. Without a healer in the cohort, recovering between battles had become somewhat tricky. It demanded outside help at least. Fortunately, the members of the cohort were unscathed. He nodded, letting them go, and turned around. The MWPs stood motionless, the incandescent barrels of their guns glowing in the gloom. The coolant liquid was dripping down, evaporation into clouds of haze. Some pilots had opened the cockpits, sitting on the doors of the hatches with tired expressions on their faces. They would retreat inside soon, chased back into the overheated war machines by smoke and the smell of charred corpses. But for now at least, the soldiers were enjoying the short moment of respite in the coldness of the never-ending night. Noticing Sunny, one of the pilots raised a hand and made it into a fist. Sunny returned the stalwart salute and then silently walked away. A few minutes later, he stumbled, grabbing a wall in a dark and isolated alley. The divine sword of solace whispered, mocking him, but it was not too hard to suppress the hateful voice these days. Sunny rested for a few moments and then took a step back. Saint emerged from the shadows, as silent and menacing as ever. Nightmare joined her, moonlight glinting on his adamantine horns. Sunny sighed and summoned the overpriced saddle. Fastening its straps on the black stallion, he glanced at the two shadows and said, "You know what to do. I'll return in 16 hours. Be cautious today. Chances are we'll have to go all out tomorrow." Saint nodded indifferently, then mounted the dark destrier and outstretched a hand. Sunny placed the hilt of the divine sword of solace into it, at the same time sending two of his phantoms forth. Then, he watched the taciturn knight leave as she headed in the direction of the wall. These days, the two of them worked in shifts. If the Devil of Antarctica was not defending Falcon Scott, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica did. Millions of people had already been evacuated from the doomed city, but millions more remained. The siege capital could not be allowed to fall, yet. Sunny coughed some more, uttered a quiet curse, and walked in the opposite direction of where Saint had left. Chapter 1004, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 22. As he walked through the empty streets, Sunny breathed in the cold winter air and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He should not have been that fatigued, but he was. The strange ailment tormenting him had become less severe in the last couple of days. However, it was not gone yet. Curse it. Sunny grimaced, then noticed a group of soldiers ahead and forced himself to put on the mask of a confident commander. Mundane humans looked up to masters, and if they saw one walking around with hollow eyes and a troubled expression, their morale would suffer. He had never thought that being preoccupied with concerns about people's morale would become something he bothered with, yet here he was. As Sunny walked closer, he heard bits and pieces of their conversation. "I saw Mongrel fight yesterday. Gods, he truly is a fiend. My whole unit would have been dead if not for him. I wish I could thank the man. But he is definitely not from the First Army. Maybe he's a legacy from a local Antarctica clan? No, number. Haven't you heard the rumors? Mongrel is that master from the first irregular company. The devil. You lost your damn mind, fool. Mongrel is like 2 meters tall, while Master Sunless is on the shorter side. Believe me, I saw them side by side the day the wall was first breached. Also, Mongrel is definitely a woman." "Yeah, I saw it too." She even caressed his cheek. "Well, more like poked it. Wait, guys, do you think there's something going on between them? You are all idiots. Mongrel is obviously several people." Usually, hearing such conversations amused Sunny, but this time he remained detached and indifferent. The soldiers grew silent when he approached, straightened, and then bowed respectfully. He nodded at them in passing and continued on his way, uncaring. But that reminds me." Sunny summoned the runes and glanced at the description of Saint, shadow fragments, 185/200. So close. With the two memories he received today, one from an awakened monster, the other from a fallen beast, the counter would increase by 2 fragments, bringing it to 187. From here, He only needed 13 more for Saint to transcend. He was somewhat pressed for time, but also had a few of his personal memories that could be sacrificed to accelerate the process. Things were still going according to plan. It's the weaving that is the problem. I feel like I am almost there, but the midnight shard is still giving me trouble. Too risky. Sunny pondered the intricacies of the spellweave, grimacing when the thundering clamor of the distant battle grew especially loud and made it harder to think. Gradually, the noise became quieter, although it never went away entirely. Sunny passed through the barricades, left the secondary defense ring, and entered the crowded streets of Falcon Scott. Despite the fact that numerous civilians had to be relocated deeper into the city, the signs of overpopulation were not as dire as one could have expected. The naval convoy had been busy ferrying the refugees across the strait, after all. By now, somewhere around 80 million people had already been transported to the relative, extremely safety of eastern Antarctica. It almost looked as though Army Command's plan was working. Seeing actual proof that all his efforts were not in vain made Sunny feel a little better. Up ahead, a crowd of refugees was waiting in line to receive rations. He studied it for a moment, noticing a familiar figure handing out packs of synth paste at the front. Sunny smiled a little, then headed in that direction. As he walked closer, the person growled without looking up. "You better not be cutting the line, Ba." Then, Bate looked up and blinked a couple of times. "Oh, Sunny, what are you doing here?" He shrugged. "On my way back from the wall." She called one of the other volunteers to switch with her, then led him aside to a humming heat projector. Bate stopped in front of it, shivering and rubbing her hands together. "How was your day?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, not knowing how to answer. "Hectic." The young woman peeked at him and scoffed. "A man of few words, are you now?" Sunny dismissed again. "How is the old man? Did you guys receive placement in the queue yet?" Bate sighed. "No. People say that another ship went down in the strait, so many placements were postponed again. As for Professor, he is doing fine. The Army got him consulting on how to upgrade the communication array, so he has something to do at least." She looked at him questioningly. "Are you coming over today?" Sunny hesitated, then slowly shook his head. "No, there's a lot I have to do. Also, my gut tells me that tomorrow will be a tough day. Your dormitory is away from the wall, but still, be careful." "Well, you know the drill." The young woman turned back to the heat projector. Yeah. Then, she suddenly opened the bag hanging over her shoulder, scrounged in it, and took out a tube of toothpaste. "Here, you forgot this last time." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "I did not forget it. I left it for you because I know that the supply chain is in shambles." Bate tilted her head and looked at him fiercely. "You think I can't get us some toothpaste?" Sunny laughed. "I mean, if you are so principled, then why are you not returning 2 cans of coffee I left in your dormitory as well?" The young woman looked down, her cheeks turning slightly red. "That? What cans of coffee? I haven't seen anything of the sort." Sunny nodded a couple of times and gently pushed the toothpaste away. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to drop by soon. If you do find that coffee, please enjoy it." He farewelled Bate an awkward farewell and strolled away, feeling slightly refreshed. Here in the city proper, public transportation was still functioning. There were military vehicles rolling down the streets as well. It did not take him long to reach the barracks. Entering the Rhino, Sunny gazed around, his gaze pausing on one of the closed sleeping pods. Then he strolled to the back of the APC, hauled the Devil's Needle from its place on the floor of the armory, and sighed. 15 hours left, but I probably should sleep for at least a couple. Shaking his head, he got to work. Chapter 1005, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 23. Sunny did not recall falling asleep, but he was woken up by someone banging on the hatch of the Rhino. Sitting up, he looked around and realized that he must have passed out while studying the weave of the midnight shard. The austere tackeye was still laying on the holographic table, glinting as if to mock him. He had almost solved the problem. That elusive element of the weave was almost isolated, but too. As someone banged on the hatch once again, making the massive APC shake a little, Sunny flinched, rubbed his face, and went to the hatch. "Coming, who the hell?" He opened the hatch and froze, swallowing the rest of his irritated shout. "Oh, Master Jet, good morning." She glanced at him with amusement. Technically, it's evening. Go wipe the drool off your face and come out, Sonny. We've been summoned to attend a meeting. He frowned, then threw an angry look at the gloomy shadow, which was hiding in the darkness not too far away. The bastard was supposed to warn him if anything approached, protecting Sonny from a sudden attack or from embarrassing himself, in theory. The shadow shrugged innocently and looked away. Shaking his head, Sonny returned inside and quickly washed his face. A couple of minutes later, he left the APC and closed the hatch behind him. Since Soul Reaper mentioned that he had to come out, they were most likely heading for the complex that the local branch of the 1st Army Command used as headquarters. It was only a short distance from the barracks. Indeed, Jet walked in that direction, with Sonny following as he looked around with sleepy eyes. A few moments later, he asked, "What is the meeting about?" She shrugged. "We'll find out. All I know is that White Feather wants to see us." White Feather, huh? The two of them made their way to the Army headquarters, but then walked past it, approaching a heavily fortified compound instead. Winter and Dale were already waiting for them near the gates, looking as ragged and fatigued as Sonny. He greeted them. "I heard you retook Breach Sea yesterday. Must have been a tough fight." Dale simply shrugged. "Not really. We still hold both sections of the wall above the breach, so all I had to do was persuade the abominations to stay put until the garrison forces shredded them with ranged weapons." He remained silent for a moment, and then added, "Things would have been much worse if they were better climbers, though." Sonny nodded somberly. Together, they entered the compound and were led to a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, two people were waiting for them. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. His face was painted ghostly green by the ethereal tapestry of the swirling aurora. St. Tyrus was motionless, sitting in an imposing chair with her back held straight. Sonny had not seen Sky Tide in a while, at least in her human form. She looked battered. Her elegant armor was bent and broken, white steel marred by dried blood. Her hair, which had once fallen down like a cascade of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. It seemed that holding the winter beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feather clan. Her expression was still aloof and stern, however, and her amber eyes burned with the same fierce, cold resolve. Master Roan turned at the sound of the steps. "Ah, Ascended Jet, Ascended Winter, Ascended Dale, Sunless, welcome. Sorry for the sudden invitation." Sonny noticed black circles under the handsome man's eyes. Roan was acting uncharacteristically subdued, his usual charisma gone. That did not bode well. Master Jet waved a hand. "War waits for no one. What did you want to discuss?" Roan smiled slightly. "Straight to business. Well, it is for the best. There is not much time to prepare." He walked away from the false window and stopped beside Sky Tide, then gestured at the holographic projection in front of them. On it, the map of the surrounding area disappeared, replaced by the blurry image of a grotesque creature. Leathery wings, lean body with 6 segmented legs, a tail that ended with a long, jagged stinger and 3 long necks, each ending in a harrowing circular maw. The abominations looked like a mix between a wyvern, a worm, and a scorpion. It was large, formidable, and utterly hideous. "Our scouts have confirmed that the devouring cloud has produced a new tyrant, a fallen one but still a dire threat to the survival of the city. The creature mostly hides within the swarm, controlling it from behind." Winter cursed. "Yeah, we figured as much after the last time." Master Roan slowly nodded. "It is our priority to eliminate the tyrant. The devouring cloud will descend on Falcon Scott today. You will be the blade to strike its puppeteer down." The irregulars glanced at each other. After a short pause, Jet asked, "How do you know that the swarm will come?" Roan scowled slightly, but before he could answer, St. Tyrus suddenly spoke. "Because our clan will lure it here." The 4 Ascended grew silent, looking at her incredulously. Sky Tide met their gazes with a calm expression, her face as motionless as ever. Somewhat stunned by that confession, Sonny asked, "Why the hell would you do that?" Sky Tide inhaled deeply, then turned away. "Goliath draws near. We have to eradicate other threats before he comes. If they attack together, You can imagine the devastation. The window of opportunity grows narrower with each day, so we can't passively wait for the devouring cloud to return anymore. So, Roan and other awakened warriors of my clan will lure it here. Today. She glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added, Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Roan will bring the tyrant down. The three of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That is the battle plan. Sunny smiled darkly. What if Winter fails to hold back the swarm? What if Roan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the three of us fail to kill it in time? Saint Tyrus gazed at him for a while, her amber eyes both beautiful and cold. Then, she uttered simply, Don't fail. Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked toward the projection of the fallen tyrant. All right, I like that plan. Let's discuss the details. The discussion did not take long. Soon, the irregulars uttered their goodbyes to Sky Tide and headed to the exit, each in a hurry to prepare for the coming battle. Sunny, however, stayed back after a bit of hesitation. When there were only 3 of them left in the room, Sky Tide, Roan, and him, Sunny peeked at the battered transcendent with a complicated expression. After a few moments, he said, You must have heard that another of Valor's saints was killed. Saint Tyrus gaped at him silently, not saying anything. Sunny tilted his head a little. You and I have helped that monster escape from the Night Temple. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead, and Mordred would have still been contained. Do you regret saving me now that he is out there, slaughtering people? Sky Tide remained motionless for a bit, then trembled her head. No, a pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. Why? She sighed. Years ago, when the young Prince of War came to the Chained Isles, I offered him my hospitality. Like any other awakened, he was under my protection, roaming the dream realm in search of something, much like you did. When Valor plotted to ambush and eliminate him, I followed orders and did nothing to prevent it. I have carried the shame of that wrongdoing ever since. He pondered her words for a few moments. They had a very good reason to get rid of him, though. That guy is like a nightmare creature. There's not much human left in him. Saint Tyrus gazed him in the eye, her beautiful face expressionless. Is it worth it to do the wrong thing for the right reason? No, life is unpredictable and the future is unclear. All we can strive for is to act according to our principles and do what we consider right. The rest doesn't matter. Sunny gazed around, his gaze lingering on the traces of dried blood on Sky Tide's armor. His eyes turned dark. Doing the right thing is what got you and your clan banished to this hellhole. She gazed at the false window, where the image of the night sky was projected. A full moon was shining on its velvet expanse, surrounded by the lights of the ghostly aurora. A hint of some deep, hidden emotion appeared on Sky Tide's beautiful face. After a while, she said, The sky is suffocating here, but other than that, this is precisely where I wanted to be. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Master Roan and silently strode away. He had to prepare for battle. Chapter 1006, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 24. Standing on the battlement and peering into the cold darkness beyond, Sunny had a contemplative expression on his face. The wind smelled of snow as it played with his black hair, which had grown a bit too long by now. Pale moonlight permeated the air, failing to reach the ravaged land. Winter and Dale were sitting nearby, leaning on alloy parapet of the wall and sharing a flask. The 2 captains seemed calm, one in her usual relaxed manner, the other solemn and staid. As the contents of the flask ran out, Winter sighed and looked at Sunny. You seem terribly serious today. He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. Just thinking about stuff. She did not press, content to rest with her eyes hidden behind the cracked sunglasses. Sunny felt strangely thoughtful after his conversation with Saint Tyrus. He was not sure that he agreed with her uncompromising views, but there was one thing Sky Tide had said that was unquestionably true. Life was, indeed, unpredictable. Take his own relationship with the Staley Saint. Sunny did not know Saint Tyrus very well or share any of her principles, but he found himself respecting the stern transcendent a great deal. He liked Master Roan, too. The 3 of them even shared some history. Several years ago, Sunny had held nothing but contempt toward legacies. He had regarded them as arrogant, dangerous, and hateful people. someone who did not deserve the unfair privileges bestowed upon them by nothing except for birthright. Who would have thought that he would come to value and admire some of them, one day? Take Cassie, too. When she surrendered his secret to Nephi's on the Forgotten Shore, Sonny had thought that it was the darkest moment of his life. And yet, if she had not made that choice, he would have stayed behind a sleeper. Sonny had no way of knowing if he would have survived the same journey-changing Star had. What he did know, though, was that Rain would have been dead if not for his return. If Sonny had not been there to hold back the tide of nightmare creature advancing on her school, his sister would have been ripped apart by the rampaging abominations. There were too many instances like that to count. Life was unpredictable, and no one could predict the twists and turns of fate, except for Weaver, perhaps. Even oracles like Cassie could only see glimpses of it, blind to the context and powerless to change the outcome. So where did it leave him? The same place where I started, I guess. An ignorant fool struggling against something he could not even comprehend. Antarctica, at least, was terribly straightforward. With a sigh, Sonny moved strands of hair away from his eyes and sat down near Winter and Dale. His hands were aching for a simple fight. How much more do we have to wait, damn it? Dale peeked at him with a smile so faint that it was almost non-existent. Rest while you can. You'll be regretting that this calm did not last longer very soon. Sonny grimaced and looked away, staring at a squad of soldiers that marched by. The soldiers were acting a bit strange, sticking painstakingly to the better illuminated parts of the battlement and hastening their steps in the darker areas. Their faces were glum and nervous. He frowned. "What's up with them?" Winter turned her head slightly, studying the soldiers. Haven't you heard the rumors?" Sonny thought for a moment, then shook his head. "What rumors?" The ascended archer chuckled. "You should really come out of your APC more often, you know." "Well, anyway, there are a lot of scary stories spreading among the refugees these days, one more nonsensical than the other. The latest story is that there is a shadow wraith stalking the city, hiding somewhere in the darkness. Apparently, it lures people away from light, never to be seen again." She took a deep breath and then added in a more somber tone, "Although, maybe there's some truth to that one. Soldiers are not usually easily spooked, but as you can see, they are on edge. Too many disappearances lately." Sonny frowned. In a city of 200 million, there were bound to be some disappearances, especially with the nightmare spell infecting people left and right. However, he felt concerned. A shadow wraith? That was right up his alley, no? There could also be a different explanation for the increased number of disappearances. The terror of Low 49 was known to start its meals in just that manner. In any case, he sensed some unease. A shadow creature? I don't know. They're extremely rare. I only ever met one in the wild, and even that was inside a nightmare. I'm not sure if any survived to this day. Well, there was that one little bastard who got a chunk of his flesh. Did scavengers need to devour a corpse to inherit new abilities, or would any piece of flesh suffice? What were the chances of the vile gremlin developing an affinity to shadows? Dale simply shrugged. If there is something strange going on, Army Command should already be investigating. Since we weren't officially informed, either the rumors are baseless, or the incidents are not serious enough to inform the irregulars. Regardless, we should concentrate on the task at hand. As if on cue, there was the sound of light steps, and Master Jet approached from further along the wall. The members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around briefly, then said, "I've just received the word. Roan and his people are approaching. The devouring cloud is in a frenzy, do not know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself." The rest of the defending force seemed to have got the same news. All along the southern stretch of the wall, a flurry of activity commenced. Soldiers were checking their weapons for the last time, awakened were summoning their memories, railgun crews were hurriedly finishing maintenance procedures and hauling crates of tungsten rounds closer to the feeding mechanisms. Thousands of turrets came alive, turning their twin barrels toward the sky. Sonny rose and stretched, breathing in the cold winter air. Looking at the members of his cohort, he grinned. Same arrangement as the last time. Hopefully, actually, never mind. I'm not saying it aloud. Just do well and do not die. Chapter 1007, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 25. Pretty soon, the distant horizon turned hazy with a myriad of flying horrors. The scene was eerily familiar. The only difference from their last attempt to destroy the devouring cloud was that, today, the landscape was illuminated by pale moonlight, and that there were a few less irregulars standing watch on the wall. Sunny silently observed Winter, who was preparing to unleash hell. Once again, she was surrounded by several mysterious memories, and once again, a cohort of Awakened used their aspects to augment her powers. He stood several distance away in the company of Master Jet and Dale. None of the three were going to participate in the ranged barrage, conserving their potency for the sortie to hunt down and kill the tyrant. The atmosphere was tense, but not as oppressive as the first battle against the harrowing swarm. On the alloy battlement in front of them, a man in leather armor was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. The falling snowflakes swirled in strange ways around him, as if following invisible paths. He was one of Dale's Awakened, and someone of whom Sunny knew. The man possessed the ability to open stable spatial rifts, and had been one of the candidates he had considered when assembling the cohort. Since no one knew where the tyrant was going to fall after having its wings cut by Roan, the strike team would need to get around the perimeter of the wall fast. If Roan succeeded, gods. Hearing Dale's quiet whisper, Sunny observed south and saw arcs of thunderbolt dancing deep within the distant swarm. His face paled a little. There, inside it. It seemed that Roan and the Awakened of the White Feather clan were leading the devouring cloud to the city with the smell of their own blood. Suddenly, the task of slaying the tyrant of the swarm seemed even heavier than before. So what? Nothing changed. Sunny had some contingencies, at least. Saint and Nightmare were currently guarding one of the breaches in the wall. Should the three masters prove inadequate, his shadows would help them reach and kill the broodmother of the swarm, or was it a father? Who cares? Sunny clenched his fists and watched as the horde of flying horrors swiftly drew closer to Falcon Scott. Soon, the city defense systems opened fire once again, and so did Winter. The mass of brood beasts obscured the sky, drowning out the light of the moon. In front of the swarm, a horde of nightmare creatures moved, seemingly as desperate to escape from it as humans would be. Caught between the devouring cloud and the wall of Falcon Scott, they launched themselves at the alloy barrier, dying in scores under the barrage of bullets and arrows. Somehow, today's battle felt more frenzied, more dire. Shrieks and howls of abominations fused with human shouts, all disappearing into the rustle of countless leathery wings. A dark expression appeared on Soul Reaper's face. Gripping her glaive, she said, "Hold, wait for the signal." At the moment, everything depended on Roan and his Awakened. They had to lure the tyrant forward and bring it to the ground, so that the three elite ascended of the irregular company could sortie out, find it, and finish the creature off once and for all before it escaped. Seconds passed, then minutes, but the promised indication was not coming. Sunny felt his nerves reaching a breaking point when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was not a brood beast, however. Instead, it was a young Awakened woman wearing the white colors of her clan, her armor decorated with beautiful etchings of hawk feathers and marred with blood. Sunny remembered seeing her several times in the sanctuary, back when Sky Tide had still ruled over the chained isles. The young woman landed gracelessly on the battlement and staggered, barely keeping her balance. Then, she observed around, took a step toward Master Jet, and stumbled. Dale caught and supported her, his face grim. Soul Reaper frowned. "What happened to sending us a signal? Where's the tyrant?" The young woman gritted her teeth and then said hoarsely, her voice full of ire, "Two. There's two of them." It took a few seconds for her words to register. Sunny cursed and observed at the dark mass of the swarm that obscured the sky. "Two tyrants? How does it make any sense?" Jet's face twitched. She stared at the young woman for a moment, then asked evenly, "So where are they?" The legacy leaned on Dale and turned slightly to face the devouring cloud. The signal, as if answering her words, two radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm, across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, was even further away, but in a different direction, to the west of the city, near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached there. Her job done, the young woman from the white feather let out a sign and slumped, losing consciousness. Dale barked something, and one of his men, most likely the healer, took her off his hands. The three masters briefly glanced at each other. Master Jet uttered a swear that would have made Sunny blush if the situation was slightly less dire, and then smiled darkly. "I guess we are going to have to split up." She observed between the distant spheres of light, then sighed and moved her shoulders as if to loosen the muscles. "I'll take the southern one. Sunny, Night, you two go west and deal with the second tyrant." "Get it done?" Sunny blinked a couple of times, then took a step forward. "But," she raised a hand, stopping him, "that's an order, no time to waste." With that, Jet began summoning a memory. Before the whirlwind of white sparks even manifested into reality, Soul Reaper was already moving, leaping over the parapet of the battlement to disappear into the haze of falling snow below. Sunny gritted his teeth. When he turned around, there was a shimmering portal in the air in front of him, leading to the point on the western wall not too distant from where the sphere of light still burned in the air. Dale was already heading toward it, his helmet weaving itself from light. Sunny followed. Before stepping into the spatial rift, however, he sent a mental command to Saint. Not a few seconds after Soul Reaper landed on the ravaged ground beyond of the killing field, a dark rider leaped through the breach in the wall and followed. Chapter 1008, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 26. Stepping through the spatial rift experienced no different from taking a mundane step. It was only a little bit disorienting, the sudden change of the landscape, the direction of the wind, the subtle shift in the tone of the firing armaments. For Sunny, it was especially so, because he could also feel that the shadows around him were entirely different. However, there was no time to waste on being confused. Forcing himself to focus, he followed Dale to the edge of the wall and peered down. Far below, there was a stretch of land flooded by attacking abominations, with brood beasts swarming above them, and behind those, the edge of a tall cliff that descended toward the shore. The dark expanse of the ocean stretched for as far as the eye could see, moonlight dancing on its restless, black surface. The sphere of light was slowly growing dimmer as it burned somewhere above and beyond the cliff. Dale spoke, his voice sounding slightly muffled by the helmet. "We will have to fight our way through." Sunny nodded. "I'll clear the way, you follow." The sin of solace was already manifesting itself into his hand, and shadows were wrapped around his body, filling him with resilience and strength. The marble shell was augmented as well. Sunny lingered for a moment. "What about when we reach the tyrant? We can't allow it to escape, and with Master Jet gone," the stalwart master shook his head. "I'll trap it in us within the barrier. Then, either the tyrant dies or we do. No one will escape." Sunny had already seen one of Dale's barriers, the one that allowed things to pass from within, but blocked everything coming from the outside. Today, he would see the second one, which functioned in reverse. More than that, he was going to be trapped inside that barrier with a damned fallen tyrant. If they wanted to be sure of the result, there was no better way. "Great, I'll be going then. Come down in a few seconds." Instead of summoning the dark wing, Sunny simply turned into a shadow, slid over the edge of the battlement, and swiftly glided down the surface of the wall. In a moment, he was already on the ground, emerging from the darkness with the jade giant whittling through the air. By the time Dale landed behind him, using some sort of rope memory, half a dozen abominations were already bleeding on the ground. The defenders on that section of the wall had already received orders to support their sortie. As well, shifting their fire to help the Ascended create a corridor through the mass of nightmare creature. Granted, they were spread too thin between the devouring cloud and the abominations attacking the wall in a desperate attempt to escape from the swarm, so the results were modest. At least Sunny did not have to worry about catching a tungsten round with his back. Goddamn, great. Sunny and Dale rushed forward, fighting their way through the tide of frenzied nightmare creatures. The stalwart master used his heater shield and heavy-flanged mace to crush and break the abominations, flinging their bodies out of the way. Sunny simply cut through them, rendering the hideous body with the jade blade of the sin of solace. However, there were just too many enemies to kill. Even if Dale's plate armor easily shrugged off blow after blow, and Sunny could simply ignore most of the attacks that got through his defenses, the weight of the horde threatened to push them back. More than that, they were constantly accosted by the brood beasts from above, making it much harder to remain alive. For now, they had not met a creature powerful enough to be a lethal threat, which was a testament to how incredibly durable both masters were. But it was only a matter of time. Sunny growled and then called upon the shadows. Instantly, dark hands rose from the ground, grabbing the abominations and either throwing them aside or outright tearing their bodies to pieces. Black chains whipped in the air, obliterating lunging brood beasts. If you have a good memory or two, use them now. Dale bashed a leaping abomination with his shield, turning its body into bloody paste, and tore something off his belt. In the next moment, there was a blinding flash, and then a sound akin to the roar of an angry dragon shook the world. Sunny smelled the carnage before he witnessed it. In front of them, a morbid path of charred corpses cut through the horde. Dale pushed Sunny forward and lunged into the momentary rift in the mass of nightmare creatures. That one has to accumulate charges for a long time. We won't be able to use it against the tyrant, Sunny snarled as he ran. We need to find the damned bastard first. Don't hold back. A few minutes of frenzied slaughter later, battered but alive, they reached the edge of the cliff and plunged down. Sunny had turned into a shadow once again, while Dale utilized an enchanted rope with a vicious hook tied to its end. The hook had been ruthlessly thrust into the flesh of an especially massive nightmare creature just a second before. Down on the stone beach, there were much fewer abominations. Some of them had already been cleaned to the bone by the brood beasts, while others were alive and full of murderous fury. Some distance away, Sunny could see the tall walls of the port fortress and the shapes of gargantuan ships resting on the waves. As he looked around in search of their prey, something flew from the darkness, forcing him to jump aside. It turned out to be a massive chunk of bleeding flesh that had been the torso of a nightmare creature, seemingly only moments ago. Looking at where the chunk of flesh came from, Sunny witnessed a chilling sight. Out there ahead of them, halfway to the dark water, a towering being besieged by a mob of abominations. 6 segmented legs, a tail with a long stinger, torn and broken leathery wings, and 3 terrifying circular maws swaying on the ends of long necks. As he watched, one of the monstrosity's maws shot down, biting into the body of a powerful nightmare creature. With a violent twist, the creature came undone, rivers of blood and viscera spilling onto the cold stones. At the same time, the other 2 maws shredded a couple more abominations, swallowing large chunks of them whole. The tail stinger shot forward with blinding speed, piercing another and pumping poison into its convulsing body. Sunny gazed at the macabre scene with dark resentment. Be careful of what you wish for, I guess. They had discovered the tyrant of the devouring cloud. Chapter 1009, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 27. As Sunny watched, the tyrant tore apart several more abominations, devouring their flesh with its 3 enormous maws. This creature, it was on par with the Lord of the Dead that Sunny had faced in the catacombs below the Dark City. Back then, he was merely a sleeper. Now, he was an ascended himself, and an abnormally powerful one at that. His loyal shadows were indisposed, but he was accompanied by Dale instead. There was no reason for this fight to be too hard, however, they had a big problem. The more nightmare creatures the tyrant killed and devoured, the more invigorated it seemed. The ghastly injuries on its wings were already healing, and very soon the monstrosity would be able to take flight again. Sunny could not allow that to happen. Glancing at Dale with a grave expression, he said, "It's now or never." Above them, a swarm of brood beasts separated from the dark mass of the devouring cloud, rushing down to protect their ruler. Dale nodded and silently lunged forward, closing in on the tyrant to trap the monstrosity, and the 2 of them with it, inside a barrier of shimmering energy. Sunny followed, cutting down several abominations that had tried to bar their passage. However, the towering monstrosity seemed to have sensed the advancing threat, or maybe grew tired of the relentless attacks by the other nightmare creatures. It suddenly jumped, soaring high into the air, its broken wings raising a powerful gale. The tyrant had not managed to stay in the air for long, at least not yet, but it succeeded in creating some distance between itself and the pursuers. Then, moving with stunning speed, it turned in the direction of the port fortress and ran. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Damnation. It only took him a split second to make a decision and shout, "I'll slow it down. Catch up as fast as you can and set up the barrier." With that, he left Dale behind and turned into a swift shadow. Flying with terrible speed across the stone beach, Sunny pursued the tyrant. The monstrosity barreled forward like a speeding train, its 6 legs turning countless stones into rubble and dust. Its wings were healing more and more. Close enough from the port fortress to be seen from its walls, Sunny finally overtook the monstrosity and jumped out of the shadow right in front of it. The sin of solace flashed, cutting one of the creature's limbs, and it toppled heavily to the ground. He barely managed to dodge the massive body, but in the next moment, the tyrant's stinger was already shooting through the air, aimed at his heart. Ah! Sunny blocked the terrifying spiky spike with the flat of the jade giant, at the same time turning his body as heavy as he could. The impact pushed him back, his feet leaving 2 grooves in the stones. The monstrosity struggled to stand up, but a dozen jet-black hands rose from the ground, grabbing and pressing it down. 3 long necks of the tyrant twisted like snakes. 2 maws bit into the shadow hands, tearing them apart, while the third flew toward Sunny. Staring at the repulsive, fleshy circle full of razor-sharp fangs, he shuddered and realized that the thing could swallow him whole. Sunny shifted his weight and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the maw, then lashed out with the sin of solace. As a bloody wound appeared on the abomination's neck, a ear-splitting wail slammed into him like a hammer. The shadows he had manifested were all but gone, and the tyrant was nowhere near being immobilized. Sunny could waste more essence creating shadow implements, maybe even encase the monstrosity and himself in a large dome, but what he really needed to do was damage its wings. Sadly, the monstrosity was fiercely determined to protect them. As shortly as Sunny tried to get closer to the abomination's wings, its stinger, 3 maws, and 5 remaining legs all came after him. He scrambled to dodge the hurricane of attacks, dancing between them like a demented acrobat. Shards of stone and wet sand rose like a cloud into the air. Curse you! The tyrant's movements were growing more frenzied and chaotic. Its mind was being assaulted by the sinister whisper of the cursed sword. The effect of the charm was going to persist, too, driving the monstrosity utterly mad. Funnily enough, the same erratic behavior seemed to be repeating in the skies above them, where a large portion of the devouring swarm seemed to have lost a lot of its unnatural cohesion. They would only cease to be a threat to the city once both tyrants were dead, though. The massive abomination understood that there was something strange going on with its mind, as well. It tried to disengage and lowered itself to the ground, as if preparing to jump again, only this time its wings might have been healed enough to allow the tyrant to fly. No. Before it could escape, however, a dome of shimmering energy suddenly appeared around them. The tyrant jumped, slammed into the roof of the dome, and plummeted back down. Heavily armored figure of Dale slammed into its body, a flanged mace falling down to crush another of the creature's legs. The 3 of them were now locked inside the barrier. The tyrant would not be able to escape anymore, however. The dome of energy was not particularly large. It barely encompassed the enormous body of the winged monstrosity and a few meters of the stone shore around it, leaving Sunny and Dale no room to maneuver. It was like being locked in a tiny cage with a very angry, starving tiger. If the tiger was the size of a small building, had 3 heads, and possessed the tail of a scorpion, and had also been driven into rabid insanity by a whispering jade sword. "Crap!" the tyrant wailed again, its screeching voice full of madness and fury. Then it rose from the ground and all hell broke loose. Chapter 1010, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 28. Trapped in the small bubble of the energy barrier, the tyrant turned into a murderous hurricane. Moving with speed that was surprising for such a large creature, it thrashed and spun, trying to rip the hateful humans apart. Sunny and Dale had managed to dodge or deflect the barrage of devastating attacks, for now, but avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of the frenzied monstrosity was even harder. The barrier was just too small to move away, leaving them no choice but to try and straddle it. That had not been a good choice. Even on the tyrant's back, the 3 maws and the stinger could attack them freely. More than that, the abomination instantly rolled on the ground, throwing them off. Sunny barely avoided being buried under the mountain of flesh. Just a handful of seconds after Dale had erected the barrier, he felt the salty taste of blood on his tongue. Both ascended were battered and wounded. Of course, the tyrant was not unscathed either. 3 of its legs were gone, its body was covered with a multitude of deep cuts, and one of its necks was halfway to being severed. Better yet, the creature seemed to have surrendered to its most primal instincts, driven into madness by the sin of solace. The bestial rage of the tyrant was terrifying, but it would have been much more dangerous to fight the monstrosity if it had retained its inhuman intellect. A smart enemy was infinitely deadlier than a senseless one. Now, all they had to do was put it down. Cut off its head. I'm trying. Dale's shield was wedged into one of the tyrant's necks, and as Sunny yelled, he hammered its rim with his mace, as if driving a nail into wood. The heater shield sliced through the flesh of the abominations like a blade, causing a river of black blood to spill onto the stones. Half-deafened by the creature's shriek, Sunny manifested a wall of shadow to defend Dale from one of the remaining 2 maws. The wall broken under the monstrous assault, but by that time, the Ascended had hammered his shield one last time, and one of the tyrant's heads flew off. Damn! After that, Sunny had to worry about himself. The wounded creature shifted, slamming him into the barrier with the looming bulk of its body. Bone weave and marble shell saved him from being turned into bloody paste, but he was trapped, crushed, and unable to breathe. What's worse, there was no escape well for most people. Sunny simply dissipated into the shadow projected onto the creature's body by the shimmering barrier, and appeared on the other side of the abomination, his sword already falling to bite into its side. Just like that, the dire battle continued. Sunny and Dale were one mistake away from being greatly injured or killed at every moment, but neither of them had made that mistake yet. As time went on, their enemy grew more and more frenetic, but the 2 masters only grew more effective in their attempts to butcher it. They were learning how to better hurt it with every blow, dodge, and step. Dale's armor cracked, but in return, the tyrant's stinger was shattered by the heavy flanged mace. Sunny was now bleeding from a deep cut above his left eye, but in return, one of Tyrant's maws was missing half of its fangs. Using a momentary opening created by the monstrosity throwing all of its weight against the barrier, Sunny finally managed to position himself for an all-out attack. He dashed forward, turning his body light to create momentum, and slashed the sin of solace across the base of one of the creature's necks. The jade giant seemed to laugh as it sliced through the tough hide, steel muscles, and unbreakable bones of the tyrant, emerging from the other side of its neck in a fountain of blood. The second of the 3 maws fell to the ground. One more. Dale received an earth-shattering blow on his shield and slid back with a low grunt. His hand trembled a little. The barrier won't hold for much longer. We must. Hurry! Sunny did not need to be reminded. He already felt that the shadows surrounding them were changing. The shimmering energy was growing dimmer every time the tyrant slammed into it. By now, most of its shine was already gone. But the creature had lost most of its weapons as well. It was bleeding heavily, maimed and wounded, its speed gradually decreasing. Sunny knew not to let his guard down. These last moments were often the most deadly, both because human fighters tended to get overconfident when the victory neared, and because their enemies would often abandon all caution in one last desperate attempt to destroy the opposition and survive. Still, this had to end quickly. Risky, the thought flashed through his mind, but Sunny was already moving. Pushing himself forward, he deflected a glancing blow from the creature's tail and slammed into the tyrant like a cannonball. Thrown off balance, the monstrosity reeled and then threw itself into a fierce retaliatory attack. Sunny managed to dodge its legs, but not its maw. He simply slashed at it with the sin of solace, feeling the flesh part before the jade blade. At the same time, the creature left itself completely open to Dale. The stalwart master lunged forward, his mace suddenly igniting with a dangerous red glow. The moment it connected with the base of the tyrant's last remaining neck, the flanged head of the mace exploded with ominous light, and something thundered. Sunny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting in the furious red light as it was torn apart. Then, for a second, he could not think about anything anymore. Moments before it died, the tyrant managed to grab his shoulder with its maw and fling Sunny into the air. Feeling a pulse of tearing pain, he found himself flying backward away from the dying creature. His back connected with the weakened barrier and shattered it, the marble shell turning rigid from the impact. Sunny landed gracelessly a dozen meters away from the convulsing body of the tyrant, rolled for a few meters more, and came to a stop at the edge of the water. A pained groan escaped from his lips. That hurt. He slowly sat up and glanced at his shoulder. The leather pauldron of the puppeteer's shroud was pierced in several places, and there were deep scratches on his skin. The tyrant's fangs, however, had not cut deep. The lacerations were shallow. He took a shaky breath and looked up. High above, the devouring cloud seemed aimless and lost. Without malevolent purpose guiding the swarm of brood beasts, they were being slowly obliterated by the city defenses. Saint and Master Jet must have finished off their tyrant as well. Sunny glanced at Dale, who seemed rather battered but alive. We won. By all accounts, he was supposed to feel jubilation and relief. Even though the battle was not over, the irregulars had accomplished their task. Today, the First Army was going to celebrate a victory. However, Sunny did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt cold. Very, very cold and frightened. What the hell is this feeling? Struggling against a deep sense of unease, Sunny shivered and turned to the black waves, his hand reaching for the hilt of the Sin of Solace. Just as he did, the water parted and someone appeared from below it. Sunny froze, staring with wide eyes. His face paled terribly. There was a man walking out of the ocean, water flowing from his armor. He was tall, with a powerful build. His hair was dark, and his bloodless face was empty, not a hint of emotion hiding in his hollow eyes. Instead, there was something different in them. Something vast, alien, and terrifying. The man slowly appeared from the water and took a firm step toward Sunny, looming above him like a hollow wraith. The empty stare of his glassy eyes fell down. Sunny's hand shook. Stunned, he tried to crawl back and whispered in a faint, trembling voice, "V. Vern." Chapter 10:11, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 29. For a moment or two, Sunny's mind was empty. He crawled back, looking up at the familiar figure towering above him. Vern, it was Vern. There was no mistake. Or something wearing Vern's corpse, at least. His shadow was much more vast and dreadful than a human's shadow was supposed to be. The hollow gaze of the dead master pursued Sunny, his face still and unmoving like a mask. Behind him, the dark waves stirred, and more figures rose from the water. Men, women, dozens of them, hundreds even. They marched forward like an army of the dead, silent and emotionless, their eyes drowning in darkness. All their shadows were wrong. The people of Low 49 that Sunny had left to die. He recognized all of them, staring at the undulating surface of the ocean in horror. The terror, strangely, it was the contemptuous laugh of the cursed sword that shattered his paralysis. "Look, lost from light, your sins have come to haunt you." Sunny shuddered, coming to his senses. "What sins, you bastard? I did everything I could to save them." The insidious voice laughed again, then whispered, its hissing words falling like drops of poison. "Weakness is also a sin, you pitiful worm. It is the greatest sin of them all." Sunny snarled, then rose to his feet and froze for a split second, thinking feverishly about the situation. After chasing the tyrant, he was now behind the city. There were tall cliffs between the ocean and the northern wall of Falcon Scott. So nothing could escape the shore without being torn to shreds by the defensive armaments. Granted, most of the First Army forces were currently concentrated on the southern side of the wall, fighting against the devouring cloud. The port fortress was nearby, though, and defended by its own garrison. Bloodwave and the Awakened of the House of Night were also there, protecting the anchored ships and overseeing the loading of the refugees. 1,000 enthralled corpses were not going to put a dent in the defenses of the port. As for the terror itself, just as that thought flashed through Sunny's mind, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, behind the slowly advancing figures of the drowned residents of Low 49, the black water seethed and boiled, releasing even more thralls. Nightmare creatures, thousands of them, were rising from the waves, all moving with the same silent, harrowing dispassion. He took an involuntary step back, then steeled himself and raised the sin of solace. The terror's thralls could not be allowed to reach the port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were currently there, with even more already on the ships. Thankfully, the elevator platforms leading to Falcon Scott were empty. The evacuation stopped briefly on account of the devouring cloud. The defenders of the metropolis had also spotted the new threat. Powerful beams of light fell from above, illuminating the quiet horde. An instant later, a hail of bullets was supposed to tear into it, but it didn't. The spotlights moved on, as if not noticing anything. Instead of an obliterating onslaught of heavy rounds, all that came were a few sporadic streams of rifle bullets. The armaments on the wall of the port fortress were silent, too. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. The hex! He did not get a chance to finish the thought. Vern suddenly disappeared, moving with much more speed than he had been capable of as a human. Sonny shifted, trying to deflect the incoming attack, but his reaction was too slow. A devastating blow sent him flying backwards, the breath knocked out of him entirely. He crashed to the ground and rolled, feeling cold numbness spreading through his chest. Curse it! He had been mistaken to assess the enemy's power based on how powerful the thralls had been before falling prey to the terror. Whatever the creature had done to them, had made them into, was much more dangerous than their former selves. You are a neglectful fool, aren't you? Struggling to inhale, Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he had already known that the hexed residents were capable of showing unnatural strength. Why would the slaves be different? If anything, their change would be greater. One master, 100 or so awakened, close to 1,000 mundane soldiers, several hundreds of civilians, and thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures, all controlled and changed by the terror, with everyone seemingly blind to their existence. The situation was not good. Feeling true fear for the first time in a long while, Sonny forced himself to rise once again and look at the hollow-eyed horde. No, not everyone. Although most of the defenders seemed to be ignoring the terror's thralls, some were still firing their rifles. That meant that the creature's hex was not absolute. With so many residents around, it could only do so much. There was a restriction to its power, which meant that it could be defeated. There was a sound of metal scraping against stone behind him. Looking back, Sonny saw Dale approaching, his buckler raised and dripping with blood. His heart skipped a beat. "Dale, do you see them?" The heavily armored master turned his head slightly, darkness nestled in the slit of his visor. His voice sounded a little muffled. "What are you talking about?" Sonny's heart fell, but then Dale continued. "How would I miss thousands of creatures crawling from the ocean? Of course, I see them. Question is, why are the wall armaments still silent?" More and more nightmare creatures emerged from the water, flooding the shore. Sonny found Vern and shivered, noticing that the dead master was staring at him as well. "It's the terror of Low 49. The wretched thing is messing with people's minds. We need to—" The hollow horde suddenly stopped moving. Thousands of heads turned in unison, countless empty eyes all staring at a single point. Sonny, he shivered. I guess it recognized me as well. The horde rushed forward. Chapter 10:12, The Fall of Falcon Scott 30. Across the city to the south, the majority of the First Army forces were fighting the devouring cloud. Even directionless, the gluttonous swarm still posed an existential threat to Falcon Scott. The sky was torn asunder by fire and explosions, countless brood beasts melting in that inferno as they threw themselves against the siege capital's defenses. Somewhere further south, far away, Sky Tide was once again engaged in a dreadful battle against the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. And yet, here, on the shore of the dark ocean, a new threat appeared, one that was perhaps no less dangerous than the devouring cloud. Worst of all, no one except for two masters and a handful of disparate soldiers seemed to be aware of it. Or so Sonny had thought. The instant the hollow horde surged forward, the port fortress finally came alive. Numerous turrets turned their barrels, unleashing an onslaught of bullets at the thralls of the terror of the depths. Bright beams of light once again shone on the shore, and several rail guns thundered, cutting rifts through the horde. Arrows and magical projectiles fell down like rain. The thralls had turned out to be too potent to be obliterated by the sudden assault, but they did slow down for a moment. Finally, some luck. Sonny prepared to launch himself into the mass of enemies, but Dale suddenly pulled him back. "What the hell are you doing?" The stalwart master glanced at him calmly, then shook his head. "There's no time for that. The real foe is the terror, not its puppets. You need to go find Bloodwave or someone from the House of Night at least. They need to find the creature and destroy it before it's too late." Sonny blinked. "What about you?" Dale turned to the advancing horde, lingered for a moment, and shrugged. "I'll stay and make sure that they do not breach the wall of the port." There were a lot of words left unsaid, but they both understood the implication. Dale was best at stationary defense, while Sonny was swift and elusive. Their roles were decided for them by that uncomplicated reality, and there was nothing to discuss. The heavily armored master took a step forward, raising his shield and mace. "Go, Sunless, don't linger." Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it without saying anything. Throwing one last glance at the figure of Vern, who was walking steadily through the hellish barrage of bullets without paying them any attention, he gritted his teeth and dove into the shadows. Behind him, the first of the thralls was already lunging at Dale, hollow eyes shining with the reflected moonlight. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Swiftly gliding through the darkness, he soon reached the wall of the port fortress and scaled it, emerging from the shadows on the battlements. Here, a chaotic flurry of activity was boiling. Soldiers and awakened, feverishly sending rivers of bullets, arrows, and magic into the horde of thralls. On the other side of the wall, Sonny could see a large crowd of terrified refugees filling a large courtyard below. They had come here to board one of the ships and escape the doomed siege, but got stuck in the middle of the battle instead. Ignoring the grim sight, he ran across the battlement toward the citadel of the fortress. If he could not find what he sought there, he would proceed past the citadel toward the pier, and from there to the battleships if need be. As Sonny ran, he looked around, hoping to see someone from the House of Night among the defenders. He got lucky sooner than he had expected. The wall of the port fortress had towers rising above it at set intervals, each serving as a bunker. As he passed through one of these bunkers, observing the complicated machinery of the rail gun housed within, he noticed a familiar figure standing near a targeting interface. Tall, handsome, with black hair that sometimes seemed inky blue, Neve. Sonny dashed toward the Nightwalker, who looked up from the terminal with a surprised expression. "Sunless, what are you?" Sonny waved a hand, interrupting him. "Long story, are you free from the hex? Can you see the monsters?" He realized something, then looked around with a bit of confusion. "Actually, never mind. How are all of you able to see them?" Neve lingered for a moment. "Nightwalkers like me have a high affinity to guidance and revelations. The ocean and its depths, too, so many of us were able to see through the hex. As for the rest of the garrison, they don't see anything. But they also don't need to, as long as someone provides them with the targeting data. Basically, they are shooting blindly in the direction where we point." Sonny froze for a moment, admiring the effective crudeness of that simple solution. Then, his face darkened. On the wall outside the bunker, one of the soldiers suddenly lowered his rifle, remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and jumped over the parapet of the battlement, disappearing into the cold water below without a sound. No one seemed to notice his absence. "Where's Bloodwave?" Neve pointed north toward the pier. "Protecting the ships." "Why?" Sonny answered with urgency obvious in his voice. "This battle can't be won unless the source of the hex is destroyed. The terror of Low 49, we need to find and kill it. Staying on the defensive will only allow that fiend to propagate its influence throughout the city, killing countless people and growing its army. The House of Night and your saint are our best bet." The Nightwalker stared at him for a few moments. His tired face paled a little. "You want us to forsake the ships, dive into the ocean, and fight the terror in its territory?" Sonny simply nodded. "Exactly, and I'll dive with you too." Neve hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Well, all right, follow me then. I'll take you to see my uncle." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, that's it? I thought I would have to persuade you." The Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "I was persuaded the instant you uttered, 'This battle can't be won unless.' That terror is one of the top targets anyway. So come, Let's Hunt the Bastard Down, Chapter 1013. THYFALLAFFALSAN Cyrillic letter 455 SATT 31. As Neve and Sunny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the night sky, and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever even fought in the water?" Sunny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea and the forgotten shore. The boat that Nephi's had built from the bones of demons that did not survive till the end. Once, the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. How did it go? Sunny gritted his teeth. I'm still alive, aren't I? There was not much of a choice, anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended from the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get, so Sunny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. It won't be easy, though. Sunny had a couple of memories that would help perform well underwater, but he lacked experience when it came to fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sunny was unsure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know much about the terror of L049 and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might. But even then, such things were highly relative when it came to a corrupted creature. As Neve and Sunny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the night sky, and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever even fought in the water?" Sunny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea and the forgotten shore. The boat that Nephi's had built from the bones of demons that did not survive till the end. Once, the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. How did it go? Sunny gritted his teeth. I'm still alive, aren't I? There was not much of a choice, anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended from the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get. So Sunny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. It won't be easy, though. Sunny had a couple of memories that would help perform well underwater, but he lacked experience when it came to fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, Shadow Step and Shadow Manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sunny was unsure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know much about the terror of L049 and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might. But even then, such things were highly relative when it came to a corrupted creature. With the jade blade strapped safely to his back, Sunny walked over to the very edge of the pier and glanced at Neve. The Nightwalker was already clad in a light armor that seemed to be made of black seaweed and nacreous shell. A pale smile appeared on Neve's face. Ready? Sunny stared at the tumultuous dark wave beneath them and shook his head. Then, he jumped. The ocean grasped him in its cold embrace a moment later. Sunny almost panicked. A deluge of unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in his mind, but then discovered that he could breathe normally despite being surrounded by water that calmed him down a little. The essence pearl had a strange effect. Sunny could breathe through his nose as if he was standing on solid ground, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing the salty water from flowing up his nostrils. Additionally, the active enchantment of the charm allowed him to see clearly through the dark expanse of the ocean, as if he was wearing a diving mask. He was cold, but not terribly so. It seemed that the high element resistance of the marble shell, augmented by the shadows, was enough to protect him from freezing to death, adding the memory of ice on top of that turned out to be overkill. Sunny dismissed the blue crystal, relieved to save some essence. Not too bad. A moment later, Neve plunged into the water beside him and swam nimbly forward and down. Sunny had learned how to swim during his wilderness survival lessons back at the academy and practiced it a few times on the forgotten shore. And yet, one glance at the scion of the House of Night made him feel embarrassed. The Nightwalker moved through the water with great speed and ease, looking like some kind of graceful aquatic creature. It almost seemed as if he was more comfortable in the water than he had been on land. Maybe he was. Sighing inwardly, Sunny followed. His movements might not have been as natural or graceful as Neve's, but with the frightening strength of an ascended devil and the help of the nimble catch, he found himself more than capable with keeping up. They dove deeper into the dark water, soon reaching the ships. Sunny felt a tremendous shadow floating silently below a few moments before he saw it. There, in the darkness, a monstrous killer whale was waiting, watching them with its giant blue eyes. Chapter 10:14, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. Sunny had seen Bloodwave in his bestial form once from afar, but up close, the Saint of Night was much more terrifying. The creature he had transformed into looked somewhat like a killer whale, its hide black and white, the lines of its body smooth and predatory. However, it was much larger than any mundane beast had any right to be. There was a patchwork of ugly scars covering its hide, and steel armor encasing its long fins, edges sharp like blades. Its enormous eyes glowed in the darkness of the ocean with blue light, full of willpower and intelligence. Even knowing that the giant killer whale was actually a human, Sunny couldn't help but feel tense in front of the great predator. Since the beginning of the siege of Falcon Scott, Bloodwave had rarely shown himself. He mostly remained underwater, protecting the anchored ships and fighting those nightmare creatures that would try to attack the city from the depths. Army Command did not dare leave the port fortress and the vulnerable vessels without a defender. And yet, today, that was exactly what had to happen. While Sunny stared at the mighty Saint, Neve glided forward and then hovered in front of the killer whale's snout, keeping himself in place with barely noticeable movements of his arms and legs. The tall master looked tiny beside the giant creature. Huh. Sunny realized that he did not know how to communicate with others underwater. He couldn't really speak or even open his mouth unless he wanted to lose the essence pearl and suffocate. There was probably a system of signs one could learn, but he had not done that in advance. The world was silent. Not quite. Actually, the ocean was full of sounds. They were just strange and muffled, reverberating through his bones as if he was hearing them with his entire body. The noise of the battle above was like a low, all-encompassing, distant roar. Sunny knew that sound was supposed to propagate very far in the water, but had no tools to distinguish and interpret what he heard. Nevertheless, the Nightwalkers seemed to possess some method of sharing information. A few moments after Neve approached Bloodwave, the killer whale shifted slightly, staring into the depths of the ocean. His pupils narrowed. Then, a strange thing happened. The eyes of the great predator remained clear and blue, but the water itself seemed suddenly tinted dark crimson around them. Sunny felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Bloodwave did not like what was happening at all. Then, the sensation passed as swiftly as it had appeared, and the ocean was normal once again. Neve turned around and beckoned for him to come closer. Struggling against the instinctual fear of large predators, Sunny swam toward the monstrous killer whale. Once he got close, there was suddenly a familiar voice in his ears. "My uncle agrees, we have to kill the terror." Sunny stared at the Nightwalker silently. Neve tilted his head a little. "Oh, you can't speak. Well, there's nothing to discuss, anyway. All the available information about the creature was already given to us by Tyrus of White Feather. We can only attack the terror and do our best. How is your resistance against mind attacks?" Sunny made a fist and raised his thumb. He doubted that any master had better mental defenses than him. Plus, he was already inoculated against the terror's hex. The Nightwalker nodded. "Good. Taking our awakened into the depths would just mean giving the creature more puppets to control. The three of us will have to hunt alone. Once we discover the terror, Bloodwave will lead the charge, while our task will be to support him. Maybe we'll even survive, who knows? Are you ready?" Sunny shrugged, which was an awkward thing to do underwater. Then follow me. Neve swam even closer to the great beast, gliding parallel to Bloodwave's back. Reaching the dorsal fin that stood tall like the mast of a ship, he grabbed onto a small depression in the armor encasing it and gestured for Sunny to do the same. Great. I'm going to ride a damned saint into the depths of a damned ocean. Cursing his fate, Sunny followed the Nightwalker's example and latched himself to the killer whale's fin like some sort of hitchhiker fish. He could feel a vast, powerful heartbeat somewhere below him and a mighty presence that was beyond all mundane senses. Neve's voice resounded once again in his ears. Don't let go. Well, unless you feel like the pressure is too great for you to handle. I don't know how deep the terror hides and how deep you can dive. Sorry, Sunless. You'll have to learn how to traverse the abyss fast and on your own. Before Sunny could think of an answer, even though he could not relay it, Bloodwave suddenly moved. His great body lunged forward with stunning speed, and a powerful current almost threw Sunny off the fin. He grabbed tighter to the steel armor, feeling how strange it was to be able to breathe freely despite the rushing water. Neve stretched a hand to support him, but then brought it back, seeing that there was no need. This is. Riding a giant killer whale into the dark depths of the ocean was perhaps not the strangest journey Sunny had made, but it was definitely up there with the weirdest of them, especially considering that the whale was actually a saint of the Great Clan Night. The whole situation would have been comically surreal if it wasn't so dreadful. A terrible enemy waited for them at the end of this journey. Bloodwave journeyed away from the shore, submerging deeper and deeper into the watery abyss. The world around them was ruthlessly cold and absolutely lightless, eerily similar to the sky below of the Chained Isles, but much more frightening. In fact, that was not the only similarity. The deeper they went, the more Sunny felt as if something was pressing down on him. It was as if a titanic slab of stone was weighing on his body, making it harder to move and breathe. The feeling was not dissimilar to the torturous force of the crushing, and thinking of that analogy made him very, very uneasy. The crushing was capable of killing even saints, after all. He tried to control his breathing. No mundane ocean can kill a saint, and in terms of sturdiness, I'm not that far from one. Down and down they went. Chapter 10:15, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 33. The deeper Bloodwave descended into the vast, boundless, dark abyss of the ocean, the more disturbed Sunny felt, and he had already been deeply uncomfortable before taking the plunge into the shallows. There was nothing but emptiness and oppressive darkness both above and below them, stretching endlessly into the unknown. Even though Sunny could see through the water, unlike how it had been in the impenetrable darkness of the cursed sea of the Forgotten Shore, he was still distressed. The depths of the ocean were not a place meant for humans, they were its opposite. Coming here voluntarily was nothing but pure madness. I might have misunderstood the Nightwalkers, they are all lunatics. He shifted slightly and glanced at Neve, who was holding tightly to the fin of the monstrous killer whale. The currents battered them, and the pressure was slowly growing unbearable. The scion of the House of Night was not exactly calm, but his unease was caused by the prospect of fighting a corrupted terror, not the watery abyss itself. Strangely, Sunny's feelings were reversed. The terror of Low 49 was a harrowing foe indeed, but he had faced plenty of those. The ocean, on the other hand, was an alien, unfamiliar, and fundamentally hostile space. It was abysmal in the purest sense of the word. Grimacing, Sunny pulled himself closer to Bloodwave's fin and waited. He did not know what exact means the saint was using to track the hidden terror. There was some pattern to his movements, but Sunny wasn't sure what it was. Sometimes, it felt as though the great predator was choosing the direction at random, but one thing remained constant: they were always moving deeper into the darkness. Neve had not spoken to him again, but there was also no reason to. Sunny briefly considered summoning the extraordinary rock to relay his thoughts, but then discarded that idea. He had nothing useful to say, and making too much noise could attract unwanted attention. Who knew what horrors hid in the dark depths beside the terror? At some point, he felt a coughing fit rising from somewhere in his lungs and nearly panicked. The last thing Sunny wanted was to drown because of the residual trauma caused by brushing against a nightmare gate. He gritted his teeth and concentrated on suppressing the cough, forgetting even his fear of the ocean in the process. That was why he almost missed the moment when the terror finally revealed itself. Hidden in the depths of the lightless abyss, an eerily beautiful creature floated in the vast and silent darkness. Feeling a slight tremor run through the enormous body of the giant killer whale and hearing its booming heartbeat change pace, Sunny looked into the distance. He shivered. From a distance, the terror looked akin to a strange, ghostly flower. A lily, perhaps, or a white lotus. Its pallid petals flowed and danced slowly in the darkness, some stretching for hundreds of meters into the empty abyss, some swirling around the small, nebulous shape hidden in their center. The sight of it was both breathtakingly beautiful and deeply terrifying. The wide ribbons of white looked both like the petals of a flower, and like the long tentacles of an ethereal creature, too alien to be described with words. When they got closer, however, Sunny discovered that they were neither petals nor pale flesh. Instead, he thought that he was looking at long stretches of white, flowing cloth. He did not know if he was right or how it even made sense. And that was not what Sunny was preoccupied with at the moment either. There were other shapes surrounding the ghostly white blossom, hundreds of them. Drowned bodies surrounded it like a morbid barrier, humans, nightmare creatures, and things he could not name. They floated silently around the terror, unmoving, their empty eyes staring blindly into the darkness. Some had cloth petals wrapped around them like a burial shroud. The eerie scene made him shudder. The otherworldly beauty of it all only made the visage more appalling. There was a powerful presence emanating from the mass of billowing white cloth, one of utter horror and malice. Sunny felt that presence overwhelm him, making it impossible to look away from the terror, but also unbearable to witness it. He felt mesmerized, frozen, and paralyzed. That feeling was broken by another presence, though. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed to become tinted red, and he felt a deep fury rising from within him. Sunny recognized that fury as something that was not his own, but instead belonged to someone else. Bloodwave. The Saint of Night was incensed, and whatever fear they might have felt was washed away by the murderous rage of the great predator. It almost seemed as though the cloth petals trembled slightly. In the next moment, the hundreds of drowned creatures all came alive, their hollow eyes turning to stare at them. Sunny uttered a silent curse and freed the Sin of Solace from its makeshift scabbard with his free hand. Here we go, then. He felt Bloodwave's body move, and then a furious roar spread through the water like a fearless battle cry. The force of it was almost physical in nature, moving through the dark abyss like a devastating shockwave. The monstrous killer whale surged forward, and with him, the ocean itself came alive. Powerful currents assaulted the pallid flower, throwing its ghastly defenders away. The crimson hue of the water became more apparent, and wherever it spread, Bloodwave seemed to gain even more speed, even more might. At the same time, the cloth petals exploded with motion, unfurling like long limbs, grabbing the thralls and throwing them forward. By Sunny's side, Neve glanced at him and outstretched a hand, a bone harpoon appearing in it. The Nightwalker smiled, indigo lights dancing in his eyes. It's time. With that, he pushed himself off the fin and shot forward with incredible speed. A moment later, Bloodwave crashed into the moving barrier of hollow-eyed thralls. Chapter 10:16. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 34. The monstrous killer whale snapped its jaws, savaging several massive nightmare creatures at once. Clouds of blood and pulverized flesh escaped from his maw like a red tide. Powerful currents of crimson water swirled around his massive body, ripping even more abominations apart. A dozen thralls were destroyed when the great predator rammed through them at dreadful speed. Armored fins moved, slicing bodies like giant blades. A split second later, Bloodwave shot past the barrier of flesh, leaving devastation in his wake. He continued forward, heading for the eerie flower of white cloth that was the terror. Neve and Sunny were left behind, though. Their task was to deal with the thralls and prevent them from attacking the Saint from behind. How the hell do I do this? Fighting underwater was not at all like fighting on land. At this depth, Sunny felt as though he was constantly being pressed down by an immeasurable weight, both from without and from within. His ascended physique and augmented strength were enough to deal with it, but he still felt a strain considerable enough to demand adjustment. It was a lot like fighting while under the effect of the crushing. More importantly, though, there was nothing to support him here. Usually, a fighter's might came from being grounded. Without the ground under Sunny's feet, his blows would lack power. They would also push him away with the same force that had been exerted on the enemy, making battle flow and positioning a nightmare. So he saw two ways to fight effectively. One was to grapple the enemy and use their own body as support, bringing combat to an extremely close range. He would be greatly disadvantaged in such a scenario due to the length of his blade. The other was to use acceleration and maneuvering to turn each of his attacks into a deadly charge. Sunny had a sinking suspicion that he would have to utilize both approaches today. Ahead of him, Neve clashed with one of the thralls. His harpoon shot forward, piercing the creature's head. The Nightwalker pushed it through all the way, then let go of the shaft, grabbed it again near the head a moment later, and tore the spear free. Then, Sunny had no more time to observe the Nightwalker, forced to concentrate on his own enemy. A vaguely familiar abomination that resembled a grotesque mannequin of flesh lunged at him, its hollow eyes full of darkness. A menacing bone scythe cut down, threatening to split Sunny apart. He was somewhat certain that his skin would withstand the edge, but there was no point in taking the risk. The Sin of Solace moved to intercept the strike, much slower than he was used to, but still viciously fast. The jade blade easily cut through the scythe, breaking it, and then continued forward to sever the flesh mannequin from shoulder to thigh. The spell whispered into his ear, its voice unaffected by the heavy mass of water. "You have slain a fallen monster. Your shadow." With no time to listen to it, Sunny suppressed his revulsion and used the bleeding remains of the abomination to launch himself sideways. A moment later, a chitinous body barreled through the spot he had been occupying. 5 more were already closing in on him from 5 different directions. Sunny took a deep breath. This is not too bad. The situation was dire, but not as hopeless as he had expected. The greatest threat, the terror itself, was currently preoccupied with Bloodwave. The thralls, meanwhile, were numerous and much more powerful than they had the right to be. However, there was one factor working against them. Most of the thralls were no more native to the dark abyss of the ocean than he was. Their movements were purposeful, but a little bit awkward. Their initial assault was dreadful, but mostly because many had been launched forward by the long pieces of white cloth that swirled around and trailed behind the terror, behaving like the tentacles of a giant monster. Now that their momentum was spent, the thralls were much slower and less maneuverable than Neve. And Sunny, too, thanks to the nimble catch. An awakened would have been torn to pieces in an instant, but the two masters found themselves at a certain advantage. More than that, Sunny realized that his aspect was not as useless underwater as he had thought. There were no shadows around him to manifest. But that was only because he could not compel living shadows to obey him. Of those, there were plenty. Shadows required a surface to exist, and each thrall's body was a surface. Each of the thralls possessed a shadow, which allowed Sunny to sense their movements even if he did not see them. It also allowed Sunny to use Shadow Step, as long as the abomination was large enough. As 5 thralls lunged at him, Sunny swam forward, dodged the claws of an especially large nightmare creature, and dove into its shadow, appearing on top of the chitinous monstrosity that had missed him a few moments earlier. The Sin of Solace plunged through the thick carapace, instantly killing the abomination. "You have slain a fallen beast. Your shadow." Sunny almost grinned. So many fragments. He pushed himself off the convulsing carcass, narrowly escaping the cloud of blood, and looked up just in time to see Neve clashing with another thrall. The bone harpoon once again struck first, beheading the hollow-eyed creature. However, this time, the Nightwalker was a split second too late to dodge the incoming attack. Even though the thrall had lost its head, the creature's tail still flew forward, carried by momentum and inertia. The long, vicious spike at the end of the tail struck Neve square in the chest, easily piercing the nacreous shell armor and plunging deep into his body. Then, it emerged from his back. Sunny's eyes widened. But then, something strange happened. The scion of the House of Night seemed to ignore the terrible wound. And in fact, there was no wound. Instead, it was as though Neve's body had turned into liquid. The spike pierced that liquid and then flew out of the master's side without leaving a trace. A second later, Neve turned solid once again, already attacking the next thrall. His movements were swift, graceful, and flowing. Sunny tore his gaze away and lashed out with the sin of solace to deflect a blow from a hollow-eyed thrall. Neat. Behind them, Bloodwave had finally reached the beautiful, harrowing White Blossom. Chapter 10:17, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 35. The monstrous killer whale cut through the crimson darkness, descending upon the ethereal blossom of flowing white cloth. His mouth opened, revealing a palisade of terrifying fangs. His blue eyes had turned deep red, glowing like spotlights, and full of murderous intent. As the great predator approached, the pallid flower exploded with movement. The shorter petals swirled, creating a barrier of white cloth around the small, unclear shape hidden in their center. The longer ones, which had been drifting gracefully on the currents, suddenly contracted and shot forward like tentacles. Bloodwave roared. Powerful currents surrounding his body churned, surging forward to meet the petals. He dodged nimbly, continuing to move forward as his jaw closed on one of the white tentacles. There was no blood, no torn flesh, and no crushed bone. It was as though the petal was indeed nothing but white silk, and damaging it was like cutting a piece of lifeless cloth. Sunny did not see much of what happened after, because he had his own problems to worry about. There were just too many thralls around him, all powerful enough to pose a serious threat. Even with most of them assaulting the port fortress somewhere far away and above, the Terror's drowned guard was enough to kill him and Neve 10 times over, if they were not careful enough. Damn it! Propelling himself forward through the dark water, Sunny collided with a hideous creature made of iron and bone. The sin of solace passed through the abomination's body, cleaving it apart. However, the next thrall was already upon him. 2 human hands wrapped around his throat, trying to rip it open with dreadful strength. Sunny's skin turned hard as stone and resisted the pale fingers, but he still found himself being strangled. Using shadow sense to perceive the shape of the enemy, Sunny slashed back with the jade sword, severing both of the arms. Tearing the cold hands off, he twisted and kicked back, pushing himself and the thrall away from each other. His adversary was hindered and maimed, but not eliminated. And more were already closing in. This is not going to work. He was doing well for now, but death was only one mistake away. Sunny relied on his superior speed and maneuverability to slay the thralls, which meant that the moment he was immobilized or stalled, the tables would be turned. He was not a stranger to fighting with everything on the line, but not in an environment as strange and unfamiliar as the depths of the ocean. It was far easier to make a fatal mistake in a place the rules of which he did not know. Sunny willed himself to swim forward, then hesitantly turned onto his back and looked in the direction where Neve was battling a throng of abominations. The Nightwalker moved with ease and graceful precision, navigating the dark waters like a creature born in and for the depths. He certainly knew the rules. An idea slowly formed in Sunny's mind. He adjusted his battle strategy in order to always keep Neve in his sight, earning a few shallow scrapes as a result. Sunny was a talented fighter, possessing combat intelligence on par with the best of the best. He had plenty of insight into the underlying laws of conflict, and much better than that, his mastery of shadow dance allowed him to read most of his opponents like an open book. And that was exactly what he had been doing throughout this battle, like most of the battles of the Antarctica campaign. There were too many thralls around to truly grasp all of their patterns, but their rudimentary battle styles were also crude and unsophisticated. Sensing the movements of their shadows for a few moments was enough to gain a shallow but sufficient level of understanding. However, that approach might have been the wrong one today. So, instead of trying to shadow his enemies, Sunny concentrated his will on trying to shadow his ally. Neve's battle style was much more complex, profound, and refined. In terms of scope and sophistication, it was up there with the most intricately designed combat art Sunny had witnessed. As expected of a scion of a great clan, that style was not something that he could learn in mere seconds or even several minutes. But even the few minor insights Sunny did gain were already enough to qualitatively change his performance. Huh. So that's how you do it. The lessons he learned from using shadow dance to study how the Nightwalker moved were not anything grand, but they were extremely valuable. What better teacher could there be than a man supposedly carrying the lineage of Storm God, the god of the depths? It was all about how his body related to the water, and how the water related to his body. How to position himself to cut through it unimpeded, and how to use the mass of water for his advantage. Shadow dance, and the harsh training Sunny had put himself through to master its first steps, made both his mind and body extremely malleable and adaptable. That was why he was able to quickly put what he had just learned into practice. Changing minute details of how he moved, which muscles he strained, and the timing of sending targeted impulses of essence to reinforce them, Sunny was suddenly able to navigate the dark abyss much more freely. He felt more in control of his environment now, working with it instead of against it to achieve his goals. A massive nightmare creature lunged at him, its claws missing the target by a few centimeters, just as Sunny had planned. He cut into the abomination and at the same time circled around it, using the carcass to hide from the next enemy. A moment later, the second thrall was dead, too. Good. But then, there was even more Sunny could do by fusing his unique abilities with what he had learned from Neve. Using the feather of truth to make himself lighter or heavier, he could float up or plummet deeper like a stone. Using shadow step, he could jump between the large abominations. He could even turn incorporeal and cling to their bodies as a shadow. If he used all of this smartly, the ocean would not be as inhospitable. In fact, it was even a little liberating. Being able to freely move in 3 dimensions instead of just 2 opened up all kinds of neat tricks he could pull. The only limit was his intellect, cunning, and imagination. Get ready, bastards. Brandishing the sin of solace, Sunny cut through the dark water to meet the attacking thralls. A pale smile appeared on his face. Chapter 10:18, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 36. Sunny and Neve fought against the drowned guardians of the terror, while Bloodwave assaulted the eerie flower of white cloth itself. From what Sunny could see, and he rarely got the chance to glance in that direction, embroiled in a furious and lethally dangerous battle of his own. The corrupted creature and the saint were at an impasse of sorts. The terror did not seem to have a lot of physical power. His graceful petals possessed a harrowing strength, of course, but not enough to threaten the transcendent in his bestial form. Not all saint transformations were those of beasts, and out of the ones that were, not all possessed overwhelming physical might. But Bloodwave certainly did. The monstrous killer whale attacked again and again, and the pallid blossom avoided his teeth and fangs again and again. Its shorter petals danced, making the terror glide away, moving in irrational and mesmerizing patterns. The sight of it was eerily beautiful. Its longer petals, though, some of them hundreds of meters long, slithered through the crimson darkness like white tentacles, battering the great predator and trying to wrap themselves around his enormous body. Nevertheless, Bloodwave did not seem hindered. A few of them were already torn apart, swathes of billowing white cloth drifting silently into the dark depths. Some distance away from the 2 clashing giants, Sunny and Neve were feverishly battling the legion of hollow-eyed thralls. The cold abyss was littered with blooming clouds of blood and sliced remnants that floated around them like a morbid veil. Almost 100 abominations had already been slain, but twice as many still remained. Curse it. The Nightwalker was a good partner in this battle, perhaps even the best Sunny could have hoped for, and yet he still missed his shadows. Granted, neither would have been of much help in the depths of the ocean. Stone Knights were not exactly the best divers, and neither were horses, as far as he knew. Sunny, meanwhile, had grown somewhat confident about fighting underwater. He had managed to learn a few things by observing Neve, and understood how to deal with the unbearable pressure by borrowing from his experiences with the crushing. Everything was going well. Sunny decapitated another thrall, then spun, bringing the sin of solace in front of him. A creature that had been hidden by a cloud of blood suddenly lunged forward, only to impale itself on the jade giant. He had sensed its shadow long before the abomination appeared in view. His lungs were burning, which was a concerning thing when one was deep, deep below the surface of the ocean. However, Sunny knew that it was just a sign of physical exertion. The essence pearl was still supplying him with a steady stream of air to breathe, and although he felt tired, that tiredness was nowhere near being debilitating. With every kill they made, the number of thralls attacking Sunny and Neve diminished. They had already survived the assault of the full 300, so fighting against the remaining 2 was much more manageable, and it would only grow more manageable soon. So why do I feel so uneasy? Sunny shivered, allowing himself to drift down for a brief moment. Indeed, despite the fact that they seemed to be prevailing, his heart was growing heavier with each kill. It did not make any logical sense, but nevertheless, Sunny's intuition seemed to be telling him that he was missing something. But what? There was not much time to think between the clashes with the abominable thralls, mostly because Sunny had to spend that time observing the dark waters around him and frantically calculating how and where to move in order to survive, as well as put himself in position for the next attack. And yet, the longer the battle went on, the more it felt as though something was not right. What is it? He would have said that it was too easy. But it was not. Fighting hundreds of menacing thralls underwater was one of the hardest and most demanding battles he had the misfortune of going through in the southern quadrant. Sunny was not only pushing his limits, he had ventured well past them, going so far as to learn an entirely new dimension of combat. Even then, it was barely enough to keep him alive. Perhaps it was the fact that the terror of Low 49 had yet to launch a devastating mental assault on them, or pull some other diabolical trick. Not that it was not already doing more than enough. In fact, the powers that the pallid blossom wielded were truly harrowing. It was controlling thousands of thralls that laid siege to the port, spreading its hex through the garrison of the fortress and the first army soldiers manning the northern section of the wall, puppeteering hundreds of abominations that sought to kill Sunny and Neve, and fighting a powerful saint. All at the same time, it was just that Sunny had expected. Something more. The bitter defeat he had suffered at Low 49 left a mark on his heart. Although he did not want to admit it, the truth of the matter was that Sunny was afraid of the terror. Was that fear irrational? The marble shell gives me high protection against mental attacks. It is currently an ascended attribute, 1 rank below the terror, but it is also augmented by my shadows, Bloodwave and Neve. I don't know what tools they have to defend their minds, but anyone from a great clan has to have a great arsenal of memories at their disposal. Maybe the truth was just that simple. The 3 of them were too tough to be affected by the terror's greatest weapon. As he dispatched another thrall and briefly met Neve, the 2 of them grasping hands to propel each other in different directions, the sin of Solace sighed. Such a fool. Sunny grimaced, raising the jade giant to meet another enemy. He had grown accustomed to the cursed sword striking at all his deepest insecurities, the lack of education and intelligence, mostly emotional, being one of them. However, why had the sin of Solace spoken now? What was I thinking about? The 3 of them being highly resistant to the terror's most powerful means of attack. And before that, about how many things the creature was doing at the same time, from fighting Bloodwave to controlling the assault on the port fortress. He continued to slay one thrall after another, becoming more and more distracted by the feeling of impending doom. His intuition was almost screaming now. I don't get it. I don't get it, damn. Sunny tore through a group of abominations, gritting his teeth. Luckily, there were much fewer of them left, so he had some space to think. Because of that, a random thought found its way into his mind. I wonder how Dale is doing. Then, he froze, which almost cost him an eye. Dale and the other defenders of Falcon Scott must have obliterated a lot of the thralls on the shore by now. And here in the depths of the ocean, Sunny and Neve had killed their share as well. And the terror, which had been spread thin, controlling all of them, was freed from the burden of commanding the thralls. With each of its puppets the humans destroyed, the creature was gaining back the ability to concentrate all its powers into a single point. Suddenly chilled to the bone, Sunny turned around to see the battle between the terror and the saint, but he was a few moments too late. Chapter 1019, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 37. Some distance away, the ethereal flower suddenly swirled, its beautiful petals billowing outward like a current of white silk. Ghostly tentacles of flowing cloth shot toward the charging saint, too swift and insidious to dodge. As Sunny watched in fear, Bloodwave's head became enveloped by the silk, his glowing eyes disappearing from view. The body of the monstrous killer whale shuddered, moved weakly, and then grew strangely still. Gods! He saw something much more frightening as well. Two of the longer petals were already flying through the dark abyss, approaching Sunny and Neve. They were fast. Too fast, inescapable. He had no time to dodge or even react. There were no thralls close enough to hide in their shadow, and not enough time to try and swim away. All Sunny managed to do was slash forward with the sin of solace. The jade blade met the white petal, cutting through the cloth. A small piece of it drifted away, but the petal was not slowed down at all. It seemed to unfurl into a vast expanse of billowing silk, surrounding Sunny from all sides. Then, he was wrapped in the cold whiteness, encompassed and immobilized by it. The feeling of smooth satin brushing against his naked skin made Sunny shudder. Damna, Tian. Then, the world grew still. The dark abyss of the ocean disappeared, replaced by an eternity of fluttering white cloth. His exhaustion and fear disappeared, too. His memory, foresight, awareness, intent, and resolve were gone. His mind was empty. Sunny vaguely remembered having thoughts, desires, and hopes, but those words seemed senseless now, their meaning unfathomable. In fact, the word he had used to describe himself, Sunny, was meaningless too. What a strange one it was. Surrounded by billowing silk, he sensed movement. There were shadows moving around him. He was moving too, being drawn closer to the largest one. With each passing moment, his sense of self was dissolving more and more. Soon, it would be gone completely. And then something new, something old, something darker, something waiting was going to take its place. He felt at peace with that. He felt empty. The emptiness was comforting. There was just one thing blemishing the peaceful white flawlessness of the empty satin world. A sinister, mocking voice. It whispered into his ear, gloating, "Here we go. A pathetic end for a pathetic fool." Spurred by the hateful voice, his own voice, Sunny suddenly remembered. Lost from light, that was his name. That one memory unlocked all the rest like a key. What is going on? He struggled against the white cloth enveloping his body, but it was hopeless. The terrifying understanding flooded his mind, making him remember what had happened and what was happening, what was probably about to happen. Sunny's consciousness was strangely split, one part of it sensing the reality of being dragged through the mass of water by one of the terror's petals, the other still lost in the endless expanse of billowing silk. He could feel a boundless alien presence encroaching upon both, seeing through his eyes, thinking his thoughts, and hungrily wanting for more. Its progress was slow and labored, but inevitable. Sunny tried to fight against the harrowing invader, throwing all of his willpower into a fierce assault, but it simply shattered against the vast, ancient, malevolent enormity of it like glass. Not good. His thoughts were slowing down. Suspecting that fighting the terror in the mindscape was a futile endeavor, Sunny tried to free himself from the physical bonds instead. However, his arms were pressed tightly against his body, and the white cloth refused to part before the blade of the sin of solace, like the flesh of other nightmare creatures usually did. He wasn't going to cut through it while only being able to move his wrist a tiny bit. Curse it! Sunny could vaguely sense the shadows of Neve and Bloodwave some distance away from him. It seemed that he was the only one trying to struggle against the terror's petals. Both were probably still mesmerized. Why was he not then? The sin of solace and possessing a true name might have helped, but it could not have been the only reason. Bloodwave was the enigmatic saint's true name, as well, and yet the monstrous killer whale was motionless, silently drifting on the currents in the dreadful embrace of white silk. Which meant that this small degree of awareness was probably the result of Sunny's unreasonably high resistance to mental attacks. Even though he now shared his head with the terror, a part of his mind was still fighting against it. What good was it, though, since Sunny could neither free himself nor stop the creature from replacing his very self? As he was drawn closer and closer to the beautiful blossom of white silk, he could feel himself growing. Insubstantial, With each moment, his thoughts became less his own. His eyes stared at the silken veil, moving on their own, as if something else was looking through them. Finally, Sunny felt true horror. He had been scared before, but never like this. Sensing something else take possession of his body, while utterly helpless to resist the slow dissolution of his will. It was the realization of all his deepest, most guarded fears. And it was being done by the terror of Low 49, the hateful, abominable creature that had already defeated him once. Full of dark resentment, Sunny gritted his teeth and summoned two memories. That much he could still do, at least. One was a small lantern cut out of obsidian. The other was a fearsome mask of black lacquered wood with vicious fangs and three sharp, twisting horns, Weaver's mask. Sunny had not called upon it in a long time. It frightened him, as well, almost as much as the terror. Trying not to think about what he was about to do, Sunny activated the single enchantment of the shadow lantern, commanding it to devour all light around it. There was no light to devour in the dark abyss, but that was not what he wanted. What he really wanted was for the divine memory to gobble up as much of his essence as it could. The shadow lantern burned through most of the essence Sunny had in the time it took the white tendril of silk to bring him to the pallid blossom. There was very little of it left, now. Sunny felt like his mind was almost gone. Struggling to wrestle control of his face from the terrifying presence, he forced himself to grin. He wanted that smile to be menacing, but all it ended up being was weak and scared. A pity. He sensed a vast shadow that was full of harrowing wrongness looming close and thought, "You wanted to see through my eyes? Well then, look." With that, Sunny reached into Weaver's mask and activated its second enchantment. Where is my eye? Chapter 10:20. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 38. Sunny had never even thought about using that deadly enchantment after the first time. Back then, moments before falling into the sky below, he had activated it out of sheer desperation. His gamble had paid off, but it almost cost him his life. Where is my eye? Allowed the wearer of the mask to gaze upon the tapestry of fate in all its harrowing glory. The endless, beautiful eternity of twisting threads transfixed all existence, stretching infinitely in every direction, as well as into the past, present, and future. It connected everyone and everything like an inconceivable, unknowable web. Weaver might have been capable of witnessing the great tapestry. But mere mortals like Sunny were not. A single moment of looking at fate had almost caused his mind to collapse. If his essence had not run out after that single moment, he would certainly have been killed, his head exploding in the most violent fashion. Luckily, he had gotten off easy by only experiencing unimaginable pain and pure agony, the memory of which still made him shudder. The terror was very welcome to try doing the same. As the last of Sunny's essence was disappearing, causing him to experience painful backlash, the inconceivable sight of the great tapestry of fate superimposed itself through and above the world. It was as stunning, breathtaking, and utterly overwhelming as he had remembered. However, funnily enough, Sunny saw the beautiful threads differently this time. To him, they seemed like nothing but chains now. Granted, he did not linger trying to look, only catching a small glimpse of the cosmic tapestry. Prepared for what was to come, Sunny used a little, but rather devious trick. His consciousness was still split between reality and the illusion of the endless expanse of billowing white silk that the terror had created to mesmerize its prey. So, Sunny made himself blind to the actual world, concentrating entirely on the illusory realm of pure whiteness. That was why the terror, who had almost stolen his body and was now looking upon the world through his eyes, was the only one to gaze upon the harrowing infinity. Sunny felt the white silk enveloping him quiver, as if the pallid blossom was convulsing. Even though his head was full of splitting pain because of that one short glimpse of the strings of fate, his weak smile finally turned into a real grin. "Look well, wretch." A split second later, his essence ran dry and the deadly enchantment deactivated. The tapestry of fate disappeared, and Sunny suddenly found himself freed from the alien presence devouring his mind. Or rather, it was still there, but now stunned and writhing in pain. The physical binding of white silk that wrapped his body had come a little loose, as well. Not wasting a single moment, Sunny used that slack to thrust his hand forward. The tip of the sin of solace pierced the wall of the cloth prison and then moved upward, cutting a vertical rift in it. A second later, he sliced the white petal open and burst into the dark water, incredibly happy to be in the oppressive embrace of the dark ocean once again. Sunny hastily studied his surroundings, knowing that he did not have much time. Witnessing the tapestry of fate had not killed him as an awakened monster, so he doubted that it would kill a corrupted terror, if that was truly what the dreadful flower of silk was. In any case, the creature would most likely not stay stunned for too long. Currently, the pallid blossom seemed to be seizing, its petals contorting in grotesque convulsions. The graceful harmony of their eerily beautiful dance had been broken, replaced instead by chaotic and jittery movements devoid of any logic. The thralls appeared to be pained and disoriented, too. Looking at the agony consuming the abominable creature, Sunny became even more convinced that fate was something that only gods were meant to see. Or maybe no one at all. If even a corrupted abomination of great and terrible power was reduced to a convulsing mess, what hope did mere humans have of withstanding the sight of eternity? Shrugging off his own pain, Sunny glanced briefly at Neve and Bloodwave. They seemed to be showing signs of life, but had not even begun trying to free themselves yet. Chances were, the terror would come to its senses before they ever could. He had to finish the battle himself. Gripping the hilt of the sin of solace, Sunny propelled himself forward. He fought against the weakness that had been left behind by draining all of his essence, pushing his body through the water as fast as he could. The nimble catch had turned into a useless piece of net, its active enchantment silent. Luckily, the enchantment of the essence pearl was a passive one, so he could still breathe. His muscles and his lungs were burning by the time he reached the white flower. It had only been a dozen seconds or so, but the convulsions of the billowing petals were already growing weaker. Feeling cold terror grasp his heart, Sunny gritted his teeth and dove into the mass of white silk. His goal was the small shape hidden in the center of the petals. Swimming between the dancing swathes of white cloth, Sunny could not shake the feeling that he would be caught again at any moment. That his mind would be devoured, and his will would be replaced by something alien and vile. Nevertheless, he pushed forward. After an eternity of fear, he finally reached the heart of the pallid blossom, and there, he saw, Sunny froze for a moment. In front of him was a shape wrapped in white silk. He could see the vague contours of a human body, desiccated and short in stature. It was feminine and small, almost delicate. Pressed tightly against the wrappings, a hint of a face could be discerned. Two hollow pits where eyes should have been, and a larger one of a mouth that seemed to be open in a silent, eternal scream. A cold understanding suddenly dawned on him. Looking at the expanse of white cloth extending from the wrapped body, he realized that what he had thought to be a flower was not a flower at all. It was simply a great burial shroud of white silk, its sleeves and draping drifting in the cold, dark water. Sunny lingered only for a split second, then grabbed onto the desiccated body, coming face to face with it, and drove his sword through its heart. A strange, sorrowful sensation overwhelmed him for a moment. Then, the white cloth around Sunny suddenly exploded with frenetic motion and soon grew still. In the silence that followed, the spell whispered solemnly into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted terror." Chapter 10:21, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 39. The voice of the spell resounded in the boundless darkness of the ocean, making Sunny shudder. "You have slain a corrupted terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace. Your shadow grows stronger." As the veiled body drifted down, wreathed in billowing white silk, one last whisper brushed against his ears. "You have received a memory." The terror was falling down, deeper and deeper into the cold abyss. Sunny spared one last glance at the pallid blossom of the great burial shroud, knowing that it would be consumed forever by the dark depths soon. Then, he turned away and tiredly pushed himself in the opposite direction. Sunny was not in great shape. His mind was slowly recovering from the dreadful mental assault, but his head was in the throes of a splitting headache thanks to catching the smallest glimpse of the tapestry of fate. His body felt weak and feverish, still suffering from the backlash of draining all of his essence. There were the remnants of the trauma caused by touching a nightmare gate, as well. Sunny felt like he was about to cough his lungs out, Holding it back was not an easy task. And yet, a hint of dark, somber glee still managed to overcome the cold numbness that encompassed his battered mind. I did it. I killed that vile thing. In the end, he ended the terror with his own hands. The stain of their disastrous first meeting had not been erased, but his failure at low 49 was. Vindicated now, somewhat. Or rather, it would be if he managed to return to the surface alive. Which, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean around him, Sunny was not sure that he would be able to do. Curses. The terror, Sibyl of the fallen grace, was dead and drifting lifelessly into the lightless depths. However, its thralls had not perished with their master. They seemed directionless and sapped of power, but there were still almost 100 of them left. In his current state, and especially without the active enchantment of the nimble catch, Sunny did not count his chances against the creatures as high. A dark grimace contorted his pale face. Essence, I need essence. Even knowing that it would not be enough, Sunny dismissed Weaver's mask and the shadow lantern. A tiny stream of essence fell into the arid desert of his drained soul and was instantly consumed by his body. The feeling of weakness diminished a little, but not nearly enough to change the situation. The thralls were already coming to their senses, their hollow eyes peering through the mass of dark water at Sunny, Bloodwave, and Neve. Some had begun moving in their direction, full of murderous intent. Bloodwave and Neve? Sunny glanced at his companions, hoping against all hope to see them up and about. Neve was still stunned, drifting listlessly on the currents. The saint, however, as Sunny watched, the monstrous killer whale flinched, then jerked his head sideways. The span of white cloth still wrapped around it slid off, revealing the great beast's glowing blue eyes. For a moment, they seemed disoriented, but then sharp intelligence shone through the fog of confusion, obliterating it. An indignant growl escaped from Bloodwave's mouth as he gazed at the drowning remains of the terror and the approaching swarm of the liberated thralls. The saint lingered for a moment, then moved his giant body and shielded Sunny from the enemies with its bulky mass. The enormous jaws snapped, pulverizing the fastest of the approaching nightmare creatures. Then, the killer whale surged forward to meet the rest of them. In the next couple of minutes, a one-sided massacre took place in the dark depths. Sunny realized in the first few seconds that his participation wasn't required. Instead of getting in the way, he swam closer to Neve, grabbed him, and dragged both of them further away from the boiling battlefield. Sunless. The Nightwalker's voice sounded weak in his mind, but he was conscious, at least. Sunny nodded, then turned the two of them so that Neve could see his uncle obliterating the thralls. After a few seconds of silence, he heard the Nightwalker's voice again. What about? The terror, Sunny thought for a moment, then dragged his finger across his throat. Ah, good. The two of them watched silently as Bloodwave tore the 100 abominations to shreds. Watching a saint in action was a sobering experience, to say the least. Sunny shuddered at the thought of having to battle someone like that directly. And yet, the terror of low 49 had dealt with the fearsome transcendent, only to end up being dealt with by Sunny. So, don't get a big head now. Sunny was all but certain that Mordred had already killed a saint. However, knowing how diabolical that fiend was, that clash might not have been a direct battle either. On the other hand, Sunny could easily imagine the Prince of Nothing doing exactly that and crushing a transcendent in a straightforward fight, somehow, in order to terrify the rest of his enemies and break their wills. Would Sunny be able to do the same? T have no reason to find out. He had no desire to kill saints. If anything, Sunny wanted to have more of them around. The more, the merrier. The position of the First Army in eastern Antarctica was much better than here, in this godforsaken hell, and the Second Army was already on its way. However, the chain of nightmares was far from being over. Who knew what would happen in the coming months? It had taken Bloodwave no more than 2 minutes to annihilate the thralls. Sunny had thought that the saint would rest for a bit after having to fight a corrupted terror and its minions, but the great predator did not waste any time. Returning to where Sunny and Neve were floating, he studied the two masters with one of his giant glowing eyes, then shifted slightly. The tall fin that they had ridden into the depths was now right in front of them. Sunny helped Neve find a handhold, then tiredly clutched the steel armor himself. Time to go back. The pallid shape of the slain terror had long ago disappeared from view, devoured by the lightless depths. The mangled corpses of the thralls still drifted around them, slowly being carried away by the currents. Ignoring them, the giant killer whale bellowed and surged forward. This time, he was moving up. Chapter 1022, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 40. On the way back, Sonny couldn't help but retreat inside himself. He did not know what was happening on the surface, whether the port fortress still stood, whether the devouring cloud had breached the walls of the city. The very idea of a world outside of the cold, dark, muted, oppressive abyss of the ocean seemed strange and distant. Chances were, he would have to fight again as soon as Bloodwave delivered them under the walls of Falcon Scott. However, Sonny was too tired, both physically and mentally, to care. He just wanted to forget about everything and rest, at least for a short while. Luckily, the killer whale seemed to be moving much slower as they ascended from the depths. That, most likely, was done for the benefit of Sonny and Neve. Even though they were masters, they were still fundamentally humans. Neither would have died from the decompression sickness, but it could do a lot of damage to their already strained and battered bodies. Actually, Sonny was not sure if he was even susceptible to the bends, considering how strange and tenacious his blood was. However, he welcomed the short moment of respite. Somber and unchanging, the dark ocean remained the same as they retreated from its cold depths. The only difference Sonny could feel was the slow, gradual lessening of the pressure that weighed on him like a slab of stone. With each minute, his body seemed to become a little lighter, and breathing was a little easier. He closed his eyes, allowing the cold currents to carry him. Right, there was a memory I should, probably, study it before we return to the battlefield. Sonny was in no shape to fight, but he might have no choice but to join the battle soon. He had to use any advantage there. He summoned the runes and watched as they shimmered in the darkness, slowly forming into coherent shapes. Before turning his attention to the memories, he briefly checked the list of shadows. Both Saint and Nightmare seemed to be alive. Relieved, Sonny let out a mental sigh and looked up. A new set of runes appeared at the end of the list of his memories. Memory, Shroud of Graceless Dusk. He lingered for a moment. That was the second memory in his arsenal named after a burial garb. Was the spell trying to insinuate something? Too apathetic to care, Sonny shrugged and continued to read. Memory rank, Transcendent. Memory tier, VI. Memory type, Armor. He closed his eyes again for a moment. A transcendent memory of the 6th tier was the strongest he had ever received after slaying an enemy. Of course, it was, since Sybil of the Fallen Grace was the strongest enemy he had ever slain. There was the spawn of the vile thieving bird as well, but Sonny did not really consider that victory a true, honestly earned kill. In any case, the Shroud of Graceless Dusk had to be an extremely potent memory. And it was an armor, too, something that he desperately lacked at the moment. Lucky. Somewhat encouraged, he opened his eyes and looked back at the runes. Memory description. Sibyls were the heralds of the gods and conduits of divine grace. Many mysteries were known to them, and so were many truths. There was one being, though, who knew much more, the graceless caitiff, demon of dread. He knew every truth there was, because he knew everyone's fear, even that of the gods. And so, seeking salvation from the end, the Sibyls abandoned the mortal realm and guided their people on a long and arduous journey. They led them far away, across the lands consumed by war, to the tomb of Ariel. There, they found solace, safety, and shelter. In time, the voices of the gods grew silent one after another, leaving behind only a vast and dreadful silence. That was how the Sibyls embraced the estuary, and that was how they fell. Sonny frowned. That guy again. By now, he was all but certain that the region of the dream realm where the chain of nightmares had originated, and the black pyramid hidden within, had something to do with Ariel, the demon of dread. Was the pyramid really his tomb, then? How would a demon die, and who would build him an opulent grave? And what did the great river that allegedly flowed back in time have to do with any of that? Its estuary was mentioned in the description of the stifled scream as a place where a dreadful secret had been hidden. Was this the same estuary? The Sibyls had been, apparently, some sort of oracles that received revelations from the gods. Once the gods died, those revelations obviously stopped. The timing didn't really make sense, though, because the tomb of Ariel had seemingly existed long before that. Mysterious. With a tired sigh, Sunny tried to ignore the myriad of questions and turned his attention to the enchantments of the graceless dusk. There were no less than 6 of them. Enchantments: blessing of mind, blessing of soul, blessing of spirit, blessing of flesh, sublime silk, blessing of dusk. Somewhat invigorated, he studied the descriptions. Blessing of mind, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's mental acuity. Blessing of soul, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's rate of passive soul essence replenishment. Blessing of spirit, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from mental fatigue. Blessing of flesh, enchantment description. This memory enhances one's ability to endure and recover from physical fatigue. Sublime silk enchantment description. This memory is woven out of sublime, mystical silk. It is impervious and possesses a beautiful splendor. Blessing of dusk, enchantment description. This memory carries the blessing of dusk, last Sibyl of the estuary. The wearer can establish a mental connection with another being to hear their voice and thoughts or make their own be heard. Sunny blinked a couple of times and then apathetically dismissed the runes. Well, I'd say it's a jackpot. The Shroud of Graceful Dusk was an incredible memory indeed. Its value was only increased by the fact that all but the last of its enchantments were passive, a rare case for memories of the higher ranks. The silk garment would enhance Sunny's thinking, passive essence regeneration, as well as make him tire less and recover from fatigue faster. He would also be able to communicate with other people, or maybe even creatures, telepathically, which was an incredibly valuable ability. If there was one thing about the graceless dusk that made Sunny feel a bit regretful, it was that it did not seem to be oriented toward battle, and instead gifted the wearer with great utility outside of it. That was not too strange, since there were a lot of armor-type memories like that. Still, a transcendent one, even if it was made of fabric instead of steel, would not be too shabby. And he was already thinking about how to use the blessing of dusk to cause savage mental shock to people. Sunny had plenty of harrowing experiences to share through a mental link. As he thought about that, the temperature of the ocean surrounding him subtly changed. Looking up, Sunny could see dim lights through the mass of water. They were approaching the surface. Chapter 10:23, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 41. Sunny crawled onto the shore and lay on the cold stones of the pebble beach for a bit, breathing heavily. It was incredibly nice to lie on solid ground again, but at the same time, his body felt heavy and cumbersome. A part of it had to do with spending some time in the depths of the ocean, and a part of it was simply because he was still tired and low on essence. Curse it. He had enough sense left, at least, to let one shadow slide off his body and take a look around to make sure that there were no enemies in his immediate vicinity. There were none, at least not close by. There was only Neve, who seemed to be doing a little bit better than Sunny. The Nightwalker took a few deep breaths, then slowly sat up. We actually made it. Gods, I really did not expect to live through this one. He glanced at Sunny, receiving a vague gesture of confirmation. Sunny shared the feeling. Neve grasped his shoulder for a moment, then asked with a hint of morbid curiosity in his voice, "Ilo, did you manage to kill that horror anyway? Such a devastating mental attack." Even Uncle failed to resist it. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, pushed himself off the ground with a tired groan, and glanced at the Scion of Night somberly. Spitting out the essence pearl, he then grimaced and said, "I guess it was just fate. That fiend was fated to die by my hand, and so, fate helped me kill it." Neve smiled weakly, then looked away. "Never took you for a fatalist." That was when a third figure rose from the water. Bloodwave walked onto the shore, his eyes glinting with shades of deep blue and indigo. Drops of water were rolling down his smooth ebony skin, contours of steel muscles clearly visible under it. The saint remained silent for a few moments, looking into the distance. Then he sighed and suddenly disappeared. A strong gale threw a scattering of pebbles into the air, making Sunny cover his face with his hand. What? What is that speed? He lowered his hand and looked in the direction where Bloodwave had dashed. Slowly, his face grew still. Number, Neve's voice sounded defeated. The shore around them was empty. Here and there, a few dead nightmare creatures lay on the ground, their blood steaming in the cold. Snowflakes were dancing in the air as they fell from the empty sky. There were no brood beasts in sight, and the roar of the distant cannonade was much quieter titan it had been when they left. All good signs. However, the illusion of peace was destroyed when one saw the port fortress that loomed some distance away. A large section of its wall was torn asunder and collapsed, and most of the lights that had illuminated the battlements were now dark. There was movement in the breach, silhouettes who looked like people walking between the rubble with unsteady steps. Beyond that, Sunny could see nothing else. L Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN AV YE LW ARLDS AM Cyrillic letter 455H AULDN ATB Cyrillic Ye Cyrillic letter 456 GN AR YED. Remembering the sight of the vast crowd of frightened refugees cowering in the courtyard, he felt his heart turn cold. The battle was over, at least. Otherwise, Bloodwave would have already been rampaging among the remaining abominations. The ships anchored near the fortress were intact, as well. Whatever damage had been done to the port did not reach them. Sunny stood up with a stagger, then dismissed the essence pearl and the nimble ketch. Black threads surrounded his body, soon turning into the gray fabric of the puppeteer's shroud. Glancing at the crestfallen Nightwalker, he said evenly, "Let's go." The two of them slowly made their way to the fortress. As they approached, more details became visible. The bodies of the thralls littered the ground, mangled and torn apart. There were much more of them here than there had been protecting the Terror. Thousands of them, all slain despite their dreadful power. It seemed that the defenders of the fort had not surrendered even a single meter of the approach without making the abominations pay a steep price. Sunny saw nightmare creatures of all kinds among the felled thralls, some of them large enough to make him shiver. There were human bodies among them, as well the former residents of Low 49, who had finally found their final resting place thousands of kilometers away from the distant research base. Perhaps they would have been glad to lay on solid ground again, as well, instead of floating endlessly in the lightless abyss of the ocean. When Sunny and Neve walked closer to the breached wall of the fortress, they saw the bodies of the first army soldiers among the dead thralls, too. Mundane humans awakened. There were too many of them to count. Sunny felt a bitter feeling grasp his heart. This was a part of his victory as well. He had been proud, gleeful, and elated after killing the hateful, corrupted Terror, happy to receive a powerful memory. However, his victory was made possible because most of the creature's drowned guard had been drawn away by the defenders of the port. While Sunny was fighting the Sibyl in the depths of the ocean, these men and women were dying here on the shore to give him a fighting chance. That did not diminish his accomplishment. However, it did put it in perspective. Cruelly so. Suddenly, Sunny remembered something Master Jet had told him once, years ago, while driving him to the gates of the academy. No one can survive in the dream realm alone. The waking world. It's no different from the dream realm these days, is it? Maybe it never had been. Passing between the soldiers that were walking among the bodies, recovering the dead humans and hopelessly searching for wounded survivors, Sunny climbed the rubble to enter the breach and looked at the courtyard of the fortress that was revealed behind it. The refugees were alive, pressed against the opposite wall of the yard and pale with terror. There was a light barricade built to shield them from any potential enemy, with soldiers vigilantly standing guard behind it. The battle seemed to have been the most fearsome just beyond the breach. An actual mountain of corpses was piled up where the defenders had made a desperate last stand, refusing to let the thralls reach the civilians. Sunny descended into the courtyard and looked around forlornly. He found Vern's body soon. The enthralled master was laying on his back, staring at the sky with empty, glassy eyes. His ribcage, shoulder, and skull were crushed by some devastating blunt weapon. He was finally, and mercifully, truly dead. Dale was laying nearby, too. Sunny almost failed to recognize the irregular captain without his bulky armor. The memories, of course, had disappeared after the owner's death, and because the body was terribly mangled. However, the insignia of an ascendant of the First Army could still be discerned on the bloodied sleeve of his bodysuit. Gritting his teeth, Sonny took a few steps forward and kneeled near the mangled body. He did not really know what to do. The wind was picking up, making his shiver. Sonny remained silent for a while and then said quietly, "You, rest well now, Master Dale, you did well. Your nightmare is over." Chapter 1024, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 42. The second week of the siege was over. A few days ago, the devouring cloud had been eliminated. The terror of L049 had been slain on the same day, as well. More people had been evacuated. More people were being evacuated still. The siege capital still stood, firmly in human hands and mostly unbroken. Sonny was in a familiar office in the underground government complex, the same one where he had met the rest of the irregular officers before the siege started. The office was much the same, with only the image projected on the false window changed. It was still showing the view of the city, only now there were fewer people on the streets. The blizzard was picking up again, too, so the visibility wasn't great. There was also one more vacant chair. There were currently only 3 people inside: Sonny, Jet, and Winter. The 3 of them were not enough for the large room, so it felt painfully empty. Winter's eyes were hidden behind her sunglasses. This was the first time Sonny saw her after the day of the battle with the devouring cloud. He hesitated for a while, then forced himself to say, "Dale, he was a good man." She turned her head slightly and stared at him for a while. Probably. Sonny could not really see where she was looking. Eventually, Winter sighed and briefly touched her forearm, where an edge of a tattoo could be seen peeking out from beneath the rolled sleeve of her bodysuit. "It's all right. I knew that the fool was going to get himself killed, eventually. There were 6 of us at the start, you know?" She grew quiet for a bit, then shook her head. "Back at the academy. Then there were only 2 of us left after the second nightmare, and now there's just me. I'll probably be dead soon, too. No regrets, though, as long as it's for a good cause." Her voice sounded as laid back as usual, but Sonny could sense a bit of strain in it. "I am sorry." Winter smiled. "If you're really sorry, little devil, make sure to stay alive. You're too young and elite to die. Reaper, you too." "I mean, you two try to stay alive, not that you're young and cute." Master Jet laughed. "Well, if you insist, I'll have to give it a try. Might be a bit problematic, though." They remained silent for a few moments, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. All 3 had been fighting with very little rest in between combat shifts for the past few days, so this meeting was a bit of a reprieve, if nothing else. Soul Reaper sighed and glanced at her datapad. "I'll update you on the current state of things. Most of the information has been sent to your communicators, so take a look at it later. The important stuff is, the wall is still holding, but just barely. 3 breaches have turned into 5, as you must know. Army Command expects that we won't lose control of the defensive barrier unless something catastrophic happens, though." Winter raised a hand, interrupting her. "What's the point of talking about it? Let's just get to the actual business. The priority targets. Hey, 2 out of 5 are dealt with. Sonny killed the terror, while the brood mommy and brood daddy of the devouring cloud were done in by you, Sonny, and Mongrel. That's great news. What about the other 3, though?" Master Jet lingered for a bit. "Actually, that's why I called you in today. The Heart of Darkness seems to have disappeared, so we don't have to worry about it yet. Maybe that thing won't reach Falcon Scott before we retreat. Goliath, on the other hand, was supposed to show up yesterday. He has been moving very slowly recently, however, for whatever reason, so the time window changed. We should expect the big bastard to arrive tomorrow or the day after that." An uncomfortable silence settled in the underground office. Winter broke it by whistling. "Speaking of something catastrophic happening, huh? Are you sure we can handle a Titan?" Soul Reaper lingered for a while. "Don't fret. Sonny and I will handle him. Saint Bloodwave agreed to come out of the water to assist, too, if we need him. He's not as powerful on land, but a transcendent is a transcendent. Overall, it seems like the situation is not entirely hopeless. The First Army has suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 weeks, true, but no more than Army Command expected. The evacuation is also only a little bit behind schedule. I'd say that as long as Tyrus continues to keep the winter beast at bay, we have a real chance of pulling this off. Sunny shifted in his seat. How is she doing anyway? Master Jet gave Hint a long look and thought before answering. Her voice was a bit wistful. Well, Sky Tide is doing fine. White Feather lost a lot of people during the battle with the devouring cloud, but her husband and immediate family survived. Roan will be out of commission for a couple more weeks, sadly. Coincidentally, the House of Night lost many awakened on the same day, as well. The forces of the great clans here are diminished, but they still pack a bite. Their heavy hitters are all alive. Sunny let out a sigh of relief. He had been somewhat worried about St. Tyrus and Master Roan. It was good to hear that both of them were fine. Soul Reaper yawned, then put her datapad on the table and gave him a poignant look. Back to Goliath, though, how is that project of yours coming along? He stared at her for a moment or two. That depends. Have you gotten those memories I requested? Jet winced. No. There are a lot of sleepers that need to be armed, and a lot of memories being lost every shift, with people carrying them dying before having a chance to transfer anything. I'll bet able to receive a few in a couple of days, but we probably don't have that long. Sunny sighed, then gave her a bitter smile. That's fine. The project is all but finished. I have a few spare memories as an emergency replacement. It's just that I would have preferred not to waste them. Winter gave them both a curious look. Are you two talking in code? What project? What memories? You guys are not trying to buy a boat on the black market and sail into the sunset together, are you? Soul Reaper grinned. Just a little something Sunny has cooked up in that devious head of his to solve our Titan problem. I'll tell you if we have some free time today. She glanced at the clock, the smile disappearing from her face. That said, you should go get to it, Sunny. Don't linger. Army Command has been known to make wrong estimations before. He nodded, then stood up and spared the two women one last glance. They were probably not going to see each other again until Goliath showed up. And maybe never again after. He remained silent for a moment, then smiled. We don't need to buy a boat on the black market, by the way. My Rhino is a fully amphibious vehicle, so it can take us over the strait no problem. As long as nothing swallows it on the way, of course. Anyway, if something happens, you are both invited, so. With that, he winked and hurriedly left the office. Once Sunny was outside, however, his smile disappeared and was replaced by an expression of focused concentration. This is it, then. No more time to waste. Chapter 1025, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 43. Sunny followed the network of underground tunnels to reach the barracks, and then emerged from them near where the Rhino was parked. Breathing in the cold air, he spent a moment to enjoy the lack of desire to cough. The strange trauma he had received after touching the nightmare gate was all but gone now, and walked forward through the darkness. Snow was crunching under his feet. Weird. Is this a good sign or a bad sign? The street illumination in the city often went awry because of the numerous gates outside and within the wall. Usually, the army technicians and civilian personnel would fix and replace the damaged components promptly, but this section was barely lit. No one seemed to have cleaned the snow in a while, either. Had the state of the city deteriorated to the point where no one bothered with these things anymore, or was it simply the result of so many people having already been evacuated? By now, only about a third of the initial 200 million remained trapped in Falcon Scott. Maybe the person assigned to maintain this small corner of the city was already safely across the strait, with no one to replace them. Perhaps it was both. Glancing at the dark sky, Sunny rubbed his face and walked toward the Rhino. The last few days had been hectic. By all accounts, he should have been dead tired and on the verge of collapsing from sleep deprivation. However, Sunny felt fine. In fact, he felt rather great. His body was full of vigor and vitality, while his mind was fresh and focused. The reason, of course, was the shroud of graceless dusk. He glanced down, studying the transcendent memory. The graceless dusk looked like a simple tunic of fine, soft silk. He had expected it to be white, but to his surprise, the tunic turned out to be of a rich and beautiful black color, with intricate patterns embroidered along its collar, hem, and sleeve edges with silver thread. The hem reached just below his knees, while the sleeves ended at his elbows. The tunic was tied at the waist by an unadorned cord of black silk and came with a pair of dainty shoes made of the same fabric, with a soft sole that was more suited for a well-tended garden than wilderness. Sunny enjoyed the fact that it allowed him to move around without making the slightest noise. The shoes only looked dainty, too. The black silk that the tunic and the shoes were made of was light and soft, but more durable than tempered steel. Sunny had tested how impervious it was, exactly, and was surprised to find out that the cruel sight could not pierce the thin fabric no matter how hard he tried. It did not burn, get wet, dissolve in acid, or suffer damage from any other elemental attacks he had at his disposal. Only the sin of Solace managed to cut the black silk, and even then with a lot of trouble. Which was not to say that the graceless dusk could serve as a good suit of combat armor. The tunic itself left his forearms, shins, head, and neck exposed, while the soft shoes only covered his feet and ankles. Worse than that, neither were rigid. While the black silk was very hard to pierce, it did nothing to stop blunt attacks and concussive trauma. The marble shell could deal with that, to some extent, but it was still not an ideal situation. However, Sunny did not really care. The graceless dusk did not make any noise and was extremely light, not constraining his movements at all. More importantly, the other benefits of the transcendent garment far outweigh its lackluster defense. The 4 blessings were a great boon, as well as the reason why he felt so invigorated despite the recent lack of rest and sleep. The blessing of flesh and the blessing of spirit made him tire much slower, both mentally and physically, while the time he needed to recover from fatigue was drastically cut. In the days after the battle with the devouring cloud, Sunny had only slept for a couple of hours at best, and yet he felt very refreshed and energized. The blessing of soul, meanwhile, boosted the rate at which his essence regenerated. That was an awfully pleasant and valuable benefit, especially here in Antarctica. Finally, there was the blessing of mind. That one was the strangest, but also the most powerful. The enchantment did not exactly make him smarter or more insightful, but it did make his mind more productive. It was as though there were several compartments within his head now, each capable of running a separate task concurrently, as long as it was not too demanding. That made simple calculations and analyzing clear information easier and faster. The effect was not new to Sunny, since he had been doing more or less the same thing for a long time in order to control his shadows. Lai was long used to perceiving and comprehending the world from several different viewpoints, which all but required him to sort of split his consciousness into several streams. However, after doing some research due to the graceless dusk, he had discovered that most people found such a task to be hard or even impossible. In any case, his already deviant ability to partition his mind and multitask was boosted even further by the blessing of mind. Needless to say, all of that was extremely useful when applied to weaving. With his mental capacity increased and his essence regenerating at a much faster rate, Sunny had finally been able to crack the case and turn the devil's needle into a memory. He was not sure that he would have been able to achieve quite the same result without the boost provided by the 4 blessings. There was the 5th blessing, too, the blessing of dusk. This active enchantment was a very insidious one. It allowed Sunny to establish a telepathic connection with another person, or even several, to communicate with them through words and other, more crude means of sharing information such as emotions and vague images. Sadly, he could not simply read their minds, since the communications had to be intentional. That said, the recipients of the link were also unable to refuse it. If Sunny wanted, he could bombard them with the most gruesome and loud thoughts, causing something akin to a mental shock. Those with weaker minds were outright stunned, while those with resilience and discipline were at least bound to be disoriented. Of course, the first person Sunny had tried to communicate with telepathically was Saint. To his disappointment, the blessing of dusk did not work on her at all, probably due to the shadow's immunity to mind attacks. He still did not know what was going on in that beautiful onyx head of hers. And speaking of Saint, entering the dark interior of the rhino, Sunny called the taciturn knight forth. She stepped out of his shadow, the plume of her helmet brushing against the vehicle's roof. Suddenly, the massive APC seemed cramped and narrow. Looking up at his loyal devil, Sunny smiled. Are you hungry? How about a late-night snack? Chapter 10:26, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 44. The graceful knight stared at him indifferently, not showing any reaction. The ruby jewels of her eyes glowed with menacing crimson flames, revealing no emotion. Sunny sighed. Oh, come on. Don't you understand what is happening? Just, emote please, it won't kill you. I think. Saint remained silent and as aloof as ever, causing his heart to ache. Cursing under his breath, Sunny looked away and summoned the runes. The shimmering symbols appeared in the air in front of him. Name, sunless, true name, lost from light. Rank, ascended. Class, devil. Shadow cores, 4/7. Shadow fragments, 2973/4000. Memories, silver bell, puppeteer's shroud, midnight shard, extraordinary rock, prowling thorn, endless spring, dark wing, moonlight shard, weaver's mask, broken oath. Autumn leaf, cruel sight, covetous coffer, heavenly burden, memory of fire, memory of ice, strike of thunder, Morgan's warbow, shadow lantern, bone singer, shadow chair, overpriced saddle, dying wish, sin of solace, bitter cusp, stifled scream, weaver's needle, essence pearl. Nimble catch, shroud of graceless dusk, siege souvenir, incessant seeker. His shadow fragments were already closing in on 3,000. That was not the important part, though. Sunny studied the list of his memories with a pained expression, then looked down and concentrated on Saint's name. Shadow, Onyx Saint, shadow fragments, 196/200. He was so close. She was only 3.5 fragments away from saturating the counter. Sadly, there was no time to hunt for memories anymore. There was no time for Saint to slowly recover in his care in case she got wounded, either, which was why he had not sent her to defend the wall in the last couple of days. Sunny could have gone and begged for a few memories from people he knew, but there was no need. He had been prepared to fail to reach his goal on time. All it meant was that he had to sacrifice several memories of his own. The problem was that he cherished all of his memories. They were all useful in their own way. Some were integral to his battle prowess, some were a form of insurance for unexpected situations. The dark wing and the heavenly burden, for example, were far from stellar memories. However, he needed them in case there was no way to avoid an aerial fight. Other memories possessed useful accoutrements that he wanted to replicate one day. Some memories Sunny had outgrown, but was attached to them sentimentally. More than that, he hoped to pass them on to Rain should she become a sleeper. Really, there was only one useless memory in his arsenal, the silver bell. However, Sunny was reluctant to sacrifice it. That was the first memory he had ever obtained, and the first memory he had changed with sorcery. It was also a memento that reminded him of happier times. It's just a dormant memory of the second tier, too. Consuming it won't satiate Saint at all. Nevertheless, he had to sacrifice something. In the end, Sunny sighed bitterly and summoned 3 memories. A heavy kunai, a glistening gem made of polished red coral, and an arrow with green fletching appeared in front of him. The last one was the incessant seeker, an ascended arrow of the second tier he had received recently. It was as powerful as the strike of thunder, but possessed enchantments that guided it toward a single target and enhanced the damage dealt to that sole enemy. Which was a real boon. However, Sunny had many other ways to deal high damage to a single target. The second memory was the broken oath. As always, Sunny winced when its soul-eroding aura started slowly dissolving his own soul. It was a great charm that had served him well many times in the past, and synergized perfectly with Saint's immunity to soul attacks. Its power as an awakened memory of the first tier was not great, though. With the caliber of enemies Sunny was facing these days, it was like a drop in the ocean. Aside from that, Saint was mostly fighting alongside Nightmare now, and would hopefully be surrounded by more shadows in the future. The others did not possess the same immunity, which limited the usefulness of the red gem. The first memory Sunny summoned was the prowling thorn. He sighed again, looking at the kunai with regret. There was nothing wrong with the throwing dagger, and they had gone through a lot together. But it had outlived its usefulness. Sunny would have preferred to keep the prowling thorn simply for utility, but the situation demanded he let go of something. Sunny had already lost the patient avenger, and now he was going to lose 3 more perfectly fine memories. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. Waste, such a waste. He closed his eyes and then handed the dagger, the gent, and the arrow to Saint without looking. Here, you eat these, enjoy your meal. The graceful Onyx Knight silently took the memories and crushed them in her fists without pausing even for a moment. Hearing the dreadful sound, Sunny was stunned. She didn't even hesitate. Those were very precious. Damn it. Opening his eyes, she saw 4 streams of radiant sparks being absorbed into the shadow's body. Then, her eyes flashed with dark glee. The tunes still tea-tongue in the air, the counter showing, shadow fragments, 200/200. In the next moment, the shadow that existed where Saint's soul should have been suddenly rippled. The 4 dark Ettenbers in its depths shone with lightless radiance, and wisps of black flames rose from her armor. Sunny took a step back, mesmerized by the familiar scene. He had already seen it once, back when his taciturn knight ascended. In the next moment, Saint's figure was enveloped entirely by the black flames, making it impossible to see her. A powerful gust of wind blew through the interior of the rhino, both unbearable heat and chilling coldness assaulting Sunny at the satiny time. He blinked. Crap, maybe I should have done this in the Soul Sea. But there was nothing he could do now but wait. Nervous for his expensive APC, Sunny summoned a barrier of shadows to surround Saint. A minute passed in tense silence, then 2. Then, something exploded within the barrier, shattering it easily and sending Sunny flying back. A wave of darkness rolled through the rhino, turning its interior into a mess and cracking its armored windows from within. The enormous vehicle shook and trembled, then grew still with a loud groan. Sunny scrambled back to his feet and stared at Saint, who was standing in the same spot, seemingly unchanged. However, the darkness dwelling within her was now much deeper and more frightening. Her onyx body was radiating a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were brighter. His shadow, now a transcendent devil, tilted her head slightly, looking at him with her usual indifference. But Sunny could feel a hint of emotion hidden behind it. Pride, satisfaction, gratitude. Slowly, a wide grin appeared on his face. Sunny brushed the graceless dusk, straightened, and looked at the menacing devil with a smile. Should I start calling you Saint now, huh? 10. Chapter 10:27, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 45. His shadow was a transcendent now. Sunny found it hard to believe, even though he had been the one who made her transcendence possible. It was just that saints held a special place in human culture. They were the epitome of vast and unobtainable power. They were more demigods than people. Enigmatic and awe-inspiring, so distant as to almost be ineffable. He was now a master himself, and on top of that, one of the strongest there was. But even still, a huge gap separated Sunny from someone like Sky Tide or Bloodwave, which he did not dare test. To think that a similar existence now served him. It was hard to comprehend. Saint's transcendence, without a doubt, marked a new chapter in Sunny's rise to power. Of course, it was unclear where the Onyx Knight was truly equal to the mighty saints of the human race. In terms of purely physical prowess, she was at least on par with them, and most likely far superior. Her skill was outstanding, as was her talent and willpower. After all, Saint had always been outstanding. She often triumphed over adversaries that were much more powerful than her. But so were human transcendents. There was no such thing as an average saint. Each and every one of them were the absolute best of the human race, battle-hardened warriors of utmost talent, resolve, and ability, with thousands upon thousands of bloody fights under their belt. There was also one fundamental difference between humans and creatures, such as his shadow. Humans possessed aspects, while creatures did not. Saint had just gained her powers, wielding elemental darkness to strengthen her body and her weapons. However, every human transcendent wielded a powerful aspect and was armed with several potent abilities, including the transformation. They were also all carriers of the nightmare spell. Simply put, Sunny did not know who would end up victorious if Saint fought a human transcendent. He had a feeling that, by herself, the Onyx Knight would lose. However, if she was augmented by his shadows, the result might be very different. Luckily, he had no intention of combating saints anytime soon. Dismissing the shadow, Sunny sighed and spent some time cleaning up the mess her transcendence had made of the interior of the rhino. The APC was in a sorry state, but still functional. See, the day is only getting better and better. Or was it night? Here in Antarctica, it was always night, so sticking to the old notion of time was getting harder and harder. He made himself a late supper or an early breakfast and settled in the lounge area for a few minutes. After a while, his communicator made a familiar sound. It seemed that the siege capital's communication array had activated, as it usually did twice a day, sending packets of data to those with a bandwidth quota. Sunny looked at the new message with some relief. Rain was doing fine, it seemed. Her response was shorter than usual, but she was obviously not experiencing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. He had always been worried about his sister, and after observing so many mundanes being killed by the first nightmare here in Antarctica, and having killed many monstrous abominations their bodies had turned into, that worry only grew stronger. Sunny sighed. She's okay. She's safe. There is no reason for her to contract the spell to begin with, and even if she does, Serpent is with her. Sunny missed his serpentine shadow. It would have been tremendously useful during the Southern Quadrant campaign, considering how dire his need for essence had been from day one in this cold hell. Not to mention the versatile and powerful nature of Serpent's abilities. And yet, Sunny had not regretted leaving it with Rain even once. Her safety took precedence, and he had many other ways to protect himself. If anything, experiencing the bitter hardships of the Antarctica campaign without the Serpent had given him an opportunity to learn how to manage his essence with utmost efficiency, as well as vastly improve his control over it. Thinking of his shadows, Sunny suddenly felt curious about their relationship to his class. Even though the Soul Serpent was currently away, each of the shadows occupied one of his cores. Did it mean that he would only ever be able to control 7 of them at most? If that were the case, maybe the dismal rate at which he received echoes was not such a terrible thing. He might have been very upset if someone like Kurt, the awakened psychopath he had killed in the waking world, prevented him from turning Nightmare into one of his shadows. That time, his dislike of the man and of the idea of owning human echoes had prevented Sunny from wasting fragments on the transformation, but he would have caved in if given a better opportunity. Or, wait. Would he have even been able to make Kurt into a shadow without losing Saint or Serpent? He was just an awakened monster back then, possessing only 2 shadow cores. I'm rambling. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, staring into the distance. He was thinking about unnecessary things to distract himself from what was about to come. Goliath was approaching, the creature that had almost killed him once. The fallen Titan had already destroyed one siege capital, so there was a real chance that Falcon Scott would be destroyed by the abominable giant, as well. Sunny and Jet were determined to slay the gargantuan creature of stone, but anything could happen. Even if their preparations worked, there was no telling what damage would be done to the city wall before the Titan perished. If he perished, this day might turn out to be the last day for many, many people, maybe even Sunny himself. He closed his eyes for a moment. Over my dead body? Well, obviously, that's kind of a given. With that, Sunny forced a pale smile onto his face and picked up his communicator. His response to Rain did not contain any of the grave worries that gnawed at him. Even though she was smart enough to read between the lines, Sunny made an effort to hide the ugly truth as well as he could. That was for his benefit, too. While writing messages to Rain, Sunny was almost able to believe in his own lies. Not knowing the truth was a solace. Chapter 10:28, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 46. Sometime later, the members of his cohort approached the rhino. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Kimmy, Luster. Walking inside, they froze for a moment, studying the upturned interior of the APC and the cracks in its armored windows with stunned expressions. After a while, Luster cleared his throat. Sir. What happened?" Sunny gave him a deadpan look. "I had a lady over. She transcended." The young man laughed nervously. "Ah, good one, sir." After that, he practically ran to the pilot's cabin to check on the internal systems of the rhino. As Luster went through the diagnostics, he kept mumbling under his nose. "Gods, Did he crash it into a titan, this damage? Oh, my poor baby. Sunny shook his head and addressed the rest of his soldiers, speaking loudly enough for Luster to hear, as well. Prepare yourselves. Army command is certain that Goliath will reach the city either today or tomorrow. In any case, we won't be leaving the wall until he does. This is going to be the big one, guys. His soldiers grew somber, their eyes full of calm determination. Sunny nodded. Don't worry about the Titan himself. Colonel Jet and I will take care of the big bastard. However, Goliath is not going to show up alone. And judging by how Erebus Field fell, there is a big chance that the wall will be breached. I don't need to tell you how important it is to prevent the nightmare creatures from getting inside. However, if the situation becomes hopeless, be ready to retreat to the secondary line of defense within the city. He paused for a moment, looking at them with a serious expression. Don't be stupid and die an unnecessary death. I need you alive. To fight tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, and the day after that. Dying might as well be considered desertion at this point. No one is allowed to die without my permission. Understood? The members of his cohort grinned, then saluted. Yes, sir. Wouldn't think of it. I am scared of you way more than I'm scared of death, sir. I wouldn't dare. Sunny blinked a couple of times at that last one, then nodded. That's great. Let's go then. Soon, the rhino started and moved forward with some effort. They drove across Falcon Scott, where a lot of streets were now empty and a lot were unlit. Snow piled high in some areas, and in others, crowds of refugees were anxiously hurrying through the cold. Luster was stubbornly sticking to only the well-illuminated roads, for some reason, which made the progress a bit slow. The wall steadily grew closer and closer. Before they reached the secondary defense ring, however, Sunny suddenly ordered him to stop the APC. The young man looked back with a silent question. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then said, Wait for me here, I won't be long. With that, he left the rhino and walked toward a familiar dormitory tower, which happened to be nearby. No one was cleaning the snow in front of its entrance, this time. Sunny stood there for a minute or two, staring at the flimsy doors with a grim expression. Eventually, he sighed. Even if the whole city is destroyed, this damned dormitory must remain standing. I'll make sure of it. With that, he turned around and started walking away. When he did, however, he almost stumbled into someone approaching the dormitory. Watch where you're going, Itty. Huh, Sunny? He sighed and looked up, noticing Bate and Professor Obel. They must have been returning from their own shifts, Bate at the volunteer center, the old man at the engineering wing of the government complex. The young woman blinked a couple of times, staring at him with surprise. Before Sunny could come up with something to say, she asked, Aren't you cold? He opened his mouth, then looked down at the thin silk tunic covering his body. Indeed, it did not look exactly like something a person should be wearing in the middle of winter. Sunny cleared his throat. I'm not, actually. Elemental resistance, you know, Bates scoffed. You're still a human, are you not? Put something warm on for spell's sake. I imagine fighting on the wall with a running nose is not a great idea. Ascended snot is still snot. He looked at her silently for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. Ah, yes, I am still a human, that's true. Thanks, I'll try to remember that. Professor Obel took a step forward, smiling. Were you on your way to visit us, Major Sunless? Come. There's no point in standing here in the cold. Sunny smiled, then lightly shook his head. No, I was actually on my way to start the shift on the wall. Army Command is expecting a big fight, so it's all hands on deck. Well, even more so than usual. In any case, make sure to remain inside and be careful in the next day or so. Things might get a little hectic. The old man nodded with a sigh. I see. Well, we won't keep you then. Please stay safe. He moved forward, but then paused and patted Sunny on the shoulder. Maybe you'll stop by after your shift then. It's nothing much, but Bate received a bit of extra rations today. We are planning to cook up a feast for everyone who is still waiting for a ticket in our block. I will save you a portion. Sunny remained silent for one moment too long, then shrugged. Why not? It's a promise. He watched Professor Obel and Bate disappear inside, then slowly turned around and walked back toward the rhino. As he walked, the smile disappeared from his face, replaced by a dark, ruthless expression. Deep shadows nestled in his eyes. It's time to kill a titan. What happened at Erebus Field could not be allowed to repeat itself. Goliath had to die, and Sunny was just the person to kill him. An eye for an eye, a death for a death. Sunny was a very petty and vindictive person, and the two of them. They had a score to settle. Chapter 10:29, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 47. The winds were howling as they crashed into the colossal bulwark of the city wall. The soldiers of the First Army were shivering on the battlements, staring into the hazy mist of the blizzard with grim expressions. These were the lucky ones. The less fortunate were far below, on the ground, ready to defend the breaches with their lives. Because of the ugly rifts in the defensive barrier of the city, the logistics of the siege had become much harder. Today, it was especially so, since no one knew the direction from which the Titan was going to attack. Goliath could come from the south, marching across the ravaged landscape and shaking the earth with his every step. He could come from the north, emerging from below the dark waves to attack the port fortress first. For all Army command knew, he could even crawl from under the ground. The scope of the Titan's abilities was still a mystery. That was why the defenders were dispersed along the whole perimeter of the wall instead of congregating at one or several of its sections. However, Sunny and Jet, as well as their two cohorts of irregulars, had found themselves in a familiar spot, right above the main entrance of the siege capital, not too far away from the nightmare gate that had torn through the wall not too long ago. Sunny was sitting with his back against the alloy parapet, meditating. Soul Reaper was standing nearby, looking across the vast killing field, the landscape obscured by the veil of snow. Both were trying to ignore the whispers of the call. It was more than a bit annoying to have to deal with it on top of the sickening anxiety of waiting for the start of the battle. Sunny sighed, then looked up at Master Jet. His hair was getting in the way, so he brushed it aside. Before he could speak, she suddenly asked, "Why don't you cut it?" He coughed in embarrassment. "Oh, the thing is, mundane scissors and auto barbers stopped working on me. I should probably just use a sharp memory and cut it myself. Yeah, that's what I'll do, one of these days." Jet looked away with a smile. "I know a guy back in NQSC. He's very in demand as one of the few awakened hairstylists around. There are many saints among his clientele, but if you want, I can get you a recommendation." Sunny laughed. "Sure." "When we're back in NQSC." He remained silent for a few moments, then asked, "How sure are you that we'll be able to destroy Goliath?" Soul Reaper hesitated. "As long as you pull off your part of the plan, pretty sure. Bloodwave will step in if something goes wrong, too. It's a shame that Sky Tide is away fighting the winter beast again, but we should be all right without her." Sunny nodded. "I think so." However, Jet interrupted him by raising a hand. He grew quiet and raised an eyebrow. She looked into the darkness with a calm expression. "Listen." Sunny did so, hearing nothing but the wind and the stifled breaths of the thousands of soldiers surrounding them. Then, a muffled sound reached his ears from somewhere far away. Boom. And then, after a long and arduous pause, again. Boom. Sunny stood up, staring into the blizzard. Suddenly, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. He's coming. From a vast distance, the thunderous steps of the colossal giant were rolling over the world. Even though the soldiers could not see anything because of the raging snowstorm, the sound alone made them pale and grasp their weapons with trembling hands. Boom, boom, boom. Each one assaulted them, almost like a mental attack. Jet tried to contact Army Command, then cursed when the interference made it impossible. Calling out one of the messengers, she said tersely, "Inform the HQ that Goliath is approaching from the south. We need reinforcements here as soon as possible. Go." The pale-faced messenger saluted and disappeared from view, and then there was nothing for them to do but wait. By Sunny's side, the members of his cohort were preparing for battle. Everyone around was doing the same, and from the impenetrable white haze beyond the wall, the steps of the giant continued to boom, slowly growing louder and closer, and much more frightening. Boom! And then, after a torturous span of silence, again. Boom! Sunny gritted his teeth, and on the battlement behind him, 4 shadows shivered. Hidden in the blizzard, Goliath was slowly approaching Falcon Scott. No one could see him, but the heavy steps of the Titan sounded like foreboding war drums. Soon, the ground started shaking with each of them. The tremors traveled through the alloy structure of the city wall, making it vibrate. Sunny felt his body growing stiff, as if paralyzed by the memory of being crushed and broken by the giant's foot. Humans could not really recall pain, but remembering the feeling of being hurt was very easy, especially if one was hurt terribly. He had almost died that day. He should have died, if not for a couple of memories and a bit of luck. His body remembered being destroyed. Snarling, Sunny shook off the paralyzing fear and peered into the blizzard, hoping to see the hateful shape of the walking mountain. Instead, he just heard. Boom, boom, damnation. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the thunderous steps stopped. A moment later, a rift appeared in the wall of the blizzard, and for a few moments, he could see far and wide. Sunny's eyes narrowed. Out there at the edge of the killing field, a giant creature stood in front of the mountains. Taller than the city wall by far, the Titan looked like a mountain himself. His vaguely humanoid body was broad and misshapen, made of uneven, weathered stone. He had 3 mighty arms, and one enormous eye that stared at the soldiers of the First Army with an alien, cold, terrifying malice. The milky eye was completely white, having no iris and no pupil. Behind and around the Titan, a vast and dark sea of bodies was undulating as it flowed down from the slopes of the mountains. Nightmare creatures, a stunningly large horde of them, were following the fallen Titan. For a moment, the world seemed frozen. In that dreadful instant, Sunny forced himself to smile. All of it him coming to Antarctica, marching with the First Army across its cold expanse, surviving Low 49, clawing his way back north with a train of refugees. The long weeks of fighting at Falcon Scott had been for this moment. He looked at Goliath with murderous intensity. "Come here, bastard," in the next moment, as if answering his call, the giant stepped forward. Chapter 10:30, The Fall of Falcon Scott 48. As soon as Goliath took a step forward and the wall vibrated under Sunny once again, he called upon Saint. By his side, Master Jet mounted the parapet of the battlement, clinging to it with one hand and ready to push herself away. In her other hand, the slender glaive weaved itself from snowflakes. The sea of nightmare creatures flowed forward, overtaking the marching colossus. The familiar thunder of discharging rail guns tore the snowstorm apart, and the turrets joined them a moment later, drowning the world in a roaring cacophony. A tall and graceful figure clad in onyx armor stepped onto the wall from the shadows. Instantly, her fearsome presence permeated the air, making soldiers turn around and crane their necks, staring at the menacing Black Knight in fright. Saint's ruby eyes flashed with cold crimson flames. Someone yelled, "It's Mongrel! Mongrel is here! Thank the gods!" Their calls rolled across the wall, and the soldiers that had been shaken by the terrible visage of the marching Titan regained some of their confidence. Even though Saint was dwarfed by the looming shapes of bulky MWPs, at that moment, she seemed much greater than the towering machines. "Show that ugly boulder who's in charge, Mongrel." As for Sunny, no one paid him much attention. Whatever fame he had earned among the fighters of the First Army paled in comparison to his flamboyant alter ego. After all, unlike him, Mongrel was a mysterious character. People were free to fill in the blanks using nothing but their imaginations, and the things they came up with were always much more fantastical than the truth. Well, at least the version of the truth about Sunny that he shared with the world. The actual truth was so outlandish that no one would probably believe it. Doesn't matter. Watching Goliath walk forward, Sunny summoned a very special memory, the one he had worked so hard to create. His payback gift to the stone giant, the siege souvenir. Suddenly, a very lengthy and sharp javelin appeared in Saint's hand. It was about 3 meters long, incredibly heavy, and entirely white. A sense of immense, wild, destructive power radiated from the white javelin, making even Sunny himself feel slightly uncomfortable. Of course, the javelin was the quill of the corrupted devil he had collected from an army warehouse a long time ago. The thing Sunny had spent most of his free time in Falcon Scott trying to enchant. The siege souvenir was now a transcendent memory, and a very special one at that. Several transcendent soul shards, as well as rivers of essence that formed numerous shadow strings, had gone into its creation. The difficulty Sunny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and 2355 recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. The long javelin possessed only two enchantments. The first one was Death Dealer, which Sunny had copied from Morgan's warbow. Bestowing that one to the Devil's Needle had been hard, but also somewhat straightforward. The difficulty Sunny had met was merely one of scope. Of all the enchantments he had learned and recreated before, that one was the vastest and most difficult. However, there was no alternative. Death Dealer was the most destructive single-target enchantment in his arsenal, and so nothing else would have done. It was also extremely, dreadfully gluttonous in its consumption of essence, but not gluttonous enough as far as Sunny was concerned. That was where the second enchantment he had bestowed on the siege souvenir came in. That one had no name because it was invented by him. Creating it was not technically hard, but required Sunny to teach himself an entirely new facet of weaving, as well as accomplish something he had never done before, not simply copy, but disassemble and heavily modify an existing enchantment. The enchantment that had served as the basis was the Unbroken of the Midnight Shard. It allowed the wielder access to a vast reservoir of power when at death's doorstep, as long as the wielder refused to surrender and kept fighting against overwhelming odds. Sunny was not interested in augmenting the javelin with additional power, nor was he interested in creating a limitation tied to how close someone was to death or their character. What he was interested in was the reservoir itself. After all, Death Dealer had to be powered by something. And so Sunny had spent many arduous hours studying the weave of the Unbroken, trying to understand how it worked, what element of the tapestry of ethereal strings was responsible for which part of it, and how to isolate the effect he wanted to achieve, how to create a reservoir of power that could feed the siege souvenir from the inside. In the end, with the timely help of the graceless dusk, he had succeeded in both of his undertakings. The white javelin was much longer and heavier than an arrow, in fact. Calling it a javelin was somewhat misleading, since it was more akin to a projectile worthy of a siege engine. Nevertheless, it possessed the capacity to deliver the same devastating force as an arrow sent flying with the help of the Death Dealer, only at a much greater scale. A lot of power was needed to achieve that effect, much more power than anyone in Falcon Scott could have supplied in one go. That was why Sunny had enchanted the siege souvenir to possess an independent reservoir of essence, and siphoned a sea of it into the javelin over the days. He had basically created an entirely new type of memory. Weak memories usually possessed passive enchantments that were powered by the ambient essence used to manifest the memory. Powerful memories usually possessed active enchantments that required the wielder to manipulate and spend their own essence in order to use them. The siege souvenir, meanwhile, possessed a dire enchantment that fed directly on the javelin's own essence. The result of his hard work was a tremendously powerful memory. It was so powerful, in fact, that only refined material harvested from a corrupted creature could withstand the dreadful enchantments. Anything less would have disintegrated under strain. Even then, the siege souvenir was bound to be a one-use memory. The quill of the corrupted devil was not going to survive the release of its own destructive power. There was one last hurdle to overcome to make use of it, though. Not just anyone could wield it. Even Sunny himself was not strong enough to make use of his creation in the intended way. That was why he had needed Saint to evolve. He needed a transcendent being to bring forth the siege souvenir's potential. And now, he had one. Chapter 10:31, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 49. Goliath walked forward, the world quaking under the weight of his steps. The sea of nightmare creatures was flowing past his titanic feet, and all around them the furious blizzard was slowly retreating, the winds dying down as pale starlight washed over the vast killing field. On the tall, broken wall of the city, thousands of turrets were roaring as they sent rivers of bullets into the attacking horde. The moonless night was torn apart by the glow of overheated barrels, the shine of swift tracer rounds, and the flashes of railgun rounds striking their targets in a conflagration of force, heat, and blinding light. A few of those heavy tungsten rounds had hit Goliath, only to disintegrate fruitlessly, without leaving even a scratch on the stone hide of the menacing Titan. The soldiers of the First Army trembled as they joined the barrage. The mundane soldiers, the awakened, the towering war platforms, the few masters that were still alive after 2 weeks of the dreadful siege. On the ground near the breached sections of the wall, others were shivering as they craned their necks to stare at the approaching Titan. However, Sonny remained still. Closer, get closer. He was perhaps the only human in Falcon Scott who wanted the colossal giant to walk faster. The siege souvenir could only be used once, so he had only one shot to shatter Goliath's stone carapace. Standing indifferently by his side, Saint raised the long javelin and placed it on her shoulder. The 4 shadows moved, fusing with her onyx armor. It shone with black radiance, and the feeling of great power emanating from the graceful figure of the taciturn stone knight instantly became much vaster, much deeper, and much more terrifying. At the same, darkness flowed from Saint's gauntlet, slowly spreading across the length of the white javelin. Its whiteness was consumed, replaced by a lightless blackness. While the transcendent devil herself was augmented by the shadows, her weapon was now enhanced by the blade of darkness. There was the mantle of darkness, as well, which made Saint stronger when surrounded by darkness and shadows. Sonny summoned the shadow lantern, allowing it to consume all surrounding light. Soon, the 3 of them, Sonny, Saint, and Jet, were hidden from sight within a circle of deep shadow. Almost there. The fastest of the nightmare creatures, those that had survived the barrage, meaning the strongest and most vile of them, were already moments away from reaching the wall, separating into 4 wide rivers of flesh to attack the 4 breaches. Goliath, meanwhile, was a few steps away from crossing half of the killing field. Sonny looked directly at the hateful giant and prepared to give Saint the command. At that moment, however, something changed. The Titan's massive, malformed head turned slightly, and his sole eye stared back. Sonny shivered. There were thousands and thousands of humans on the wall, and all of them must have looked like mere ants to Goliath. However, somehow, it felt as though the Titan was gazing directly at him. The weight of that gaze was almost physical. No, it was much more dire than that. Sonny gritted his teeth, feeling a very bad premonition grasp his heart. What? Then the milky surface of the giant's eye quivered and slid away like an eyelid. Behind it, a second eye was revealed. Unlike the first one, which was white and had neither an iris nor a pupil, that one was of a furious red color, as if made of pure magma, and had 3 incandescent pupils floating in its depths, like windows into a scorching inferno. Suddenly, Sonny was enveloped by unbearable heat. He felt water streaming down on him and looked up to see the snow clouds melting in the skies above. Bizarrely, it was raining in the middle of the polar winter. Beneath him, the 70-meter-tall defensive wall of the city suddenly moved and groaned. Glancing over the parapet, Sonny saw with horror that the impregnable alloy it was melting, too. All around him, the mighty MWPs were collapsing into puddles of liquid metal, the pilots screaming as they burned alive. The barrels of the powerful turrets disappeared into streams of incandescent drops, and the mighty railguns grew silent. A few meters away, Samara screamed and flinched back from her rifle, a vicious burn marring her cheek. Across the entire southern section of the city wall, the great defensive barrier bent and deformed, moments away from collapsing entirely. Countless people plummeted to their deaths or were consumed by the immolating heat. All of it happened in an instant. Gods. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Sonny shuddered as he changed his command slightly and sent it to Saint. The Onyx Knight instantly moved. Taking a single step, she raised the javelin behind her. For a moment, Saint's entire body turned into a graceful arch, from the tip of her foot to her hip, to her shoulder, to her fist. Then, her hand whipped forward, and the battlement under her shattered from immense pressure. Even her vambrace cracked, shards of onyx falling down like precious gems. At the last moment, the 4 shadows slid from her fingers and wrapped themselves around the siege souvenir. The long, immeasurably heavy javelin shot forward with the speed of lightning. Immediately, there was a deafening boom of sound barriers being pierced, and a powerful shockwave rolled across the battlement, throwing people off their feet. The artificial memory streaked across the black sky like a line of pure darkness, creating a whirlpool of hurricane winds in its wake. A split second later, it hit Goliath's right in the eye. There was a flash of light, and then a world-shaking thunderclap. And then, the sound of shattering stone. The siege souvenir plunged right between the Titan's three pupils, disappearing into the red molten eye entirely. Then it burst from the back of the giant's head in an explosion of broken stone. Your memory has been destroyed. As Sunny watched in stunned silence, vast cracks snaked through Goliath's head. The colossus froze in a strange pose, its torso leaning slightly back. His eye was completely destroyed, and his head shattered and fell apart, giant slabs of stone plummeting down from a great height. The walking mountain swayed, twitched, and then slowly started to tilt. Everyone, both the humans and the nightmare creatures, froze, watching the Titan fall in utter shock. Sunny blinked. What just happened? As if responding, the spell whispered softly into his ear, "You have slain a fallen Titan, minor shard of the stone Titan. Your shadow grows stronger." Chapter 10:32, The Fall of Falcon Scott 50. The colossal, headless body of Goliath tilted forward and then started to fall. Because of its enormous size, it seemed as though the giant's corpse slowly floated through the air instead of crashing down in an obliterating avalanche of stone. However, hundreds of nightmare creatures below were already panicking as they tried to flee and escape being crushed to death. Sunny froze, momentarily stunned. What just happened? He had killed the damned bastard? How? That was not what was supposed to happen. Sunny had poured countless hours into creating the siege souvenir and making sure that Saint would transcend in time. However, he had never expected to slay the fallen Titan with one strike. A Titan was a Titan. They were not supposed to die so easily. The plan was for the javelin to shatter the stone carapace on the chest of the giant, creating a path toward his heart. Master Jet was supposed to enter the breach and destroy Goliath's soul cores from within, while Sunny and Saint would attack from the outside. Together, they were meant to slowly bring the giant down, and maybe even survive the process. When the Titan had revealed his incandescent eye and started melting the city wall, Sunny was forced to switch targets and command Saint to aim for the eye instead. He had never thought that Goliath would be killed by that single strike. Was that eye the Titan's Achilles heel? Kim had not noticed a pronounced vulnerability after they encountered the giant on the coastal highway, though. Maybe her powers were not enough to see it. Or was the vulnerability only exposed when Goliath revealed his inner, hidden eye? In any case, the Titan was undoubtedly dead. Sunny had killed him. For a moment, a dark glee ignited in his heart. That's for Erebus Field, you foul bastard, and for me, too. That is payback for almost killing me. But then, his glee disappeared. By all accounts, Sunny should have felt exhilarated. He had killed a Titan after all. But instead of joy, he felt chills running down his spine. Suddenly tense, Sunny looked around. The armaments of the defensive barrier were all but destroyed, and the wall itself was damaged and deformed. A few sections had collapsed entirely, but most still stood. The defenders had suffered heavy losses, especially among the pilots burned to death with their MWPs. Many soldiers had lost their rifles, and the outer layers of their powered armor suits were severely damaged. However, there were still enough of them alive to continue the fight, maybe. Luckily, most awakened had managed to dismiss their steel memories, saving them from being destroyed, and were now summoning them back. Everyone was still in utter shock, mesmerized by the sight of the slowly toppling colossus. Something was wrong, though. Very, very wrong. A Goliath should not have died that easily or that fast. Master Jet, who had been hanging outside the wall, ready to push herself forward to follow the plan and attack the Titan, climbed back and looked at him, a rare expression of bewilderment written on her face. "Sunny, what the hell, how?" He did not answer, staring past her at the falling mountain. "I killed him. I did." Even before the body fell, wide cracks appeared all across it. Chunks of stone were splintering off and falling down. From the distance, it almost looked as if the giant was been diseased, his skin covered by sores and ulcers. And the cracks. Behind some of them, instead of solid stone, there was nothing but darkness. As if parts of the Titan's body had been hollowed out long before the battle. Moments before the massive corpse crashed into the ground, Sunny's eyes widened. Curse it! In the next second, the colossal mass of stone collided against the earth, making the whole world shake. Enormous clouds of snow, dirt, and debris rose into the air, and countless nightmare creatures were crushed under the obliterating weight. A thunderous roar rolled over the killing field, and shards of stone shot outward like bullets, decimating even more abominations. One more section of the wall collapsed. However, that was not what Sunny was looking at. His gaze was locked on the massive corpse itself. When Goliath's body hit the ground, large portions of it cracked like the shell of a rotten egg, and from within, a tide of darkness flowed, eviscerating the few wounded nightmare creatures that still clung to life and stretching toward the broken city wall like black tentacles. The heart of darkness. The river of black beetles had mysteriously disappeared some days ago, and almost at the same time, Goliath's speed had decreased. The beetles liked to tunnel through mountains and devour mighty creatures from within. The fallen titan had been like a walking mountain himself, and mighty beyond belief as well. Someone should have guessed that the giant might have been parasitized by the legion of the tiny, dreadful creatures. But no one had. It was so clear, in hindsight. Sunny himself had been too blinded by the threat of the titan to consider such a possibility. His preconceived notions of what constituted power, and his personal animosity against the stone giant, resulted in a ruinous case of tunnel vision. Damn it! He glanced at the city defenses once again, realizing that almost everything that could have been used against vast swarms of tiny vermin had been destroyed by Goliath. The first army had been prepared to face one overwhelming enemy, not myriads of dangerous, but comparatively weak creatures. He looked at Jet, his lips trembling. Bloodwave, she frowned. What? Sunny grabbed the Soul Reaper by the shoulders and barked. Bloodwave, summon Bloodwave here. He's our best hope of stopping the Heart of Darkness. She hesitated for a short moment, then looked beyond the wall and hissed an explicit curse. Then, Jet took a step back and started summoning a memory that was supposed to give the fearsome saint a signal to abandon his duty of protecting the ships and join the battle. Sunny, meanwhile, was already moving, calling upon a few memories of his own. He had no idea how they would be able to handle both the vast horde of nightmare creatures that had come with Goliath and the tide of black beetles with the defensive barrier ruined and barely holding. The wall was severely damaged, and many of the soldiers had either died or were rendered helpless, their weapons destroyed. And yet, they had no other choice but to fight and claw the victory out of fate's grasp somehow. There was simply nowhere to retreat. Chapter 10:33, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 51. For a few moments, both Sunny and Jet stood motionless, staring at the tide of enemies advancing at the damaged wall. Their faces were grim. Eventually, Soul Reaper spoke in a dark tone. This is bad. This is really bad. That was an understatement. Currently, Falcon Scott was facing two threats. The first one was the uncountable horde of nightmare creatures that had followed Goliath and was now flowing across the killing field like a dark tide. Some of them had already reached the deformed barrier and engaged the defenders of the breaches in a furious melee. Some infiltrated the city through the new fissures in the melted wall and were now rampaging in the staging area. With the turrets destroyed and the mighty railguns heavily damaged, there was no way to slow down the advance of the horde. Even the MWPs were destroyed, and most of the soldiers had either lost their weapons or were seriously injured. The only ones who remained relatively unscathed were the awakened. There were around 700 of them on the southern section of the wall, and most were still able to fight. There were reinforcements coming from the other 3 sections of the wall, but it was going to take some time for them to arrive, time that they did not have. The second threat was the Heart of Darkness. 4 rivers of dark beetles were flowing toward the ravaged wall, reaching for it like giant black claws. Each individual beetle was capable of biting through powerful armor-type memories, metal, and flesh. Their only redeeming quality was that the tiny vermin were not too hard to crush. Which was why Army Command had planned to rely heavily on the powerful defensive armaments in case the dark swarm showed up. With those armaments mostly destroyed, the danger posed by the Heart of Darkness had risen tremendously. There were several ascended with aspects suitable to face such an enemy, as well, but some of them had died in the past 2 weeks, while others were not on the southern section of the wall, since no one had expected the Heart of Darkness to attack that day. Damn it, gritting his teeth, Sunny looked at Jet. So, what do we do? At that time, a familiar flaming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during a Tamiler naming arrow, albeit much weaker than it had been during the battle against the devouring cloud, flew into the mass of beetles from somewhere much further down the wall. Winter was still alive, at least. Master Jet let out an angry hiss. There is no choice but to retreat to the secondary defense perimeter and enact the following protocol. However, even that is impossible right now. If we don't want to lose the city, we need to push the horde back and give the men enough time to run. We also need to obliterate the damned bugs, push back the horde. Sunny suddenly felt cold. There were so many holes in the city wall now that it was basically useless. That meant that the only way to stall the abominations was to sortie out and face the nightmare creatures on the killing field, blade against claw. Needless to say, that was nearly a suicide mission. Even if the defenders of Falcon Scott succeeded, their losses would be staggering. There was another option, of course. The Awakened could abandon the mundane soldiers and run. Logically speaking, leaving mundanes to die and preserving the arguably more valuable asset was a valid strategy. War was not a purely logical affair, though. The most reasonable strategy was not always the best strategy. Things like spirit, morale, and mutual trust had much greater weight than Sunny had once thought. For any army without these intangible qualities would be doomed. As a colonel and an ascended, Master Jet was the senior officer on the southern section of the wall and the person in charge. The decision was hers, and Sunny did not envy her position one bit. She lingered for a few moments, then took a deep breath and shouted, her voice spreading far and wide due to the effects of a special memory. This is Soul Reaper Jet. All awakened, assemble in cohorts and prepare to sortie. We must push the enemy back. All mundane personnel, abandon the wall. I repeat, abandon the wall. I am ordering a full retreat to the secondary defense line. As soon as the echo of her voice disappeared into the cold night, Jet stepped toward a messenger that had lost his footing during the Titan's attack, grabbed the man by the collar, and pulled him to his feet with one powerful motion. The slightly disoriented soldier stared at her with a pale face. She looked at him somberly for a moment, and then said quietly, "Inform Army Command to prepare the Rampart Protocol and be ready to activate it as soon as I give the command. If I die." They should act at their discretion. The frightened man nodded and disappeared, using his aspect ability to run at incredible speed. With that done, Jet glanced at Sunny. She remained silent for a moment, then smiled darkly. "Are you ready?" Sunny shook his head. "Not even a little bit." Soul Reaper laughed and turned to the killing field. Her smile disappeared like a phantom. "Well, tough. While the Awakened are fighting off the nightmare creatures, someone has to deal with the bugs. They absolutely cannot be allowed to enter the city. I'll stop the left. Swarm, send that awesome echo of yours to face the middle left one and go to the middle right yourself. Bloodwave will handle the last one. With some luck, the Ascended who were supposed to deal with them in the first place will arrive to reinforce us before everyone dies. The couple of them who are still alive." Sunny looked at her with a dubious expression. "How am I supposed to fight against countless thousands of tiny bugs?" Master Jet sighed. "You're resourceful. Figure something out. And if you do, let me know. I am asking myself the same question." With that, she turned away to give orders to her cohort. Sunny did the same. Belle, Dorn, Samara, Luster, and Kim were looking at him, their eyes uncertain. He forced out a smile. "You all heard the boss. We are going to sortie with the rest, then push forward and block one of the beetle swarms. I'll take point. Samara, you lost your rifle, so just blast any that get past me with essence. You'll be our secondary slayer. Luster, support Sam. Belle, Dorn, and Kimmy. You guys will protect Luster and Samara. Don't let the bugs bite through your armor." His soldiers looked at each other, then silently nodded. A few moments later, Soul Reaper's voice rolled across the battlements once again. "Attack!" Chapter 1034, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 52. The special chutes built into the wall had mostly been destroyed or damaged, so the awakened had to use other means to sortie into the killing field. Some rappelled down, some summoned memories capable of slowing one's fall, some simply used the exposed framework of the Great Barrier to swiftly climb to the ground. The few surviving masters stationed on the southern wall went first to clear the landing. Saint mounted Nightmare, who leaped from one protruding sheet of deformed alloy to another, reaching the swarming abominations in mere seconds. Wielding the cruel sight, she quickly slaughtered the nearest enemies. Sunny was not far behind. He glided through the air using the dark wing, then dismissed it a couple dozen meters above the ground and plummeted down, landing among the nightmare creatures like a cannonball. The sin of solace danced, effortlessly slicing through flesh and bone. It took Sunny only a few seconds to carve out a small island of safety. The members of his cohort joined him, forming a beachhead. More awakened followed behind them, grim determination shining in their eyes. Everyone knew that for many, if not most of them, this was going to be the last fight. Nevertheless, no one tried to flee or turn back. It is strange. Cutting down a lunging beast, Sunny glanced at the descending awakened. Surely, all of them valued their lives. Maybe if left alone, most would listen to their fear and their desire to survive, and choose to save themselves instead. However, they had all been swept up in the moment and lost their reason. They were all individuals, but more than that, they were also parts of something much larger right now. A crowd, a mob, a collective had no fear of death because the destruction of one of its small parts did not mean the destruction of the whole. Maybe that was how these people suppressed their utterly natural and reasonable desire to live, knowing that even without them, the larger entity they belonged to would continue to exist. Was that what Professor Obel had meant when he said that humanity needed a bit of stupidity to survive? In any case, the feeling was alien to Sunny. He had spent most of his life being refused and rejected by the collective, so naturally, he valued himself more. There was really nothing more valuable than himself, and things he personally held dear. And yet, here he was, charging into the horde of nightmare creatures with the rest of the awakened of the First Army. Of course, his situation was vastly different. Sunny was pretty sure of his ability to at least escape alive, no matter what happened. But he was still taking a great risk for no apparent reason. Was it stubbornness? Was it pride? Was it spite and unwillingness to admit defeat? Or had he actually become infatuated by the same sense of collective responsibility as these selfless people? He truly did not know. However, the word selfless seemed rather vile and frightening to Sunny. After all, his self was all he had. Without it, what was the point of staying alive? Gritting his teeth, Sunny brandished the sin of solace and pushed forward, cutting through one abomination after another like a ruthless, eerily graceful butcher. At some point, his three shadows joined him, wrapping themselves around his body, the fourth one he had sent to help Nightmare. Sunny was surrounded by a fine haze of blood, but whenever drops of it fell on his black tunic, they rolled off the soft silk without leaving the slightest trace. The graceless dusk remained immaculately pristine. He left the hundreds of awakened behind and advanced into the horde, leading his cohort toward the river of black beetles. Luckily, it was not very hard to reach, because the dark river was flowing forward to meet them as well. Before the irregulars clashed with the Claw of the Heart of Darkness, though, Bloodwave finally arrived at the battlefield. The mighty saint landed like a falling star, causing the earth to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. A wav. Causing the Eelton to split and a shockwave to spread outward in all directions. Away from water, most of his powers would be of no use. But a transcendent was still a transcendent. Wearing dark gray armor sewn of sharkskin and wielding two curved swords, Bloodwave instantly turned into a whirlwind of steel, moving with such speed and force as to resemble an annihilating blur. Countless nightmare creatures disappeared into it, and the blurry twister instantly turned red from the mass of blood. More than that, the champion of the House of Night was perfectly aware of his vulnerability on land. For that reason, his soul arsenal included many powerful memories to account for that weakness. Among other things, as soon as Bloodwave appeared, 3 echoes manifested by his side. One was a monstrous crab the size of a house, One resembled a towering golem of wet clay, and the last one was ethereal and elusive, like a creature made of fog. Sunny's eyes glinted when he realized that the creature shrouded in fog was actually transcendent itself. It would have been powerless underwater, but here under the walls of Falcon Scott, the echo could exert truly devastating power. A small shadow fell from the sky, and a familiar black bird landed on Bloodwave's shoulder, cawing something into his ear. A moment later, the saint and his echoes changed direction, heading for one of the 4 rivers of darkness. Maybe we can actually pull this off. Throwing all unnecessary thoughts out of his head, Sunny concentrated on carving a path toward the tide of beetles. Somewhere behind him, hundreds of awakened were desperately pushing against the horde of frenzied abominations, killing and dying without holding anything back. An ear-splitting groan of tearing metal thundered as another section of the wall collapsed, unable to withstand its own weight after suffering severe damage to its inner structure. He paid it no attention. How am I supposed to fight against the damned bugs? The sin of Solace could cut through dozens with each swipe, but there were countless thousands of them. Trying to kill the entire swarm with a sword was no different from trying to cut the sea. He had a couple of tools capable of mass destruction. Shadow manifestation, the strike of thunder. He could also control the swarm somewhat with the dying wish. Best of all, the beetles would have to try very, very hard to bite through the marble shell. Sunny was not too worried about his defense. It was the offense that posed an issue. I guess I'll just have to manage somehow. A few moments later, the mass of nightmare creatures around them diminished, and those who did lunge at the cohort looked more panicked than consumed by bloodlust. It seemed that the Heart of Darkness cared not about whom it devoured, humans or abominations, and there, behind these last few monsters, the tide of darkness was rushing toward Sunny once again. Chapter 10:35, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 53. As the river of darkness surged forward to devour Sunny, the small lantern of black stone hanging on his belt opened, and a tide of shadows rose from within it to meet the swarm of beetles. He held nothing back, unleashing every wild shadow he had tamed, from mundane and shallow ones to those that were ancient, vast, and unfathomably deep. The night itself seemed to move as well. It moved to answer the call of the Master of Shadows. 2 dark tides met with a deafening thunder, and thousands of beetles were instantly broken, crushed, and ground into black dust. Some shadows were vanquished, too, and yet even more persisted. Permeated by Sunny's essence, they were as deadly and resilient as an ascended weapon would be. With no sun and no moon to illuminate the skies, there was nothing but dim starlight and a few distant flames to chase away the darkness. The whole world was shrouded in shadows, and so, Sunny had an almost infinite well of them to call upon. The only limitation was his essence. However, the number of beetles was even more limitless. Despite thousands of them being destroyed in the initial confrontation, it was no more than a drop in the ocean. Already, even more were surging forward, crashing into the wall of shadows and tunneling into it with their sharp mandibles. Gritting his teeth, Sunny poured more essence out, strengthening the wall and turning it into a tall dam. Almost instantly, cracks appeared on its surface, and a moment later, the river of dark beetles overflowed, spilling over the top of the dam and spreading wide to encompass it from the sides. Funneled by the dying wish, all of them rushed toward a single point, Sunny himself. He launched himself forward, moving with enough speed to leave afterimages behind. The sin of Solace lashed out, slicing through 24 beetles with a single strike. Almost at the same, a radiant orb of charged essence shot past Sunny and violently exploded in the surging mass of darkness. Samara had joined the fight, using her aspect ability directly instead of channeling it through the tungsten rounds of Arifel. Together, they managed to slow the beetles down a little. Sunny turned into a whirlwind of annihilating jade, delivering 6 swift attacks in an instant. However, even though cutting through the small creatures was not too hard, the effectiveness of these attacks was low. Almost instantly, he switched to using the flat of the jade blade to crush them. With his strength, each blow sent a concussive wave through the mass of dreadful pests, damaging and breaking their tough little bodies. His mind was split, one part commanding his body, the other controlling the manifested shadows to hold back the dark river. And yet, it was not enough. Damnation! No matter how fast Sunny moved and how many blows he delivered, the number of beetles was simply overwhelming. Already, many had flowed past him. Some tried to turn around to attack from behind, but the pressure of the thousands more pushing forward brought them away, forcing Belle, Dorn, and Kim to engage the creatures in melee. Out of the three, Dorn was able to destroy the most with his aspect abilities and the heavy sledgehammer. Belle used himself as bait, phasing from place to place, and using his sword to cut down as many small creatures as he could. Kim, with her rapier and buckler, was the least suited for this battle, but she did her best to lessen the pressure on the two formidable warriors. Behind them, Samara continued to charge small beads of alloy with essence and flicking them into the mass of beetles, each streaking through the air like a bullet and exploding into a wave of destructive force. Once her supply of alloy beads and needles was exhausted, she would have to use the crudest form of attack and simply toss out projectiles formed of unrestrained, wild essence. They were holding for now, but the tide of dark beetles was growing more and more overbearing with each moment. Their number endlessly swelled, and the dam of shadows was being continuously destroyed and rebuilt, consuming Sunny's essence like a gluttonous beast. Some distance away to his right, Bloodwave and his echoes had engaged another tentacle of the heart of darkness. To his left, Saint and Nightmare were holding back the third. And further still, behind them, Jet and her cohort were fighting the fourth. This isn't working. This is not enough. Sunny knew that, if nothing changed, he and his soldiers would be devoured by the appalling vermin. Already, many of the dark beetles had gotten past his defenses and bitten into his skin. Their sharp mandibles only left shallow scratches on it, which almost immediately healed, but still. The memory of one of these vile creatures crawling inside his rib cage made him shudder. It was only a matter of time before several bites would turn into a dozen, then 100, then 1,000. Would the marble shell be able to withstand countless thousands of mandibles plunging into it? Even if it did, it was only his skin that was so resilient. Once he was buried under a cold, slithering carpet of darkness, the beetles crawling into his mouth, into his nostrils, into his ears, into his eyes. Would he be devoured from within? The Sin of Solace laughed. Wouldn't that be a sight to behold? Ah, yes, yes, it would. I can't wait. Uttering a silent curse, Sunny tried to pay the whispers of the Jade Sword no attention and concentrated on eviscerating as many of the beetles as he could. I need to think of something. He could always use Shadow Step to escape. Not quite. The last time, a few beetles were pulled along with him as he stepped through the shadows, most likely because the small creatures were not, in fact, alive. Not alive. A bizarre idea suddenly appeared in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if it worked, he would only be buying himself a few seconds of respite, at most. What Sunny really needed was to enhance his offensive ability to find a way to destroy much more beetles every moment. However, he was only human. There was only so much that his small body, no matter how strong, could do. No, his best hope was shadow manifestation. He was already using it to hold the river back and grind many beetles into dust. But that was not enough. Was there anything else he could do? Summoning a dozen shadow hands to crush and obliterate the beetles would work, for a bit, but it would also burn his reserves of essence with terrible speed. Those hands would not be able to strike with as much strength as he himself could as well. Damn it! If Serpent was here, I could have ordered it to assume the form of a massive monster and crush thousands of the damned vermin with each step. Consumed by revulsion and fear at the thought of being eaten from the inside, driven to his limits, and desperate to find a way to defeat the river of darkness. At that feverish moment, Sunny suddenly felt something click in his head. Scraps and pieces of previously accumulated experiences connected together, forming a tentative hint of a revelation. The revelation was strange, unclear, and dubious. That should not be possible, right? However, he really could not see why not. Sunny sensed the endless ocean of formless shadows around him, all malleable and ready to answer his call. If Soul Serpent was not here to assume the shape of a dreadful monster, why not try to turn into one himself? Chapter 10:36. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 54. The formless ability allowed Soul Serpent to assume the shape of any shadow contained within its master's soul, as long as it was the shadow of a creature that was of the same or lower class and rank. Once transformed, Serpent would not only look like the creature, but also inherit its traits and abilities. Sunny, however, was not the Serpent. While he trained his mind and body to possess some facets of the formlessness of shadows, he was still a human. Even if he used Shadow Step to turn incorporeal, he would not be able to make use of the same mystical ability. He could, however, command the shadows and manifest them into tangible forms. What did it mean? Slowly drowning in the tide of black beetles and feeling their sharp mandibles scrape against his skin, Sunny continued to fight. And think. His thoughts were desperate and feverish, but at the same time, his mind was strangely calm. His first uses of shadow manifestation had been very simple, nothing more than shapeless shadows turned tangible and pushed into motion. The only form they had was the one caused by the motion itself, and so they looked like dark tentacles. Later, Sunny trained for a long time to be able to effortlessly manipulate the shadows into more structured shapes. Chains, blades, walls, and a few more. With those, he had made several incredible achievements. Building a bridge over a vast chasm, stopping the advance of a mighty titan. Were not things a master was supposed to be capable of doing. However, his crowning achievement in the use of shadow manifestation was the shadow hands. Although not as powerful, durable, and numerous as the dark chains Sunny could create, they were vastly more complex and intricately structured. A hand had to have a rigid frame, flexible joints, dozens degrees of freedom, and many more aspects that few people ever stopped to consider. Controlling one was also much more complicated. Currently, Sunny could skillfully implement two types of shadow hands. The cruder and larger ones acted as an independent fighting force during battles, while the much more agile ones, scaled to the size of his body, were used to give him an extra pair of hands for complicated tasks. So, if he could already create hands and arms, what was to stop him from shaping shadows into a full creature? Sunny growled as he was pushed back by the river of darkness, wide cracks appearing on the dam he had created. Behind him, Belle, Dorn, and Kim were barely holding on against the ever-increasing number of the vile beetles. Just at that moment, Dorn was a split second too slow to bring his sledgehammer down, and one of the small creatures landed on his armor. The enchanted metal instantly split, but before the beetle could burrow under the giant man's skin, Kim's rapier flashed and pierced the beetle. The sharp blade wounded Dorn as well, but receiving a shallow cut was infinitely better than having a murderous little creature tear through his insides. Sunny gritted his teeth, striking down with the sin of solace. What was to stop him? The answer was very simple. Complexity. Even shaping a functioning hand was already incomparably hard. He had spent a lot of time teaching himself how to shape shadows into hands on the fly. Creating an actual moving construct in the form of a creature would have been 100, if not 1,000 times harder. Plus, such a creature would not be very deadly, since in the end, it would just be a more complicated ascended weapon. There was something that could solve both of these problems in Sunny's possession, though: his knowledge of shadow dance. Shadow dance allowed him to observe a person or a creature and learn the very essence of their style and physicality, then shadow it. How they moved, how they thought, how they felt, how soul essence flowed through their body. Of course, none of that would be possible if he did not first understand the structure of the body itself. If Sunny knew how a body was shaped and worked on an instinctual level, the task of forcing shadows into that form would become much, much easier. Additionally, he did not have to make that form act independently. To translate his own power through it, instead of relying solely on the strength of the shadows themselves, he could build it around himself like a shell. He could wrap it around his body like his own shadows wrapped around it. It's like a suit of exoskeleton armor in the shape of a nightmare creature. A shell of shadows, with me powering it instead of the other way around. If he succeeded, he would be able to assume the shape of a nightmare creature, just like Soul Serpent could. Of course, there would be a vast difference. Unlike his shadow, Sunny would not inherit the creature's attributes and abilities, but the physical form itself was already enough. He took a deep breath, almost swallowing one of the beetles. A savage expression appeared on Sunny's face, and he flinched back, narrowly avoiding the lunging pest. Would he really be able to pull this off? There's only one way to find out. To attempt something like that, though, Sunny needed two things. First, he had to choose a suitable form and one that was exceedingly familiar to him. The better he knew the shape of a creature, the higher his chances of success would be. And even though he had shadowed many abominations over the years, there were very few that Sunny was confident in recreating. Secondly, he needed some time, with nothing to distract him from the task. Even if it was just a few seconds, attempting something that crazy for the first time could not be done in the middle of a furious melee. Sunny could come up with some monster to try turning into, but several seconds of peace were much harder to come by. Unless the bizarre idea that he had thought of some time ago suddenly popped back into his mind. He crushed 100 beetles with an obliterating strike of the flat of his jade sword, then continued to rain one attack after another on the inexhaustible river of vermin, summoning a new memory at the same time. Soon, a large alloy chest appeared in front of Sunny, large enough for him to comfortably lie on. It was the covetous coffer. Sunny commanded the memory to open its lid, then pushed it on the side and swiftly hid behind it. He also called back the deepest and most ancient shadows unleashed from the shadow lantern, hoping to shape them into a monstrous form. The coffer was a storage memory, and by now, its capacity was rather large. After months spent in Antarctica, that space was mostly empty. All kinds of things could be stored inside the alloy chest, with two restrictions: the things could not be too big and they could not be alive. The black beetles, though, were not alive. Sunny did not know what they were, but since the creatures could travel with him through Shadow Step, which suffered from a similar limitation, there was a good reason to believe that the coffer would be able to swallow them as well. And it did. Positioned between the tide of black beetles and Sunny, who wore the dying wish, the alloy chest was like a bottomless abyss. A river of the vile creatures flowed into it, hoping to tear through the bottom of the coffer and get to the human hiding behind it. However, all of them simply disappeared into the spatial storage space instead. A second passed, and then another, with countless thousands of beetles entering the dark chasm of the coffer's maw and never appearing again. After one more second, though, the storage space started to overflow. The lid of the chest instantly snapped shut, and then the memory dissipated into a whirlwind of white sparks. The river of beetles surged forward to devour the human. What rose from the veil of sparks, however, was not a human at all. Instead, it was a fearsome creature that towered at almost 3 meters in height, with onyx-black skin and a bestial, demonic face. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and 4 long horns crowned its head, protruding from dark, coarse hair. The creature had 4 hands that ended with sharp claws and a long, twisting tail. Its eyes were entirely black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. A terrifying growl escaped from its mouth. Success! Of course, Sunny had chosen the shape of a creature he was most familiar with, the Shadow Spawn Devil. Chapter 10, 37, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 55. Sunny had spent many long months in the body of the nameless Shadow Spawn. From the bloody floor of the Red Colosseum to the burning streets of the Ivory City, he had fought countless battles with the creature's 4-clawed hands. However, he had never experienced being the Shadow Devil as an ascended. Possessing the power of a master and augmented by shadows, he exploded with truly terrifying might. At 3 meters of height, Sunny had suddenly turned into a vicious herald of destruction. He lunged into the mass of dark beetles, eviscerating hundreds of them in a split second. He was holding a sword in each of his 4 hands. 2 of them were the Sin of Solace and the Midnight Shard, and 2 were shaped from shadows. Each moved with staggering speed, weaving a translucent sphere of devastation in the river of darkness. Fighting with 4 swords was, perhaps, not the best idea against most opponents. However, Sunny did not need a lot of control and agility to deal with the beetles. All he needed was speed. More speed, more attacks, no matter how crude. With 4 swords and longer reach, the rate at which he destroyed the vile creatures increased tremendously. He cut and crushed them with his 4 swords, stomped them with his clawed feet. Even his tail was swiping through the swarm, obliterating many beetles. For a few moments, the river of darkness seemed to slow its advance. Sunny used those moments to slaughter even more, alleviating the pressure on his cohort and allowing Samara to renew her bombardment of charged essence. The strangest thing about it was how comfortable he felt. Even while shaping the shadows into the form of the Shadow Devil, Sunny had no idea of how easy or hard it would be to control that shell. As it turned out, it felt almost indistinguishable from the real thing. All he needed to do was summon the memories of the second nightmare into his mind and bring them to life with the help of shadow dance, like shadowing a memory of a creature instead of the creature itself. Of course, the demands were high. He needed to know the shape of the shadow shell in startling detail. Sunny suspected that he would not have been able to turn himself into many other creatures, if any at all. However, his knowledge of the shadow spawn was nothing short of instinctual. Instead of controlling the construct consciously, he simply allowed himself to become it. The other demand was essence. Sustaining the shadow shell burned through it with dire speed. His reserves were not exhausted yet. But he knew he wouldn't be able to keep being the shadow spawn for long. He had to do a lot of other things, as well, like power his memories and manifest more and more shadows to repair the tall dam. The situation had improved, but they were still on a timer. If nothing changed soon, the result would be disastrous. Don't think about it right now, just kill as many as you can, the damned. Beetles have to have a breakpoint too. Everything turned into pure chaos. Sunny felt as though his physical power was almost uncontrollable now. He pushed and pushed himself, expecting to hit a limit, but that limit never came. His speed, his strength, his force. All of it had vastly increased, to the point where his thoughts were starting to fall behind his movements. Countless thousands of beetles were destroyed. Faced with the hurricane of swords, claws, horns, and fangs, the river actually recoiled, giving up several meters of frozen soil. Sunny thrust one of the shadow swords forward and let go of it at some point instead. Arcs of electricity appeared on his palm, and then formed into an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning. Sunny stabbed it into the mass of beetles, causing an incinerating chain reaction to destroy numerous creatures. He was hurt by the devastating current of electricity as well, but due to the elemental resistance of the marble shell and the augmentation of the shadows, the damage was superficial and almost tolerable. There was no time to think, only to fight. Somehow, miraculously, Sunny was holding the swarm of the black beetles back. The dying wish was pulling them toward him like a magnet, but instead of washing the towering shadow devil away like a dark tide, they were being constantly ground to dust, cut to pieces, and incinerated by lightning as soon as they entered within his reach. Those that flowed past Sunny were dealt with by the members of his cohort. Samara was causing one explosion after another to bloom amid the swarm, while Luster fed her a steady flow of essence. Both were nearing their limit, but they had not reached it yet. The same was true for Belle, Dorn, and Kim. Sunny couldn't see Saint and Nightmare, but from the glimpses of how little progress the second swarm had made, he knew that they were doing their part as well. The third swarm, the Bloodwave was supposed to deal with, seemed the most damaged. The 3 echoes were holding it back, but the fearsome Saint himself was nowhere to be seen. He was probably hidden somewhere within the river of darkness, fighting furiously. Since the echoes had not dissipated, he had to be alive, at least. The only ones Sunny knew nothing about were Soul Reaper and her cohort since they were too far away. Still, he believed that Master Jet would not go down easily. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Sunny could feel his shadow shell slowly coming undone. After long minutes of rampaging within the dark river of vermin, it had sustained a lot of damage. He tried to repair the wound delivered to the towering shadow devil by summoning and manifesting more shadows, but many beetles were already crawling within. Their mandibles scraped against the silk of the graceless dusk or his skin from time to time. Fruitlessly for now. His every muscle was burning from strain, and his mind was becoming clouded from fatigue. It took a lot to keep the shadow shell intact and moving. He had to let the dam crumble a couple of minutes ago, already, because the pressure of it all was just too demanding. Nevertheless, Sunny kept fighting. In fact, the more tired and fatigued he became, the fiercer his rampage grew, and the louder the sin of solace laughed, whispering ugly truths into his ears. You'll never make. Give up. Leave your soldiers to die and save yourself. Come on. It's so easy, just turn into a shadow and slip away. No one will know, no one will tell. Everyone will just die, how irritating. Sunny tossed the strike of thunder into the surging mass of beetles once again, enduring the piercing pain of being electrocuted by its lightning, and felt one of his two shadow hands crumble down. Ah, not good. He prepared to summon a new shadow to reshape it. But then something changed. A strange ripple went through the river of darkness, and it suddenly lost cohesion. The purposeful tide of black beetles grew discordant and shapeless, many of them simply growing still. Some continued to throw themselves at Sunny, while others scurried away. Nestled within the battered shadow shell, he blinked. What just happened? Chapter 10:38, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 56. Tired, so tired. Sunny smashed through the nearest beetles and jumped back, sliding a few dozens of meters across the ground as his claws left deep grooves in the frozen soil to slow him down. In front of him, the river of darkness was falling apart. The dark beetles, who had been acting like a single organism before, were now aimless and sluggish. Some grew lethargic or started burrowing into the ground, while others were wandering away. A few hundred were still pursuing him. With a thought, Sunny deactivated the dying wish and watched the small creatures dash away in fear. The swarm ceased its purposeful advance and instead flowed outward, losing the shape of a giant tentacle of darkness. It was as though a tank of water had been broken, water spilling to the sides. Utterly, chillingly exhausted, Sunny panted heavily inside the shadow shell. There were several beetles still crawling within it, stubbornly trying to bite through his skin. However, even their vicious bites had grown less determined. The breaking point. Did they reach it? His tired mind wanted nothing more than to release the manifested shadows and let the shadow devil form crumble into nothingness, but he forced himself to remain vigilant. Looking left and right, Sunny saw that the two neighboring swarms were in a similar condition. This was good news, but also bad. Now that the heart of darkness was acting directionless, its deterrence seemed to have lost most of its power. The horde of nightmare creatures, which had been scared away by the dark beetles, was already starting to tentatively move closer to the group of humans. Crap. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then turned around and took a few steps toward the members of his cohort, who were similarly spent and battered. His soldiers, however, recoiled away from him. He looked down in confusion for a moment. Oh. With that, Sunny finally let the shadows comprising the shadow spawn return to their natural form and flow back into the intricately engraved lantern, hanging on the black silken cord tied around his waist. The towering four-armed devil suddenly crumbled into a cloud of darkness, and a pale young man in a beautiful black tunic stepped out of it with a stagger. Arg! Sunny fell to his knees, then raised his fist and angrily struck the ground several times, crushing the scurrying beetles. "See, Captain, is that why you?" He glanced at Kim, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "Of course, it's me. Who else would it be? And it's Major now, damn it." He slowly stood up and summoned the endless spring, taking several large gulps of cold, refreshing water. Perhaps dismissing the shadow shell outside the city wall was not the wisest decision, but he felt that he would not be able to sustain it much longer. At least that way, he would have a tiny bit of essence left, for whatever it was that would happen next. The wall. Sunny looked back, finally witnessing the full scope of the damage done to the defensive barrier. The southern span of the wall was terribly deformed and broken, with many sections laying in giant piles of broken, melted alloy. Much more of them than when he had left it. Somewhere beside it, hidden by the sea of abominations, the awakened of the First Army was still holding the horde back. He wondered how many of them were still alive. What is going on? Why did the heart of darkness suddenly stopped beating? Where the hell are? Shaken, he looked to his left where Saint and Nightmare and Soul Reaper's cohort had fought. His shadows were already approaching, both littered with wounds. Neither had perished, but they did sustain a lot of damage. Even Saint, who was transcendent, and thus much more durable than Sunny, had suffered dreadfully while battling the swarm of black beetles. Maybe because the small creatures were especially proficient at gnawing through stone. The mantle of darkness was slow to repair the damage, as well, almost as if Saint's internal source of true darkness was as exhausted as Sunny's reservoir of essence. Her wounds were healing, nevertheless. Just not at all as fast as he would have wanted. There was one more figure making its way toward him, as well. Sunny felt extremely relieved when he recognized Jet. Soul Reaper did not look good. Her armor seemed to have been destroyed at some point during the battle, and now she wore only the uniform bodysuit, its smart fabric wet and heavy with blood. Her face was ashen. In a few heartbeats, all three arrived. In the same span of time, the nightmare creatures started to draw closer, madness and hunger burning in their eyes. Sunny was the first one to speak. "Master Jet, what happened? Why did the bugs suddenly?" She staggered, forcing him to support her. Sunny and the members of his cohort looked at the leader of the irregulars with concern. Jet took a few raspy breaths, then said in a hoarse voice, "I'm all right, it was Bloodwave." He fought his way to the center of the swarm and killed the thing in charge. Sunny blinked. "What? How? And what exactly did he kill?" She shook her head. "I don't know." It was only then that Sunny realized that Soul Reaper was alone. He hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Your cohort?" Jet gritted her teeth. "Dead." Then she pushed herself off of him and straightened. "The Ascended that were supposed to reinforce us are also dead. They couldn't fight their way through the Horde. And speaking of the Horde, we need to get the hell out of here, fast. We need to reach the secondary defense line really, really soon. Otherwise, Army Command is probably going to blow us all up." Sunny froze for a moment. The Rampart Protocol. The First Army, of course, had all kinds of contingencies. There were a few set in place in case the city wall fell, too, from relatively tame to really drastic. The Rampart Protocol was the most drastic of them all. There were tunnels dug below the killing field, and under the span of abandoned streets between the city wall and the secondary defense line, as well. All of them were choke-full of powerful explosives, most of them created with the use of spell tech. All those explosives were set up to go up in flames together, turning everything outside the secondary barrier into a vast, scorching inferno. That measure was only supposed to be implemented after every soldier had safely retreated into the safety zone. And most of them already had. Army Command would probably wait for Sunny, Jet, and especially Bloodwave to return before pulling the trigger. But the situation was extremely chaotic and communications were down. There was just no telling for sure. Damnation. Sunny glanced to his right and saw a battered Echo. The other two must have been destroyed, and a fearsome figure in sharkskin armor emerged from the mass of dark beetles and dashed toward them. Some distance behind the pair, a mass of abominations were already lunging forward. He looked back at Jet and grinned. "Then what the hell are we waiting for? Run!" Chapter 10:39, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 57. Bloodwave reached them just a moment later. The mighty Saint looked spent. Sunny shivered when he noticed that his armor was torn and there were ugly injuries covering his body. Out of the three Echoes, only the monstrous crab remained. The other two had either been destroyed or dismissed to save them from perishing. Even the transcendent Echo is gone gods. What could have destroyed one of those and severely injured a saint? The Heart of Darkness, just what kind of creature was it? He felt a bit of dread and a bit of curiosity. However, now was not the time to ask questions. Their small party had to hurry and fight their way back through the boundless horde of nightmare creatures. 5 awakened, 2 masters, 1 saint, as well as 2 powerful shadows and an Echo. They were an exceedingly formidable group. Granted, all of them were wounded, tired, and low on essence. Still, cutting through the horde while keeping everyone alive would not pose a problem. In theory. Bloodwave studied the rest for a moment, then sent his Echo forward and growled, his voice husky, low, and domineering. "Move." Saint spared the mighty, Saint an indifferent glance, then mounted Nightmare and sent the Dark Destrier into a gallop, the spearhead of the cruel sight igniting with the incandescent white glow in her hand, a shield made of pure darkness weighing on the other. They moved ahead of the party, cutting into the horde as a fierce vanguard. Soul Reaper was just behind, accompanied by the members of Sunny's cohort. Bloodwave and his echo flanked the awakened, protecting them from the frenzied nightmare creatures. Sunny himself took up the rear position, dragging his tired body along and preventing the abominations from attacking the backs of his soldiers. In a cacophony of chilling howls, they dove into the mass of abominations. Blood, severed flesh, and fragments of broken bone instantly filled the air. Damn it, damn it, damn it! No one in the group was weak, and some of them were truly powerful. However, the horde that Goliath had brought to the walls of Falcon Scott was simply too vast. Countless nightmare creatures were throwing themselves at the exhausted humans in a rabid frenzy, every moment, from every direction. Slowing down meant being buried under a mountain of monstrous bodies and torn apart. Their only chance was to cut through the mass of abominations faster than the abominations could pile up on them. Sunny continued to fight with his teeth gritted. The rearguard position was the most awkward, because he had to move backwards at considerable speed while slaughtering the mass of nightmare creatures pursuing the party. By now, they were deep inside the horde, and the abominations were surrounding them on all sides. With how sharp and swift the sin of Solace was, no creature could resist its blade. Sunny was managing somehow, for now, but his battered body was hurting all over. Even though the marble shell had yet to succumb to an attack, the few blows he failed to dodge or deflect still delivered some damage. It was only his skin that was as hard as stone, after all, not his entire body. A sufficiently powerful strike would send a concussive shock through his insides, potentially causing internal organs to rupture. That hadn't happened yet, but being hit still hurt. What the hell, it just never ends, does it? Today, he had killed a titan and faced a creature that might have been even more wicked. Despite it all, the hard part was not over. The fact that everything around him could blow at any moment, plunging the whole place into an inferno of immolating flame, both mundane and magical, did not make Sunny feel any better either. Slowly, the ruined walls of the siege capital drew closer. Bloodwave's echo was almost destroyed. Causing the saint to dismiss it, Master Jet took its place with a resigned expression, her wounds starting to bleed again. The somber glaive was nowhere to be seen, but a slender naginata appeared in Soul Reaper's hands instead. Using it, she cleared the right flank of the formation with several vicious strikes. The pressure on Sunny was also increasing. By now, he was forced to support himself with shadow manifestation from time to time. His already pitiful reserve of essence was diminishing even further with each use. And yet, they continued to cut through the horde unimpeded, the ground sleek with blood under their feet. After what felt like 1,000 years of slaughter, the party finally reached the melted ruin of the city wall. In front of it, the awakened force in charge of the southern section was holding back the ocean of nightmare creatures, what was left of it, at least. A grim expression settled on Sunny's face when he realized that of the initial 700, perhaps only 200 remained. Reuniting with the line of awakened soldiers gave them a moment of respite, and gave the desperate soldiers a much-needed morale boost. Soul Reaper, Mongrel, and Devil, all three were famous champions of the First Army, and although few soldiers knew what Saint Bloodwave looked like, the Transcendent of the House of Night had a presence that made it impossible to mistake him for an ordinary person. Seeing them return alive from the sortie, the awakened regained some of their spirit. No one was out of the woods yet, though. There was a large distance separating the wall from the secondary defense perimeter that had been established deep within the city. That whole abandoned area was set up to go up in flames, as well. Sunny looked through one of the numerous breaches in the deformed wall, noticing that the staging area on the other side of it had already been evacuated. The mundane soldiers had retreated, taking the logistics personnel, medical officers, technicians, engineers, and all other non-combatants with them. The vast resources stored inside the staging area were all left behind. Tall crates of MWP munitions, carcasses of slain nightmare creatures, loader robots, and so on, a wealth of supplies, much of it highly flammable or outright explosive, was going to be blown up once the Rampart Protocol was initiated, too. Usually, Sunny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. Usually, Sunny would have been pained to see all these riches go to waste, but right now, he did not care. All he cared about was not being near when they did. Chapter 10:40, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 58. Right now, we just have to get to the secondary defense line. Once we're within the city instead of on a plane, evading the abominations should be much easier, so the last stretch of the way won't be as hard. Sunny glanced at his companions, evaluating their state. Everyone was exhausted, dirty, and covered in blood, both their own and that of nightmare creatures, but alive. The only problem now was to somehow extricate themselves, and the 200 surviving awakened from the attacking horde. At that moment, as if to answer his thoughts, Bloodwave turned to look at the mass of abominations. Then, the enigmatic saint glanced at Master Jet. "Take your soldiers and go, Soul Reaper. I will hold the beasts back for a bit. Tell your commanders to activate the explosives as soon as you're past the defense line." Sunny stared at him in shock, feeling that these words sounded a bit like a farewell. You. Bloodwave gave him a strange look. "Ah, I think you might have misunderstood, Sunless. I am not trying to sacrifice myself. It's just that an explosion like that won't harm a transcendent too much. The awakened, however, or even someone like you, better not risk it." Sunny slowly nodded. Indeed, corrupted nightmare creatures could survive a nuclear explosion without too much trouble, some fallen as well. Rampart Protocol was not going to kill a transcendent like Bloodwave or even seriously inconvenience him. Master Jet nodded. "We'll be going then." The saint nodded, then took a deep breath and started summoning several memories. Sunny did not know what exactly the memories were, but judging by the fact that Bloodwave had promised to hold back the whole horde, all by himself, the abominations were in for a nasty surprise. Jet looked at him, then said quietly, "Once we start running, don't stop until you're safely behind the army fortifications. I'll stay back a little to make sure that everyone who is still alive gets safely out of the blast zone before Army Command begins the party. Expect to enjoy fireworks as soon as we see each other again." Sunny forced out a pale smile. "It's going to be terribly loud, isn't it? Damn, my poor ears." With that, he spared her one last glance and turned to his cohort. "Come on. Go." Almost as soon as they dashed toward the nearest breach in the wall, Master Jet's voice boomed once again, spreading across the whole length of the battlefield. "Retreat." The surviving awakened of the First Army did not make her ask twice. Delivering one last attack, they used their remaining strength to momentarily push the enemy back, then turned around and ran. To call it a retreat was a bit of a stretch. There was no order or strategy to it, just a desperate wish to survive. The defense line instantly collapsed, and the soldiers dove into the ruins of the city wall, their backs to the enemy. The only saving grace of the whole thing was Bloodwave, who somehow managed to fulfill his promise and stall the enormous horde of nightmare creatures all by himself, at least for a few moments. What happened outside the wall next, Sunny did not know. He thought that he heard the roar of a rushing tide of water, but at that point, there was no time to turn around. Sunny and his cohort flashed through the abandoned staging area and escaped into the empty streets beyond. Here, everything was shrouded in darkness. Many buildings had collapsed, creating a complicated labyrinth of snow and broken concrete. Others still stood, but were charred black by the flames. Some streets were strangely untouched and eerily empty, and of course, there were functioning roads that the First Army had maintained to deliver people and supplies to the wall. Sunny led his people to one of these roads. Luckily, all of them could see in the dark thanks to Kim, so the lack of illumination was not a problem. Their running speed was not much lower than that of a moving PTV, but nevertheless, he felt a pang of regret for a moment. "I'm going to lose the Rhino." His reliable APC was currently parked in a different section of the staging area, near where they had started their shift. Sadly, the battle had taken them far away from the main gate of the city, so there was no time to search for the mighty vehicle. Once this whole place blew up, the Rhino would undoubtedly be destroyed as well. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Sunny continued to run. He had to lead his people to safety that took priority over everything else. Currently, they were slightly ahead of the rest of the retreating awakened. The span of the southern section was very long, so no one else was in view. Right now, all that mattered was speed, and each soldier was making their own path to the secondary defense line. Sonny suspected that most would try to reach the maintained roads, but on this one, there was no one but the battered cohort of irregulars. Burned and collapsed buildings flew past them one after another. They ran through the darkness, moving as fast as they could, their stamina long spent and their lungs burning. The dark, empty streets, something about them filled Sonny with a feeling of eerie unease. It took him a couple of minutes to realize why the surroundings felt so strange. It was too quiet. After more than 2 weeks of the siege, Sonny had grown accustomed to always hearing the wall armaments roaring somewhere in the distance. But those armaments had grown silent now, destroyed by the fiery gaze of Goliath. At least across the whole southern section of the defensive barrier, not a single turret was firing. For some reason, the silence filled him with dread. Almost there, just a few more minutes. Sonny spread his shadow sense outward, just to make sure that there were no dangers around. He even sent 2 of his shadows to scour the path ahead, to be safe, and ordered Saint and Nightmare to stay alert. But there was nothing there, just abandoned buildings and snow-covered ruins. Sonny did not see anything that could pose a threat to the cohort. His shadow did not see anything, either. Neither did Nightmare and Saint. The only one to notice it was Luster, who just happened to turn his head in the direction the attack came from by pure luck. His eyes widened. It was a split second later that Sonny sensed it, a swift shadow flying toward the cohort, even though there was nothing there to cast it. But it was already too late for him to react. In the next moment, Luster suddenly lunged forward and pushed Kim aside, throwing her to the ground. Something flashed through the cold air, and it was instantly filled with hot blood. Chapter 1041, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 59. Something broke the dark surface of the shadows and flew into the cold air, moving fast enough to look like a black blur. Before anyone could react, Kim was falling down, and so was Luster, who had pushed her aside at the last moment. There was blood in the air, a startled expression on his face, and something was very wrong with the way he was falling. The black blur did not stop. A sharp blade instantly flashed toward Dorn, who had a startled expression on his face. The giant man only had enough time to slightly turn his torso. The blade missed his heart, slicing through armor and leaving a deep wound on his chest. The blade continued forward without pause, a split second away from piercing Bell's head. Instead, it simply passed through it. The swordsman could not possibly dodge, but he just barely managed to activate his aspect ability and phase through the strike, leaving Samara utterly open. Everything happened too fast. Before Kim even hit the ground, the enemy's blade was already mere centimeters away from slashing across her throat. However, a jade sword suddenly appeared in its way, blocking the lightning-fast attack. What the? Sonny, who had thrown himself in the path of the enemy, was tossed back by the ferocious force of the impact. The attacker, whoever it was so strong that his hands grew slightly numb. He collapsed on the scorched road and rolled, instantly jumping back to his feet. Kim landed on the ground. Luster did, too. Both of his legs were cleanly severed at the knee, and blood was pouring out of terrible wounds. Sonny's eyes widened, but he had no time to think about it. The members of the cohort were too slow to defend themselves, and the ambush was not yet over. The creature, a dark silhouette moving with dire speed, had been thrown back as well. Sonny only had enough time to notice a humanoid shape clad in black armor, and instantly lunged forward. He had regained his balance a split second faster than the attacker, so the bastard had no way to avoid being pierced by the sin of solace. And yet that was exactly what happened. Before the jade sword could strike the creature down, it simply dissipated into the shadows. What? Sonny was stupefied for a short moment. It's shadow step. Which meant he spun, but was a moment too late. The creature was already behind him, the black blade falling from above. Sonny gritted his teeth, then blocked the strike with his forearm. The marble shell turned as hard as stone and split open, broken by the vicious strength of the blow. The blade only managed to deliver a relatively minor wound, though most of its power spent to shatter the shell. Before Sonny could counterattack, the enemy had blinked out of existence once again. Not good. the creature appeared some distance away, aiming to finish off Kim. At that point, however, Saint was already there. The taciturn knight had leapt from Nightmare's back and flashed across the road, deflecting the black blade with her shield. Inconceivably, the onyx shield actually cracked, and the shadow staggered back. The creature did not waste any time and lunged toward Kim, but then, a black chain suddenly wrapped around its throat. A dozen meters away, Sunny grasped the shadow chain and jerked it back with all his strength. The enemy was thrown back, flying through the air and crashing on the road a few meters behind him. The creature slid back, then stopped, kneeling in the middle of the road. It remained motionless for a moment, and then slowly stood up, glancing at Sunny with cold, killing intent. Subjected to the hate-filled gaze, Sunny turned grim. The creature was about 2 meters tall, with plates of jet-black bone covering its body like a full suit of armor. Even its face was hidden behind black bone, which formed a menacing closed helmet. 2 inhuman dark eyes burned with resentment and hatred through the cracks. The lower part of the helmet was split by a jagged line, and when it parted, a maw full of sharp fangs was revealed, opened in a mocking grin. Sunny, who was standing between the cohort and the abomination, grimaced and lowered his gaze a little. In one of its hand, the creature was holding a curved sword that seemed to have been crudely carved from a long black tusk, its edge terribly sharp and harder than steel. Just as he had thought, the abomination was missing 2 fingers on the other. Sunny sighed, lingered for a moment, and that said tiredly, "I had a feeling that you would show up." The scary stories about a murderous shadow that people in Falcon Scott had been telling each other turned out to be more than just stories in the end. It seemed that the little scavenger had grown once again. Curse it. Of course, the wretched goblin would choose this exact moment to attack, why wouldn't he? Sunny was tired, beaten, and very low on essence. The First Army was in full retreat, and none of his allies could intervene on his behalf. If Sunny was planning an ambush, that would have been exactly how he'd do it. Well, not quite. He would not have failed to kill most of his marks during the first assault. Not letting the scavenger out of his sight, Sunny briefly glanced at his soldiers. Luster seemed to be in shock, weakly trying to sit up. Kim was by his side, hastily applying a tourniquet. Belle, Samara, and Dorn were shielding them with their bodies, their faces grim and tense. The latter was bleeding from a deep wound on his chest. Saint and Nightmare were waiting for his command, ready to attack. Bad, this is very bad. Sunny had already taken a glance at the scavenger's soul, finding out that the damned waif had somehow managed to become a corrupted devil. The goblin, well, the bastard was more of an ogre now, must have devoured a lot of nightmare creatures to become that strong. He must have devoured a lot of people, as well, considering how disturbingly human-like the scavenger now looked. There must have been a lot of bodies left in the ruins of Erebus Field, and more victims still here in Falcon Scott. Much worse, it seemed that swallowing a piece of Sunny's flesh allowed the creature to inherit some of his powers. Powers related to shadows. Dealing with an enemy like that would have been hard even if the cohort was in peak shape, but now it was going to be a problem. Not a big problem, of course, however. One thing made the situation truly dire. The whole section of the city around them, the road, the buildings, the ruins, was about to be destroyed by a titanic explosion. Chapter 10:42, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 60. For a few moments, no one moved. Sunny was considering how to deal with the scavenger, while the scavenger was probably considering how to deal with Sunny, now that the ambush had partially failed. Or maybe the damn thing was simply enjoying seeing him squirm. Who could tell what was happening in that abominable head? 100 thoughts flew through Sunny's mind. No matter how he looked at it, the situation did not look good. He had no doubt that he and his 2 shadows were more than enough to kill the scavenger. After all, plenty of corrupted abominations had fallen by his hand. But would they be able to kill him fast enough? The wretched creature was strong and extremely slippery. Fighting someone who could teleport all over the place was a real nightmare. Belatedly, Sunny felt pity for all the poor bastards whom he had killed in the past. They must have all died full of frustration. Serves them right. Once Army Command set off the explosives below the city, Saint would probably be able to survive the conflagration, just like Bloodwave had said he would. Nightmare and Sunny had a chance to escape unscathed, too, if they managed to find a shadow deep enough to protect them. His soldiers, however, would not. They were not saints or even ascended. Neither did they possess aspects capable of saving them from the destruction. Not to mention that Luster was gravely injured and losing a lot of blood. As an awakened, he would not bleed out immediately, but getting him to a medic, or better yet an actual healer, was an urgent priority. The problem was that Sunny was not confident in his ability to protect the cohort if they chose to retreat. Once again, an enemy who could step through shadows was simply too mobile and unpredictable. Guarding a bunch of vulnerable targets from a corrupted devil who could appear at any moment from any side was a tall task. Damn it, damn it. Not only did the bastard get a chunk of my flesh, he even became an utter menace because of it. They could not remain and fight, and they could not retreat. Did the bastard actually know that everything around them was about to blow up? Or had he just been lucky to catch Sunny at the worst possible moment? If he had, that was some luck. The scavenger tilted his head a little, as though challenging Sunny to come and get him. The tip of his curved saber lowered slightly, ready to lash out. Sunny glared at him for a moment, then cursed silently and threw an order over his shoulder, his tone calm and steady. Kim, take Luster, climb onto my horse, and get the hell out of here. Get him help, the rest, retreat on foot. Saint will protect you. Luster, who had been staring at his missing legs with a confused expression, looked up at the sound of his voice and asked shakily, "Wha what about you, Captain?" Sunny grinned. "I'll keep our friend here company. Don't worry, I did not survive Goliath and the Heart of Darkness to die to this little wretch today. Go." Kim was already dragging the young man toward Nightmare, her face pale and full of desperate determination. The scavenger spared them a glance, then stared back at Sunny. His mouth opened, and a hoarse, grating voice suddenly came out of it. "Die today, little wretch." Then an ugly, gasping sound assaulted Sunny's ears. The bastard was actually laughing. Sunny frowned. He couldn't care less if the abomination wished to mock him, but nevertheless, his heart suddenly turned cold. Nightmare creatures capable of speech were extremely rare, and all of them were extremely terrifying. He could attest to that fact himself. Sunny had already been uneasy, but now his caution doubled. The scavenger was dangerous. The little wretch had been abnormal from the very start. He was gaining power too fast, growing too explosively. Of course, Antarctica was a perfect place for a creature like that to gorge on the corpses of powerful monsters, but still. Sunny's intuition was telling him that fighting the abomination alone would be a dire, dreadful mistake, but he had no better choice. He sighed with resignation. I guess my luck is just complete, utter crap today. All that remained was Sunny, the scavenger, and the shadows. 10:09. Goliath, the Heart of Darkness, fighting his way back through the boundless nightmare creatures, and now this. Sunny was hurt, tired, and miserable. So much so, in fact, that he was getting a bit angry. Fine, fine, let's do this, you rotten piece of trash. There was a perfectly fine nightmare creature here to vent his anger. Sunny had already failed to kill the scavenger twice. Today, fate generously gave him a chance to finish the job, and he was not going to let it slip from his hands. The scavenger was strangely unreasonable in his hate-fueled pursuit, following Sunny all the way from Low 49 across the hellscape of the Antarctic Center. Well, Sunny could be an unreasonable person himself. In fact, he was very tired of being reasonable all the time. Enough is enough. A dark, slightly mad light ignited in his eyes. Behind him, Kim pushed Luster onto Nightmare's back, then jumped up herself. The black steed instantly shot forward, moving across the empty road with incredible speed. Belle, Dorn, and Samara followed, protected by Saint. All that remained was Sunny, the scavenger, and the shadows. And tons of explosives somewhere beneath their feet. The menacing black abomination moved, trying to dissipate into the shadows, but before it could, the shadows around it suddenly surged, shooting forward like sharp spikes. The spikes shattered against the creature's bone armor, but they did slow him down for a split second. And that was all that Sunny needed. Emerging from the darkness in front of the scavenger, he kicked him in the chest. With a deafening boom, the creature was sent flying back, but managed to land on his feet. The black tusk whistled, tearing through the air, and collided against the white jade of the Sin of Solace. Sunny felt his hand tremble from the force of the blow and smiled. Good, good, don't you die too easily. Chapter 10:43, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 61. On the doomed streets of a snow-covered city, surrounded by ruins of collapsed buildings and remnants of devastating battles, a young man with alabaster skin and onyx hair was fighting a wraith made of darkness and hatred. One wore a simple tunic of beautiful black silk, the other was clad in menacing black armor. Both moved through the ruins like a pair of swift shadows. Damn it, break. Sunny shuddered as he deflected a vicious strike of the mysterious black tusk, felt the impact send a painful jolt through his entire body, and guided the enemy's blade to the side. At the same time, he took a step forward and slammed his elbow into the scavenger's chest. The creature was pushed back, releasing the Sin of Solace from the bind. The cursed sword instantly flashed forward, slashing across the abomination's side. The defense, counterattack, and follow-up had been executed flawlessly, flowing into each other like the nimble steps of a graceful dance. Despite being light and swift, they also carried tremendous power and annihilating intent. And yet, the white jade slid fruitlessly off the black bone armor, barely leaving a scratch on it. What the hell are you made of, bastard? The scavenger was just too damn overbearing. At times, fighting him was fighting like water. When the Sin of Solace lashed out at the cracks in the bone armor, the scavenger would turn into a shadow, allowing the jade blade to harmlessly pass through. Other times, fighting him was like fighting against an indestructible mountain. The plates of black bone seemed utterly impervious, and the creature's blows carried with them crushing weight. Even compared to the corrupted creature Sunny had faced, the scavenger was abnormally powerful. He was so strong that it did not even make sense. The Sin of Solace had come from the remnant of the Jade Queen, an astonishingly dreadful corrupted tyrant, and had an enchantment that bestowed it with unparalleled sharpness as well. What kind of indestructible creature had the vengeful goblin devoured to be able to resist its edge? It seemed as though there were peerless geniuses even among the nightmare creatures, and the pathetic, tiny imp Sunny had failed to kill many months ago just so happened to be one of those. Just my luck. Gritting his teeth, Sunny braced himself and received another blow of the black tusk. Another bloodless wound appeared on his body. None of them were deep enough to be dangerous, but the damage was slowly mounting. Worst of all, he was completely suppressed. There were countless ways for Sunny to kill the hateful fiend. For example, if the sharpness of the Sin of Solace itself was not enough, he could augment the power of the jade blade manifold with his shadows. He could manifest wild shadows, as well, forming chains, swords, or tentacles to attack and entangle the scavenger. He could use Shadow Step to keep up with the damned ogre, but he was prevented from doing any of these things. Sunny could not afford to augment his sword, because he needed the shadows to match the corrupted devil's speed and strength, and even then, the scavenger was faster and stronger. He could not wantonly use shadow manifestation, because his reserves of essence were nearly empty. The same went for Shadow Step, or any other trick he could come up with on the spot. The bastard had known just when to attack. He had only shown himself when Sunny was at his weakest, and now, Sunny was forced to defend himself against a nightmare creature of a superior rank while being robbed of most of his powers. Even those that remained were countered, because the scavenger possessed the same ones. Sunny could not really blame the abomination for setting such a wicked trap, though, because it had been precisely how he himself had slayed many powerful adversaries. Doesn't matter, I'll still kill you, you're going to die no matter what. Sunny's eye burned with cold fury as he released the hilt of the Sin of Solace, switching to a one-hand grip. The great giant was the same length as a longsword would have been, but incredibly light and swift. Although it could not hack and slash with the same ferocious power as the scavenger's black blade, it was far more nimble and versatile. Sunny seamlessly switched to a more agile and reserved battle style, summoning the cruel sight into his free hand in the form of a short sword. The silver sword's ghost blade. Enchantment allowed it to strike down incorporeal targets, and so, the scavenger was in for an unpleasant surprise the next time he chose to turn into a shadow. If there was one advantage Sunny had, it was his skill and experience. The scavenger was tremendously powerful, cunning, and possessed a truly vicious, murderous will. He had devoured a great number of mighty creatures and grown with explosive speed. The bastard was supremely devious and surprisingly intelligent, enough to survive and even thrive in the hellish meat grinder of the chain of nightmares. But he was still an abomination, and a young one at that. His attacks were smart and powerful, but also clumsy and crude, just like the makeshift saber he was using, which had obviously been fashioned from some dreadful monstrosity's tusk. For now, the scavenger was able to suppress Sunny simply because of his timing and vastly superior physical might. But he was not nearly as experienced of a killer. As for spite and viciousness, both had them in spades. Die! As soon as the cruel sight manifested itself, Sunny blocked the black tusk with the jade sword and then struck with the silver one. Aiming at the elbow of the abomination's right arm, no matter how tough an armor was, it had to be weaker at the joints to allow for enough flexibility. And indeed, there was a gap between two bone plates there. In truth, Sunny was not sure if the cruel sight could cut even the weaker parts of the scavenger. However, the creature did not know that. Just as expected, the vicious fiend chose not to risk it. The shadow powers he possessed were, strangely, both superior and inferior to Sunny's. As of yet, the abomination had only shown the ability to use a form of shadow step. That ability, however, was more insidious than the original, allowing the creature to not only teleport and turn incorporeal, but even selectively turn only parts of himself into shadow. And so, the body of the scavenger remained perfectly material, continuing to pressure Sunny with dreadful strength, while the middle of his right arm became ghostly and incorporeal. The cruel sight passed through the abomination's elbow without meeting any resistance, never even touching his flesh. However, the scavenger suddenly staggered and let out a pained hiss, causing a vicious grin to appear on Sunny's face. The silver blade might not have cut the creature's flesh, but it did cut his shadow, which was the same as cutting someone's soul. The damaged span of the fiend's arm instantly turned back to flesh and bone, but the damage was already done. Using the momentary lapse in the scavenger's awareness, Sunny lunged forward and tangled with him, pushing them both to the ground. Fighting a slippery shadow was really a nightmare. He had far less essence to spare, giving the hateful fiend a vital advantage. Unlike Sunny, the scavenger could use shadow step as much as he wanted, avoiding attacks and launching his own from unexpected directions. The abomination could even escape if he wished. However, it would not be able to do anything if Sunny was clutching it with his own two hands. As the two hit the ground, he growled and grasped the scavenger's throat, constricting it with enough force to shatter armored alloy. Sunny's eyes were shining with dark, malicious joy. If he could not break the bastard's armor, he would just strangle him. Most nightmare creatures still had to breathe, after all. Even if the scavenger didn't, a broken neck was bound to solve something. It was strangely fitting, actually. Sunny had killed his first abomination by strangling it with a chain. And now, he was going to squeeze the life out of this corrupted devil, too. Chapter 1044, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 62. Die, die, die. Sunny kept trying to strangle the scavenger in a strange reversal of their previous encounter. His face was contorted into a bestial snarl, and his eyes were burning with indescribable bloodlust. The scavenger, however, was not easily killed. At first, he seemed to have panicked and tried to throw Sunny off himself. But after realizing that getting rid of the small human was all but impossible, the abomination calmed down, stared at him with seething hatred, and tried to stab him in the back with the black tusk. The tip of the crude saber bit into the silk of the graceless dusk and failed to pierce it. Sunny laughed with savage joy. "Try harder, bastard," the scavenger obliged. Dropping the tusk, he grabbed Sunny by the collar, and instead of trying to push him away, instead pulled him down. The two of them were suddenly face to face. Crap! The jagged line splitting the abomination's helmet opened, and countless sharp fangs instantly sank into Sunny's cheek. Ag! Realizing that he was moments from having his face bitten off, Sunny let go of the fiend's neck and delivered a vicious punch into his solar plexus. Then, he grabbed the creature's jaws, pushed them open by a few millimeters, and staggered back. The scavenger once again let out a hoarse, hateful laugh, his teeth painted by Sunny's blood. Sunny landed awkwardly on his backside and grabbed his cheek. The right side of his face was all torn, but at least he did not lose an eye. Sadly, he already knew that the scavenger's teeth were poisoned. You horrid wretch. Grabbing the sin of solace, Sunny lunged forward to strike down the fiend before he stood up. However, the creature simply turned into a shadow instead, trying to flee and then launch a surprise attack from a random direction. Not so fast. Without ever slowing down, Sunny dove into the shadows too. In the dark realm of shadows, the shapeless form that was the scavenger was swiftly flying away, and the shapeless form that Sunny pursued. All of the abandoned area was shrouded in darkness, so they could travel as far as they wanted, unimpeded. The scavenger, as a shadow creature of the corrupted rank here, he was vast and dreadful, much more so than Sunny. And yet, Sunny held an absolute advantage. He had fought as a shadow before, a couple of times, and was all but helpless each time. But Sunny had been a mere child of shadows then. Now, he was their master. He had gained plenty of insight into shaping shadows thanks to shadow control, shadow manifestation, and especially his recent breakthrough, which he decided to name Shadow Shell. And since he was currently a shadow, too. Closing in on the fleeing scavenger, Sunny willed his shapeless body to change. Instantly, it came to possess 4 long, powerful arms. Then, sharp claws grew out of his fingers. Knowing that he didn't have a lot of essence left, and thus wouldn't be able to remain a shadow for long, Sunny did not waste any time and tore into the formless abomination. Instantly, it was as though a soundless wail of pain spread through the dark space. The scavenger seemed both surprised and aggrieved by the fact that Sunny was able to hurt him in this realm, which he must have considered absolutely safe before. Frightened, he tried to fight back, launching powerful but awkward attacks of his own. A familiar, sickening pain of having his soul damaged permeated Sunny's senses. He had sustained some damage, too, but not nearly as much as the damned goblin. Partially because the creature's blows were rudimentary and crude, and partially because his soul was protected by the marble shell. The scavenger realized that his struggles were not having any effect, too. Escaping Sunny's cruel claws, he instantly escaped the shadows and emerged into the world above. They rolled through the ruins, exchanging a series of blows. Sunny received several more wounds, but the hateful fiend, his armor was still as impenetrable as ever. "Curse you! What do I have to do for you to finally die, damn it?" Infuriated, Sunny grabbed the towering ogre and smashed through the wall of a building, using the creature's body as a ram. Of course, that was not going to be of any use. A corrupted devil could crash through a mountain and still walk away without anything more than a couple bruises. Behind the wall, there was a slope of charred rubble. They fell down, ending up in a shallow pit. At some point, Sunny had lost his swords, and the creature had lost its black saber. The two of them stared at each other for a moment, both full of murderous rage. Then, however, the scavenger's gaze changed slightly. Sunny's face changed, too. That was because he felt a slight tremor spreading through the ground beneath them. His eyes widened. Hell! The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to 0909 harm a corrupted devil, however, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience in front of him. The battered fiend suddenly recoiled, trying to escape into the shadows once again. This time, he was going to simply blink away instead of traveling through the dark realm. But Sunny had other plans. "Where do you think you're going?" Grabbing the abomination by the shin, he dragged him back, and then pressed the bastard into the ground. A series of painful blows rained on Sunny's already cut and injured body, but he just held the ogre tighter. "What, are you afraid to die? Let's die. Let's die together." The scavenger, despite all his sharp intelligence, was really too naive. The explosion was not going to harm a corrupted devil, however, the creature did not know that. He had only gained full sentience a few short months ago, after all. Sunny laughed, then used all but a few drops of his remaining essence to call upon the shadows. They surged forth, encasing the two of them in a sphere. Then more shadows rose, creating a second layer around the black egg, and then the third. Sunny could have tried to escape the blast by turning incorporeal, however. there had to be a shadow for him to remain in that state. Once this whole area blew to smithereens, everything would be flooded with light. The shadows would be banished, and he would be thrown back into the material world. So, he created this egg, trapping the two of them inside. Maybe it was even sturdy enough to resist. Wretch, one way or the other. You're going to die today. He continued to hold the scavenger and pummel him with his free hand, feeling the skin on his knuckles splitting despite being reinforced by the marble shell. The bone armor of the abomination, nevertheless, refused to crack. The scavenger fought back desperately, too. They were surrounded by darkness, the world outside hidden by the walls of the black sphere. That was why Sunny did not see the Rampart Protocol coming into effect to obliterate a vast swath of the city, the remains of the wall, and the killing field beyond. However, he did feel it. Chapter 10:45. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 63. In the tunnels under the abandoned section of the city, and the vast killing field beyond the devastated wall, countless explosives simultaneously received a signal to detonate. To prevent the interference of the nearby gates from influencing the execution of the Scorched Earth Protocol, all of them were connected into a labyrinthine network by simple but reliable wires. Even though the signal traveled through the wires with astronomical speed, there was still a slight delay between the detonation of those explosives that were nearest to the ramparts of the secondary defense line and those furthest away from them. At first, from afar, it looked as though a ripple had spread through the ground, moving outward. LT rolled through the ruined streets of the city, with countless fountains of dust shooting up between the rubble. Some of the buildings that had withstood the furious fighting started to collapse, some seemed to have burst apart. The vanguard of the horde of nightmare creatures had already entered the city, racing through these streets. They met the ripple first and were thrown to the ground. Then the ripple reached the towering wall, destroying even more of its sections. The massive alloy was only starting to fall, surrounded by the deafening groan of tearing metal, by the time the ripple moved past the mountainous corpse of the slain titan in the field beyond and exhausted itself. Now, the whole horde had been encompassed by the destruction zone. All of it took no more than a couple of seconds. For a moment, everything was still. And then, the ground started to fall. A vast swath of earth many kilometers across slowly started to cave in, as if forming a giant crater. Now that it was completely untethered, none of the buildings survived. All of them toppled and fell apart, devoured by the gargantuan landslide. The remains of the city wall were utterly destroyed, too. However, the true devastation was yet to come. As the inconceivable mass of soil sank down, it seemed to have reached a point of strange equilibrium, and then suddenly exploded upward in a furious conflagration. It was as though a giant bubble swelled from under it, and then burst open, unleashing a titanic pillar of flame into the cold winter sky. For a moment, the night turned as bright as day. Then, the roaring thunder of the explosion washed over the world, making the skies themselves shake. A billowing cloud of dust and debris rose high into the air, obscuring the ocean of flames bursting from under the ground. A second terrifying blast resounded when the munition depots spread across the staging area below the wall detonated under the assault of heat, concussive force, and pressure. The horde of nightmare creatures was consumed by the obliterating havoc. The weakest of them were instantly killed, while the stronger ones were severely wounded and burned. Only the strongest ones managed to survive the initial conflagration unscathed. In less than a minute, a gigantic area was utterly devastated, turning into an incandescent pit of fire, molten rock, and liquefied metal. The furious sight of it all, up until the world had become obscured by dust, was both awe-inspiring and horrifying. The soldiers standing on the ramparts had long fallen down and covered their ears, but even then, they could feel the terrible destruction through the violent tremors of the earth. Sunny, however, had first row seats to the cataclysmic detonation. After all, he was stuck in the middle of it. Die, 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 bastard. Trapped inside the sphere of shadows, he held the scavenger down while pummeling him with his fist. Each of his blows would have been powerful enough to utterly wreck an armored APC like the Rhino, but the black bone armor of the Shadow Fiend simply refused to break. The longer it endured, the more furious he became. Just die, damn it. The sphere of darkness around them suddenly shuddered, briefly rising, then plummeting down. A violent tremor ran through its walls, and up suddenly became down. It seemed that the shadow egg was rolling and being thrown around. Sunny, who had been on top of the fiercely resisting scavenger, found himself falling for a brief second. He hit the roof of the sphere, and a moment later, the hateful ogre came crashing down, as well landing on him. A massive fist connected with the side of Sunny's head, making him see stars. Curse! However, the abomination could not press his advantage, because the shadow egg was flipped upside down once again a split second later. And then again, and then again, and then again. The two of them were being tossed inside the sphere, ricocheting off its walls like rubber balls. Sunny almost instantly gave up on trying to comprehend where the up and down were, and simply concentrated on holding onto the scavenger. As soon as he let go, the creature would be able to slip away through shadow step. But as long as he did not let go, he could continue to try and kill the wretch. Die, just as he was going to deliver another punch, a sharp pain pierced his shoulder. The dazed scavenger had finally given up on trying to free himself from the mad human, and also on trying to meet him blow for blow. Instead, he instinctively retreated to what he knew best, tearing things apart with his teeth. Arg, let go of me, you rotten piece of trash. Sunny had already had some poison coursing through his veins, but now there was more. Before he could do anything, however, the world suddenly shook, and a vicious shockwave traveled through the sphere. It felt as though all his organs had changed places, but the next shudder was indescribably more violent. Sunny thought that he had blacked out for a moment, but maybe he didn't. He growled and used both of his hands to grab the scavenger, afraid to lose the grip. With no free hand to continue hitting the creature, he then proceeded to headbutt the bastard with all his strength. Finally, Sunny felt something crack under his assault. However, it might have been his own nose. It was hard to tell. The world was shaking, burning, and consisted of pain. Having gone completely berserk, Sunny paid it no attention and continued to use everything at his disposal to break the damned scavenger, while the scavenger continued to bite and rip his flesh apart with sharp fangs. The creature's armor would not break, but neither would the human's body. In fact, his skin was harder than the hide of most abominations the fiend had devoured in the past, while his bones were 10 times tougher than that. What kind of ridiculous human was that? The air inside the sphere was permeated by unbearable heat, and it seemed as though its walls were starting to glow a dull red. Then, a crack appeared on the black surface. Consumed by boundless bloodlust, the two continued to fight. Chapter 1046, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 64. At some point, Sunny had to admit that he was not going to break the scavenger's armor, but he still continued to deliver a barrage of vicious blows to the hateful creature. He refused to believe that the fiend was as tough on the inside. No matter how hard the shell was, enough force was bound to turn everything protected by it into bloody mush. He suffered from the same weakness himself, after all, but no matter how much he struck the damned ogre, the scavenger did not seem too bothered by it. Got him it. Desperate and enraged, Sunny grabbed the creature's jaw with one hand and used the other to constrict the abomination's arm. Then, he opened his mouth and bit into the scavenger's flesh himself. Maybe Sunny was lucky, or maybe the bone armor in that spot had actually been weakened by his previous strikes. Regardless, he finally felt something give, and then tasted a despicably foul taste on his tongue. It was the scavenger's blood. Sunny had never tasted anything sweeter in his entire life. Feeling the creature shudder and frantically try to push him away, he pressed his teeth deeper with wicked glee, and then tore a chunk of flesh away. Sunny spat it out and grinned, then instantly regretted it when a massive fist flashed forward and hit him in the face with horrid strength. Ah! Sunny was thrown back, and at the same time the black sphere finally broke. All 3 layers of protective shadows had been thoroughly damaged and now reached their limit. A net of cracks spread through the egg, and then it collapsed into numerous shards, exposing both Sunny and the scavenger to terrible heat and blinding light. Crap! The world shuddered one last time. The world was hot, but at least it finally stopped spinning. Sunny found himself staring into a glowing orange fog, The fog was pretty and smelled of fire. "I think I'm on fire." He raised his head and noticed flames licking his legs. Luckily, his elemental resistance was high enough to resist them. The graceless dusk, too, was not affected by them at all. The black silk was pleasantly cool. Right. The orange fog was just dust illuminated by a sea of flames. Sunny was laying on the ground, surrounded by rubble and debris. Some of it was incandescent, and there were puddles of melted metal here and there. It looked like a scene front a fiery hell. He was hurting all over and breathing was strangely hard. But he was alive. With a groan, Sunny slowly sat up and then stood up with a stagger. He did not feel well. Lai was dreadfully exhausted and heavily wounded, and poisoned on top of that. As for the scavenger, Sunny looked around and grilled his teeth. Don't tell me that the bastard escaped again. He allowed his shadow sense to spread outward, then smiled. Limping away, he circled a pile of burning debris and stopped near the edge of a deep impression in the ground. The impression was about 3 meters deep and had almost vertical slopes. On its bottom, the scavenger was trapped under a giant piece of broken alloy. The creature seemed to be slightly dazed, but otherwise unscathed. In fact, the abomination was already trying to lift the alloy, which was groaning under the strain. He couldn't escape into the shadows, because everything around them was brightly illuminated by the flames and the glowing fog. There was no shadow large enough for the fiend to dive into. For the moment, the creature was defenseless. The problem was that Sunny had no strength left to fight. Even when he had been able to, all his efforts failed to break through the scavenger's impregnable armor. All he managed to do was make the creature bleed a little by biting it, and he had only a few drops of essence left. Soon the damned wretch was going to free himself and flee, or maybe even attack Sunny, who was barely able to stand, and finish him off. Sunny was in a real stalemate. He rubbed his face, stared at the struggling scavenger for a few long moments, and then used the last drops of his essence to summon a memory. The creature glanced at Sunny with hatred, then redoubled his efforts to get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the scavenger was dazed and tired, too. On top of that, he was severely weakened by having his soul ripped by Sunny's claws. It was going to take him a dozen or so seconds to escape, at least. The fiend appeared to relax a little, though, when he noticed that the memory his enemy summoned was not a sword or a bow. Instead, it was a seemingly inconspicuous alloy chest. Sunny sighed, then smiled coldly. "Here, bastard, eat this." With that, he opened the lid of the covetous coffer and kicked it, throwing the chest on its side. A flood of small, black beetles poured into the deep pit from the bottomless black square of the coffer's maw. They landed on the scavenger, instantly biting into the bone armor. Where Sunny's weapons failed, the sharp mandibles of the dark vermin were similarly ineffective. However, there were countless thousands of them, and not all of the abomination's towering body was covered by armor. There were cracks. There were gaps. There were ways to get inside. The fiend frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. His figure became covered by a crawling carpet of beetles, and then he was buried under their mass entirely. More and more vermin poured from the covetous coffer, until the pit was filled almost to the brim. No trace of the scavenger remained under the seething mass of tiny creatures. Sunny took a step back and then drew in a deep breath. Then he let out a strange, shaky laugh. "I did it!" Sunny's laugh turned louder. "What is it with me and shadow creatures? Every time I fight one, I'm driven to the very edge of madness. And then a little bit past that." As he was laughing, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted devil." He was so startled that he even missed the later half. "What? Your shadow grows stronger." Instantly, Sunny felt a flood of shadow fragments pour into his soul. Tens or even hundreds of times more than what he was supposed to receive for killing a corrupted devil. As his eyes widened, the spell spoke once more. "You have received an echo, chapter 1047, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 65. It was over for the irregulars, at least. The fresh soldiers pulled from the other sections of the wall were still fighting on the ramparts of the secondary defense line, but with the heart of darkness and Goliath destroyed. and the boundless horde of nightmare creatures decimated by the titanic explosion, the siege was reduced to the usual stream of chaotic, relatively small-scale skirmishes. The spine of the assault had been broken. Falcon Scott had faced the most dreadful battle yet and endured, for the most part. The southern area of the city was entirely destroyed, replaced by a gargantuan crater. The buildings were gone, and a long span of the Great Wall was gone, too. Even most of the killing field beyond was erased from existence, with only the towering stone corpse of the slain Titan remaining intact. It just lay on the slope of the crater like a mountain-sized pile of rubble, filling the hearts of the soldiers who saw it with dark glee. With the collapse of the wall, defending the city had become much harder. However, the crater formed a natural barrier of its own. Even though the secondary ramparts were not nearly as tall or formidable, they still gave the First Army a chance to resist the attacks of nightmare creatures. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The devouring cloud, the terror of Low 49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath, despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now only the most powerful of the horrors remained. The corrupted Titan, Winter Beast, but it was being contained by Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, so, for the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. They were shaken and terrified, too, but with countless millions of refugees already evacuated, and so many powerful abominations slain, it was no longer impossible to imagine the end of this bloody affair. Falcon Scott only had to hold for a handful more days. The ghostly flames of the aurora burned above the ravaged city, and the moon had hidden itself in the cold darkness of the night sky. Sunny was sitting in the familiar conference room of the government complex. Rather, he was sprawled on the chair, staring at the ceiling with a detached expression. His skin had healed, turning into a surreal painting of black bruises, but the internal damage remained. Even with his incredible healing speed, he still felt terribly hurt. That was because the scavenger had done a number on him, especially near the end of their murderous clash. Nevertheless, the hateful fiend was dead, and Sunny was not. He had even received an echo and a great number of shadow fragments. Unexpectedly, the spell had chosen to count the black beetles, who were not living beings, as a weapon of his. Therefore, after the appalling creatures had devoured the scavenger, it rewarded Sunny for the kill. He was currently looking at the runes with dull eyes. What to do, what to do? 2 strings of shimmering symbols were at the center of his attention. Shadow fragments, 3857/4000, and echoes, ravenous fiend. The scavenger, ravenous fiend, had been a weird abomination. He had obviously assumed some qualities of a shadow creature, but not all of them. Otherwise, the bastards would have turned into a shadow instead of an echo. Or maybe the issue was that the scavenger's soul was corrupted, and thus unsuited to directly become a shadow in any case. As a result, Sunny had received almost 800 shadow fragments for killing the abomination, as well as a transcendent echo. The ravenous fiend had been a top-tier nightmare creature, a peerless genius of vile abominations, so turning him into a shadow was an easy decision. Having 2 transcendent shadows would be a tremendous boost to Sunny's power, too. However, there were 2 problems. The first one was the echo itself. When Sunny summoned it in the Soul Sea, he had expected to see a towering ogre clad in unbreakable bone armor, but what appeared instead was a pitiful, tiny gremlin. The ravenous fiend was no fiend at all, it was an imp, at best. The imp was still a transcendent devil, but weak beyond belief. His true power lay in a rather insane ability to grow stronger and acquire new traits by devouring various creatures or things. He also possessed a few very surprising and potent attributes. If Sunny carefully chose a rich diet for the little bastard, in time, the imp could potentially grow stupidly powerful, even more powerful than he had been after devouring random trash across the Antarctic center. But that would only be in the future, and right now, transforming the echo into a shadow would cost him no less than 300 shadow fragments. 300 fragments was not a terribly large amount, except he was on the verge of becoming a tyrant now. Dismissing the runes, Sunny sighed. Later, now is not a good time. It was, indeed, not a good time in more than one sense. Suddenly reminded of something, Sunny somberly looked around. There were only two people in the conference room, himself and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. She had died while holding back the horde of nightmare creature when the section of the wall under her cohort collapsed. A great number of people had died that day. Thousands of mundane soldiers had perished, and of the 700 awakened, only about 200 survived. Winter and her irregulars had been wiped out, too. Even Soul Reaper's own cohort had been destroyed, leaving her the sole survivor. Sunny stared at the empty seat, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Winter, the two of them had not known each other for long, but there was a bond between them. He liked the brash master a lot. And now she was gone just like that, and he had not even gotten a chance to say goodbye. All of them were gone: Randall, Jesse, Davis, Dale, and now Winter, too. He could still vividly remember their first meeting, when the first irregular company was officially established. A few months later, there were just Sunny and Master Jet left. Of the 42 awakened irregulars, only 4 remained: Belle, Dorn, Samara, and Kim. Luster was alive too, but for him, the war was most likely over. Damn it all. Sunny studied the empty room, a strange, dark, burning emotion rising in his chest. What is the damn point? What is the point of it all? Soul Reaper and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. "We're just wasting time here. Go rest, Sunny, you deserve a break. Gods, we all do." With that, Jet picked up the chair, placed it near the conference table, and walked out without saying a word. Sunny was left alone in the empty room. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and stood up. Less than a week left now. We'll all be able to rest soon. Chapter 10:48, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 66. Sunny left the underground complex, breathed in the cold winter air, and limped toward the nearby army hospital. The walk was not too long, so he reached it within 10 minutes. Belle, Dorn, and Samara were in front of the building, and so was Abomination. The Echo was laying on the ground, shielding them from the wind with its massive body. The Hound had not participated in the recent battle, because it would have been destroyed too quickly by the Black Beetles. It had been very helpful to the cohort in the past 2 weeks, though. It was strange in the past. Abomination had mostly ignored Quentin's Echo, Blackie, who used to follow the larger beast around. But now that Blackie was gone, the monstrous Hound always looked a bit forlorn. Sparing the Echo a sad glance, Sunny approached his soldiers. "Major, gods, you look awful." Bell grinned, hiding hints of anguish that had taken root in his eyes. Sunny forced out a smile as well. "You should have seen the other guy. Ah, but you can't. I killed the other guy." That produced a few chuckles. Sunny scoffed too. "Anyway. Take me to Luster, he's awake, right?" They nodded. Dorn and Samara remained outside, while Bell guided him into the hospital. "He woke up an hour or so ago. I think he's in good spirits, considering. That might be because of painkillers, though." They walked through the white corridors, which were all crowded with hospital beds. An uncountable number of maimed and injured soldiers lay on them, some awake, some mercifully unconscious. The air was filled with the sickening smell of blood, burned flesh, misery, and despair. Doctors, nurses, and a few awakened healers were hurriedly tending to the wounded, the bags under their eyes blacker than the bruises covering Sunny's body. The sight of it was indescribably grim. Sunny kept his face cool, projecting the image of an intrepid ascended. On the inside, however, "At least they'll survive." Modern medicine was very potent, and that was without even considering the awakened wielding healing aspects. If a soldier was delivered from the battlefield alive, there was very little chance of them dying. The only problem was the cost, but the First Army spared no expense, at least in that regard. As an awakened of somewhat exalted status, Luster was placed in a small room of his own. As they approached it, Sunny heard the young man's voice. Kimmy, stop it. I lost my legs, not my hands. I am perfectly capable of feeding myself." When they entered, they saw a peculiar scene. Luster was laid on a bed, his stumps wrapped in regenerative bandage, while Kim was trying to push a spoonful of synth paste porridge into his mouth. The young woman's usually timid face was determined and extremely focused. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sunny an unexpectedly fierce look. 0801, sir. That fool refuses to eat. Noticing Sunny, Luster grinned. Cap Major, thank the gods, please save me. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sunny an unexpectedly fierce look. Sir, that fool refuses to eat. Sunny stared at them for a couple of moments and smiled. Do you want me to feed you, Luster? Because you know I can. The young man paled a little, then hurriedly grabbed the spoon and swallowed the porridge in one go. No need to exert yourself, sir. Sunny walked closer, summoned his chair, and sat down near the bed. Then he tried to say something, only to find out that no words came to his mind. Eventually, he awkwardly asked, "How are you doing?" Luster stared at him for a bit, then suddenly grinned and wiggled his stumps. Don't worry about me, sir. I'm doing fine, really. I did tell you how my whole right arm was bitten off once, right? This is only a tiny bit worse. Hell, if I lose my left arm as well, one day, I'll be able to brag about losing all my limbs to protect humanity. Girls can't resist a hero, you know? Sunny blinked. I guess he really is all right. He sighed. Well, don't worry too much. There are not a lot of great healers here in Falcon Scott, and all of them are terribly busy. Once you get to Eastern Antarctica, and from there back to NQSC, though, the government will pull out all the stops. You'll be as good as new in no time. Despite his intention to comfort the young man, Luster's smile suddenly dimmed. Looking away, he remained silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, Ah, yes. Certainly, sir. Once I'm back in NQSC, Sunny frowned a little. Throw these stupid thoughts out of your head. You did more than enough. Very few people deserve to go home more than you, so enjoy the cruise and then make sure to get better and relax during an extended vacation. That's an order. He paused, then added seriously. Plus, the rhino blew up. What the hell do I need you for now? Keeping you would probably just be a waste of perfectly fine provisions. Hearing that, Luster laughed. Ah, I see. When you put it that way, he sighed. It's not that I think that I don't deserve an early dispensation, sir. It's just that. The young man briefly glanced at Kim, then grew silent. He did not want to leave his comrades behind. Sunny could understand that, but there was no other way. Restoring 2 legs to a person was not impossible if sufficiently powerful healers were involved, but it took time, and a long period of recovery would still follow. By the time Luster was in good enough shape to fight again, the Antarctica campaign would be over. He shook his head. The way I see it, your lucky charm finally worked. If it wasn't for you, Kim would be dead, Dorn too, probably, and maybe even Belle and Samara. You did well, Luster. You served through the hardest part of the whole campaign. Things will calm down after the Second Army arrives. So, cheer up. Luster looked at him, then slowly nodded. That thing, you killed it, right, sir? What rank and class it was? Sunny shrugged. Yes, I killed it all right. It was a corrupted devil, and a very scary one at that. The young man leaned tiredly on the backrest of the hospital bed and smiled. A corrupted devil, good, that's good. There's no shame, then, I survived an attack of a corrupted devil? Wow, I'm pretty awesome, don't you think, Kim? She scooped another spoonful of porridge, brought it to his mouth, and sighed. Yeah, you are pretty awesome. Now eat the damn sludge before I get angry. Sunny watched them silently for a couple more minutes, then found an excuse and left. He found Belle a few rooms over, where dozens of sleeping pods were installed in a large hall. The swordsman was standing near a particular one, staring somberly at its closed lid. Inside, Quentin's body slept peacefully, not quite dead, but also not quite alive. The healer had neither died nor turned hollow yet. Considering the circumstances, that probably meant that he had fought his way to a seed and entered a nightmare. 0802. Conquering a second nightmare alone, his chances were exceedingly low, but not entirely non-existent. Sunny stopped near Belle and looked at the sleeping pod, too. After a while, the swordsman suddenly said, his voice uncharacteristically sober. Major, do you remember how I joked that Luster would be the first one to die? Sunny spared him a surprised glance. Sure, I do. Belle remained silent for a long time, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. I was thinking, technically, I can still win that bet, right? With that, the swordsman glanced at him and grinned. Sunny scowled. I guess, but who allowed you guys to bet without my permission? Unacceptable. I want in on the bet. Chapter 1049, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 67. After leaving the hospital and sending his soldiers to the barracks, Sunny remained on the street, watching the snow dance in the stark beams of electric light. He had to rest, too. After a while, Sunny sighed awkwardly. Right, I'm homeless now. He had been staying in the Rhino, but now the APC was gone. That fact actually made Sunny feel very sad. The trusty vehicle had accompanied the irregulars to the edge of the Antarctic Center and back, surviving countless battles. He had grown attached to it, so losing the vehicle was a bit of a blow. It felt like the end of something. Shaking his head, Sunny started walking. Lai could get himself a room in the barracks. Of course, the First Army had suffered severe losses, so there was plenty of space. But it was exactly for that reason that he didn't want to. Being surrounded by bereaved soldiers would do his already foul mood no good. I can't stand the thought of having them look at me right now. Respect, admiration, hope, that was what he saw in the eyes of the soldiers when they looked at him. They all had an expectation of him, and caning those expectations was tiresome. To hell with it. Sunny simply wandered aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about anything in particular. In the end, he found himself standing in front of a familiar dormitory tower. He hesitated for a bit, then entered and descended to one of the underground levels. The dormitory seemed much emptier than before. There had been 3 families living in the same apartment as Professor Obel and Bate, but now he could only sense 2 shadows inside. Sunny stared at the flimsy door for a few moments, then knocked on it. A few seconds later, it opened, revealing Professor Obel. The old man looked like he always did, having not changed even a little. Why would he? The previous day was a dreadfully eventful one for Sunny, but for the professor, it was just like all the others. The old man looked at him with concern. Major Sunless? Oh my, what happened? Even though most of Sunny's body was hidden by the black silk of the graceless dusk, he still looked rather rough. There were ugly bruises covering his usually pristine skin, and his eyes were tired and dim. He forced out a smile. Oh, that. Don't worry, I am fine. It was just a very tough battle. Everyone in Falcon Scott knew that the previous assault was a terrible one. After all, a large part of the defensive wall, as well as a vast stretch of the city itself, were now replaced by a giant crater. Even people hidden underground felt the titanic explosion. There were rumors. 2 Army Command itself publicized the death of Goliath. Hoping to improve morale among the refugees, Professor Obel nodded. Yes, we heard all about it. Thank the gods you survived. Sunny lingered for a moment, then said, You mentioned setting aside some food for me the last time we met. To tell you the truth, I am kind of starving. The old man laughed. Sure, come in, Bate, Major Sunless is here. The young woman emerged from one of the rooms and looked at him with a hint of relief. She froze, 31, a moment, then turned away and cleared her throat. Oh, it's you? Good, I'll heat up the leftovers. They settled in the kitchen, and soon, Sunny was presented with several plates of simple but delicious food. Professor Obel had not been joking when he said that he would cook up a feast. The ingredients Bate had procured were indeed rare for the besieged city, and made for a splendid dish. It was definitely better than what would have been available to Sunny in the barracks. Sunny ate and chatted idly with the 2 of them. Ash did, some of the tension pressing down on his heart strangely dissipated, but most of it still remained. At some point, Professor Obel suddenly smiled. It totally slipped my mind. We were placed in the queue, finally. Both Bate and I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. We've already received the tickets. I imagine you will follow soon, too, Major? Sunny smiled as well. Finally, some good news. He nodded and took a sip of fragrant tea. I imagine we will be the last ones to ship out, a couple of days after you. 3 weeks are coming to an end, after all. Even though there were some delays, the Army mostly managed to stick to the schedule. Somehow. So, the next time we see each other will probably be in East Antarctica, unless they send you to the northern quadrant right away. He glanced at Bate, hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, "Oh, by the way, my AFC blew up, so I kind of have nowhere to stay. Is it all right if I crash here today?" Professor Obel chuckled. Of course. Most of the people in the dormitory had already been evacuated. There are 3 empty bedrooms in our apartment alone. You can take anyone you want. Bate hid a smile and nodded. Sure, you can stay if you want. Sonny smiled back and took another sip of tea. After that, he remained silent for a while, distracted. Noticing his strange mood, the old man asked, "Have I ever told you why I came to Antarctica, Professor?" The old man and Bate glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A wistful expression appeared on Sonny's face. "It's stupid, really. Someone told me that I was lacking. So I thought that maybe I would be able to find whatever it is that I lack here, in the southern quadrant." He grew quiet, prompting the old man to ask with a hint of curiosity, "So, did you end up finding what you were looking for?" Sonny hesitated, then laughed. "I am honestly not sure. It is hard to find something that you don't know how to recognize. Maybe I found something, maybe I didn't. Actually, maybe I even lost something instead. I guess time will tell." He finished his tea and looked at the two of them with a smile. "I did find some other precious things, though. I mean, this dish, it's a real treasure. You ought to teach me the recipe." "One always dreamed of owning a shop, but after meeting you, Professor, I am starting to think that opening a restaurant might be a better idea." Chapter 1050, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 68. After an eventful night, Sonny left the dormitory in a much improved mood. The air outside was frigid with bone-chilling cold. Hiltit actually felt pleasant against his bruises. Sonny headed in the direction of the barracks, whistling a simple tune under his nose. As he walked, one of his shadows flew toward the distant ramparts to check if everything was all right there. Apart from the fact that soldiers were miserable because of the heinous cold, even more so than usual, the situation seemed to be under control. Disparate groups of nightmare creatures were throwing themselves against the ramparts, some larger than the others, but it was nothing that the army could not handle. Everything seems fine, for now. Sonny was still hurting all over, but at least he was capable of walking without a limp now. The barracks were a considerable distance away, but there was no rush. He enjoyed this rare moment of peace a great deal, studying the city as he traversed it. Falcon Scott was much emptier now. Miraculously, the First Army had actually managed to evacuate most of the 200 million refugees. Now, less than 2/10 of that number remained, not nearly enough to make the city feel crowded. Even though countless people fought and sacrificed to make it happen, Sonny couldn't help but feel that this emptiness was the direct result of his actions. It was nice to see his labor bear fruit. Among the ancient heroes Nephis sometimes liked to talk about, there was one named Heracles who had apparently accomplished 12 labors. Sonny wondered what that guy would think about defending this damn city. Well, from the descriptions, Heracles seemed like no more than an awakened with a moderately powerful physical aspect. Maybe a rather average ascended. He would probably think that Falcon Scott was a hellish nightmare and die in the first few days of the siege. Huh. As Sonny walked, a swift shadow fell from the sky and a black crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. The crow stared at him for a moment and then cawed, "Sonny, Sonny." Sonny spared him a somber glance. "What?" The echo waved its wings. "Come, come." Then it jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in the direction of the government complex. Sonny frowned, then quietly cursed and dove into the shadows. Seemed that his good mood was not meant to last. He glided forward with incredible speed, reaching the complex in no time at all. Emerging from the darkness near the guarded gates, he waited a few seconds for the security officers to confirm his identity, a useless formality, considering that pretty much everyone knew what he looked like by now. Entered the building. Quickly finding his way underground, Sonny hummed to the conference room where the irregulars usually gathered. As he was approaching, however, there was suddenly a loud hang, and the walls shook, a little dust falling from the ceiling. What the? Uneasy, he entered the room and saw Master Jet standing with her back to him. The wall in front of her was deformed, a net of cracks running through the armored alloy from the point where her fist had collided with it. Soul Reaper remained motionless for a moment, then turned to him. Her usually calm face was contorted by an expression of dark, boiling anger. As soon as Sunny saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Master let lose control of herself in that way. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, then said, "Sunny, you are here. Good." He glanced at the destroyed wall, then at her. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny steeled himself and asked, "What happened?" Jet let out a long sigh. When she spoke, her voice was cold and glum. "It is Tyrus. She finally lost a fight." The two of them headed to the headquarters of the White Feather clan without wasting any time. While the elevator was taking them to the ground level of the government complex, Sunny tried to keep his voice even as he asked, "What do you mean, lost a fight? Is she alive?" Jet grit her teeth. "I don't know. I've been notified that something went wrong just half an hour ago. Roan sent me a message personally right before you came, but he didn't go into detail." Sunny's face fell. If Jet's only source of information was Master Roan, that meant that Army Command had chosen to keep it a secret for now. And if Army Command was keeping secrets from someone like Soul Reaper, things couldn't be good. As they emerged from the underground complex and hurried to the White Feather compound, Sunny shivered again and noticed that it had gotten even colder outside. Before, he had not paid the cold any attention, but now the fall in temperature seemed foreboding. Curse it, curse it, curse it all. The guards of the compound seemed to have received instructions, and almost immediately after Sunny and Led arrived, a familiar young woman appeared to guide them inside. Ella briefly felt glad to see that she had survived the battle with Devouring Cloud, but then his thoughts turned grim and tumultuous once again. Sunny was shaken. He couldn't help but think about St. Tyrus, silently wishing for her to be alive. At the same time, he had to think about what her fall would mean for the evacuation. With no one to stop the winter beast, what would happen to the city? The two worries competed against each other, pressing down on his heart with terrible weight. Finally, they reached an isolated room in the depths of the compound. The young awakened spared the door an anguished look, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, they saw an empty hall with some medical equipment and a lonely operating table standing in its center. The table and the floor around it were marred with blood. On it, St. Tyrus was laying, her eyes closed. Sunny let out a relieved sign when he saw that her chest was slowly rising and falling. Sky Tide was still breathing. She was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale and her lips looked blue. And that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather clan had tended to her. Sunny could not imagine 110W the fearsome saint had looked before. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured, while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city even now. The charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Sunny and Et entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. "Roan, what the hell happened?" He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to St. Tyrus. "Isn't it obvious? She lost. Actually, it's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived." He remained silent for a while, then added evenly, "You are asking the wrong question, though." Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly, "What the hell is going to happen then?" Roan lowered his head. Then he straightened his back and looked at them once more. "I think you know." His eyes were bleak and tired. "The winter beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over. Maybe tomorrow or the day after that, anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper. There's nothing else we clan can do."